Red flames shot from Azula's fingertips, just missing her opponent who zipped all around the battlefield. She fired small, quick bursts at him, but he dodged them all and returned a volley of his own. He had superior agility, able to jump great lengths to safety. She could only sidestep his blows and keep him on the move, but he attacked from all directions. She bent and slid to the side, avoiding his latest fire blast, but the rocky terrain around him yet again served to his advantage. Her lungs were on fire as she attacked rapidly, releasing short, ragged breaths as her blaze released into the air. Her opponent landed on one of the jagged rocks that served as the edge of their battlefield, grinning. "Looks like you can't keep up, Azula," said Aang, giving her a cheeky grin. Azula pushed her hair out of her eyes. "This is getting boring. We've already mastered everything on that scroll and none of it's as good as the fire funnel," she replied. "We need a firebending master. And I want one now." "We can't," the Avatar said, jumping down from his ledge to land in a sitting position on a cushion of air. "We're still far away from the Golden City. It'll take us weeks to get there." Earlier, Zuko had discovered from a nearby villager that the Water Nation had claimed the ancient ruins of the Fire Nation capital, and they had set up their stronghold there as their primary land fortress in their fight with Jia Duan to the south and the Golden City to the north. "We'll have to avoid the Water Nation and go all the way around, out to the sea and maybe even the northwestern shores of the Earth Kingdom to reach the city from the north instead. That'll take too long. I don't like to wait," she said, looking away from him with her arms folded. "You're going to have to deal with it," Zuko told her, looking up from sharpening his swords. "Aang is the one who has to master firebending before the end of winter, anyway." Previously, Aang had said he didn't mind, though. He enjoyed training with Azula, competing to see who was the best. Azula truly was a firebending prodigy, he'd told her, and that it was only due to the foreknowledge of his past lives and hard work that he was able to keep up with her at all. By the same token, she found training with him to be exhilarating. She'd managed to pull a passion for firebending out of him, and when they trained together the burden on his shoulders seemed lighter, at least from her point of view. "There have got to be more firebenders somewhere else in the Fire Nation," Azula said impatiently. "I'm sure there are, somewhere," said Aang. "But lots of them fled behind the walls of the Golden City." "Look all you want, though," said Zuko. "I doubt you'll find any before we get there." Both of them grinned and put their arms behind their heads. "You're both buffoons." Azula sighed and grasped her forehead, rolling her eyes at how they indulged in being better than her at something for once, even if that something was being more patient. "Fine, where's the nearest village?" Aang and Zuko's eyes widened when they realized she was serious. Aang looked to Zuko. "Well, there are plenty of towns in the inner islands, according to my maps. You might be able to find a firebender somewhere if you really look hard, I guess," Zuko said. "I guess we could check it out. We're sort of running low on supplies." He scratched his head of black hair. "I should come, too." She snapped her fingers at them to hurry with packing up camp. "Fine," she said, "but don't get in the way of my search for a master." From above, the town among the inner islands looked bright and welcoming, with sandstone buildings facing east so that the sunlight hit their doorways and front-facing windows every morning. That alone seemed promising to Azula. Surely only firebenders would care enough to rise with the sun. After making camp in the dense forest outside of town, Zuko and Azula set off, leaving Aang with Appa and Sabi. Most of the town was constructed of stone and polished wood with gold-rimmed roofs that were multi-leveled, not unlike in Azula's own village, though these tapered at the corners in a way that resembled dragon claws. Stone streets and pathways matched the buildings, reflecting the light to make it look almost like marble and giving the whole town the impression that it shone white like the sun. She saw people wearing mostly Fire Nation reds and blacks, but warriors in blue with clubs and slings on their backs indicated that this was a water tribe colony outside of the influence of Long Feng's city, Jia Duan. In a different day and age, some of these people would have been high-ranking soldiers or generals in the old army of the Fire Nation, but now they had been reduced to being meaningless citizens scraping a living by dropping their national pride and trading with the Water Nation. It was truly a worthless existence, and Azula couldn't help but look down on them for living like that. Zuko and Azula looked all around at the town, and Azula shared her assessment of them all with her brother. The people seemed comfortable. They laughed together and shopped among street stalls lining the main thoroughfare, indicating a healthy economy. One stall sizzled with fire flakes and jars of spices cultivated from all around the Fire Nation, which told Azula that traditional Fire Nation dishes had not been completely abandoned even under their new rulers. Their crops seemed to be doing well, if the bounty of rices, red dates, persimmons, and ginger loudly advertised by one merchant indicated anything. Azula surmised that their wealth was due to a subservient relationship to the water tribes, though she failed to see yet how the water tribes benefited from this relationship. Two of their ships, the coatings of ice completely melted in the summer heat, dropped anchor in the sea far enough away from shore to signify to Azula that they must have been watching for something. Right, Zuko said, turning to her in the middle of a fork in the road. People walked all around them, uninterested in the two teenagers. I'm going to look for food. You go find your firebending master, but be quick about it. What? I can't master firebending in a matter of minutes, dum-dum. I'm good, but I'm not that good, she said, frowning in annoyance at him. I'm aware of that, he snapped at her, but squeezed the bridge of his nose, equally as annoyed. I don't even know why you need a master anyway, he managed to say. If we keep traveling with Aang and fight, we'll get stronger through experience. That's how it works. You don't need a master, only some more real fighting. You wouldn't know. She stared at him resolutely, gauging his reaction to her next words. You're no bender, and you never will be. His shoulders and arms stiffened. She struck a nerve in him and she straightened her back. Aang and I will always be better than you at fighting. She knew how to win against her brother. It was easy to press in at his insecurities on all sides, exploiting his weaknesses. She smirked at his retreating back as he walked away, struggling to hide all emotion, but she saw his shoulders trembling in barely contained rage. She didn't have to go all out, she knew, but Azula wanted him to leave her alone for now. He'd come around eventually. Zuzu always did, no matter how much she slighted him. He made it painfully easy for her. She turned around to take in the rest of the town, resuming her hunt for a firebending master. That was a nice way to start my search, she said to herself with a smile. She sauntered right through the town, her head facing forward but keeping every side street and alleyway in her peripheral vision. A smirk grew on her lips when she spotted a young man dressed in red and gold, not unlike her and her brother, who nonchalantly grabbed a peach from a grocer's bushel as he passed it. She strolled over to a different stall in his path, sighing dramatically. Oh, I wish I could find a firebender somewhere, she said loudly, glancing quickly at him to see if he noticed. A frown flitted across her face when he didn't. She sighed again, louder this time. A big, strong firebender is just what I need, but I just can't find any. She wore a mask of a smile, poking the man on the shoulder. Feigning politeness, she asked, Are you a firebender? I would like a little help, please. The man, or boy, she realized, since he seemed about her age up close, turned and shushed her. Do you want to get yourself killed? He asked in a rushed whisper, pulling her into the shadow between a tailor's shop and a residence. Don't go around parading your firebending. Azula dropped all politeness and her face turned into an angered frown. Why, are you a firebender, or not? Shish, the soldiers will hear you. He gestured for her to be quiet with his hands as he looked over her shoulder, panicked. Azula looked behind her and spotted two Water Nation warriors walking out of the tailor's shop. They glanced toward her and the boy for just a moment before continuing on their way. Her eyes narrowed as she turned back to the boy. You led me here so they'd hear me. What? No way. He moved closer to her to whisper. He put his arm around her shoulders and led her away, but, surprising herself, she didn't resist. He pulled her further down the side street. The waterbenders took over our town years before I was born, he said to her, speaking quietly. Any firebenders we ever had either get taken away or they flee to the Golden City or something. Many of us left are the descendants of noble families, so we've been allowed to stay here peacefully while the water tribes protect us from pirate fleets that raid these islands and command the sea. Too bad I wasn't born yet for the initial invasion, though. I would have completely kicked them out of this town. The boy's voice rose higher as he spoke, proudly grinning and giving her a thumbs up with his chest puffed out. Azula was unimpressed. She gave him a single raised eyebrow and neglected to mention the fact that the water tribes had an alliance or sometimes even worked directly with pirates, so it was erroneous to say that the pirates had full control over any waters. So, there are no firebenders? She asked. I need to get stronger. I have to find a master. He looked around her again as if expecting to spot someone spying on them because she spoke of something forbidden. There are no firebenders left in this town. Are you crazy? They'll take you away. Ugh. So I came here for nothing, she said, rubbing her temples with one hand. All right, I'm leaving. Well, you don't have to leave immediately, You know, he said, scratching the back of his head, a blush rising to his cheeks. What's your name? She looked over her shoulder at him. Azula. Wait, he said, grabbing her wrist to prevent her from walking. Azula pulled it from his grasp. Don't you want to know my name? Not really. I'm Hyde, he said with a cocky grin, ignoring her. Azula lost all interest in him already, but dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Great. Bye, Hyde, she said to him, walking away. Hyde's jaw dropped. You too. What are you doing? Azula and Hyde turned to the sound of the voice, spotting the two Water Nation warriors from earlier. With leather helms molded into the shape of a predatory bird, they walked down the alley toward Azula and Hyde. Do you seriously think we're stupid? We know who you are. Azula stepped back, her mouth hanging open. How did they know? Did they find out she was a firebender, or did they know she was with Aang? You kids really don't know how gracious the Water Nation is, do you? One of the warriors said, barking out a harsh laugh. Turning your back on the education we're letting you keep. Ha, this is a privilege, and you're wasting it. I guess the Fire Nation really is a group of mindless savages after all. Azula paused, one eyebrow quirked. She had no idea what they could be referring to. Hyde, on the other hand, nibbled at his fingers in fear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Don't hurt me, he yelled, cringing. Azula turned and ran away as the two warriors closed in on the stupid boy, grabbing him by the arms. She knew when she was outmatched. She wouldn't be able to get what she came for, anyway. The girl's getting away, the first warrior yelled. The second lifted his arm and twisted his fingers, causing water from a puddle nearby Azula to rush up in a stream and grab her feet, slamming her painfully against the ground. She barely stopped her fall with her hands, letting out a small cry. She brought two fingers up as she twisted around into a sitting position, ready to defend herself. Hyde's frantic movements behind their backs to tell her to stop caught her eye, however, so she simply curled her fingers into a fist and punched the warrior in the face as he approached her. He flinched but otherwise barely showed a reaction, a stark reminder that combat without bending was and always would be beneath her. Nice try. Hey, we're not here to fight little girls. We're just bringing you back to school, that's all. Azula's face scrunched up in anger at him. School? They were taking her to a school. Whatever. Fine, take me back. I don't want any trouble, she said to them under her breath. Good, he said with a knowing smirk. I thought you'd agree. Smart girl. She mimed retching behind his back as he lifted her up into a standing position, gripping her by the arm as he guided her along, back into the sunny street. Azula wasn't stupid. She was not going to fight back when it meant that she'd get into even worse trouble for firebending. As he had done before, Aang would rescue her again, if she needed it. For now, she was fine on her own. It was just a school, how bad could it be? Hey, kid, Zuko froze upon hearing the words of the Water Nation warrior. The boy knew that he was there, and he tried to avoid them and stay out of their sight, but they caught him. As soon as he found out the warriors were present in the town, he decided to make finding Azula his first priority and get out of there, despite their previous argument. He contemplated running, but he decided to play dumb if they interrogated him or anything. Would it be possible for them to know that he was with Aang anyway? As far as he knew, he left no signs that pointed to that. What? He asked, lacing his voice with contempt. He couldn't bear to quiver in fear or show them politeness. He had too much pride for that. You're supposed to be in school, aren't you? You little brat, the man said, gripping his arm like a vice. Zuko pulled away. I don't want to go there, he said, the previous vitriol replaced by cold indifference. The soldier lunged for him again, holding his arm so tight that it hurt, but Zuko tried his hardest not to show it. It is required for all children to be at the academy. You're coming with me, the soldier said gruffly, pulling him in a totally different direction. He almost, made the stupid choice to fight back against them. Man, I hate school, Hyde complained as the soldiers escorted them to the academy. Are you new? He asked Azula. I suppose so, she said. Where are you from? He asked. The mainland. Yes, she responded, uninterested. Of course, she'd never let him know she was from one of the southern villages. Only peasants lived there, and she didn't want to be known as one. Well, as you'll soon see, I'm one of the most popular kids in the whole school, Hyde boasted. It couldn't have been more obvious to Azula that he was just trying to impress her. One of the warriors snickered. Yeah, if you're ever at school. How many times have we caught you skipping now? Aang punched his fist forward, feeling the heat rise in his body. An arc of fire burst from his knuckles, followed by an air-powered kick. He sucked in a deep breath, exhaling in a breath of fire and wind which swirled all around him. He moved through any bending forms that he could remember. He tried to do movements that he pulled from vague memories of earthbending or waterbending, but for each try, nothing happened. Like before, there seemed to be some barrier on his mind. Frustrated, he snorted fire from his nostrils and sunk into straining squats to continue his exercise. At the same time, he held his arms in front of him, holding rock weights as he worked. He needed to regain his former physical strength. He wasn't going to be weak this time. Inside the school, she expected to see the usual trappings of the water tribe. Pelts hanging from the walls. Stretched animal skins. Weapons and spikes made from bones and teeth. But the wood and plaster hallways felt overwhelmingly normal, if a little run down. The floorboards had been littered with years of scuff marks and scratches. A fine layer of dust coated the floor in the distant corners. But the minimal details and hard angles of Fire Nation architecture had been maintained. If Azula were Water Tribe, she would have erased any link these people had to their home nation in her effort to stamp out any lingering feelings of loyalty to anyone but their new masters. But the fact that so much of this town still felt like Fire Nation and after years of subservience they still had not fought back felt shameful to her. "We caught these two skipping," one of the warriors said to the teacher, a straight-backed woman with graying hairs and pursed lips. Azula rolled her eyes. "I was not skipping class. I'm new. I will deal with her from here. Hyde, get to your seat." She snapped at the boy, who jumped and hurried to comply. "State your name," she said to the firebender. "Azula," she said simply, yawning behind her hand. "I will not be spoken to that way, young lady. I do not know what measly village you come from, but we show proper manners here. The great Water Nation gave us the privilege of education, and we shall accept it graciously. I am Ms. Quan, your new teacher." Azula casually walked over to an empty desk in the back of the classroom with her arms rested behind her head, earning the curious and somewhat disapproving stares of the other children. Ms. Quan frowned in disapproval with the other children. As she sat down, one of the other boys in the class stared at her, awestruck. "Wow, I can't believe you spoke to Ms. Quan like that. You're so cool." Azula smirked. "I know, I'm Shoji," the boy said in a hushed, excited whisper. "Are you from the Outer Islands? The mainland, the Golden City?" His eyes glowed with admiration. "The mainland," she sighed. "This boy is ridiculous," she thought. "Azula, be quiet back there." Ms. Quan snapped. "Open your scrolls inside your desk and read along with the rest of the class. Anji, read the text on the Water Nation's dominion of the world to the other students." "Yes, ma'am," said a girl with a prim haircut, glancing condescendingly at Azula. Anji looked down at her papers and read. "The war began with the reign of Water Chief Seryu and his attack on the air nomads with the aid of a second moon and the blessing of the spirits that granted unbelievable powers to the waterbenders, an art greater than any other." And from there, Azula lost interest. She drummed her fingers against her plain wooden desk impatiently, leaning her chin on her other hand. She wanted to leave this school. What were Aang and Zuko going to do when she didn't return to camp? The girl named Anji droned on about how the water tribes destroyed the weakling air nomads in their search for the Avatar while the teacher dithered on about her endless reverence for the Water Nation and how they must be thankful for everything they had been given. Despite the superiority of waterbending and the fact that it covered the world in greater amounts than any other element except, perhaps, air, though some argued that the ocean depths had more water than the sky had air, they had been confined to the extreme north and south. Water's ability to change between solid, liquid, and gaseous forms indicated its ability to exist anywhere, and this solidified that their dominion of the world was just and ordained by both the spirits and the sciences, in their eyes. In boredom, Azula's eyes roamed. She caught Hyde staring at her and he gave her a wink. In response, she leaned toward him and whispered across the hapless student sitting between their desks. "I think there's something in your eye to make it twitch like that, Hyde. Perhaps you should get someone to look at it." A few students sitting around them giggled. "What is going on back there?" Ms. Quan asked, her hands folded behind her back. She glared at them through the tiny spectacles perched on her nose. "Azula is causing a commotion," said Anji, shooting a look at Hyde, who sat right behind her. He sunk into his chair, cowed, as Anji passed him a folded piece of paper beneath the teacher's notice. Azula did not miss a thing. though, and made a mental note of a possible connection the two shared. She found the attention of boys like him to be welcome and flattering, since there were so few boys her age back at home. But something about Hyde seemed lacking. Is that true, Ms. Kwon asked, her piercing gaze settling on both Shoji and the other student who sat between Azula and Hyde. Nothing I noticed, ma'am, said Shoji. Azula reminded herself to praise the boy for his loyalty later. She lowered her eyes to her desk, demure, not a good look for her, and tried to sound as polite as possible. I do not know where Anji got that impression. I simply admired her reading. Anji's diction and enunciation are astounding. Ms. Kwon looked unconvinced. Azula, I will have to ask you not to speak while others are speaking or the punishments will be severe. Oh, I apologize very dearly, Ms. Kwon, but I was explaining the lesson in ways that the others could better understand it, Azula said with a tone of voice that always worked on Uncle Iroh, protruding her lower lip in an attempt to make her pout look innocent. Very well, Azula, the gesture to a fellow classmate is appreciated, Ms. Kwon said in approval. Anji frowned. After that class, the boys and the girls had been split from each other to go their separate ways. The boys went to weapons training as dictated by the water tribes, fighting matches with all sorts of weapons like boomerangs and clubs and machetes. The girls, meanwhile, had been shepherded into a hot, stuffy room to learn weaving and sewing. Anji sat as far away from Azula as possible, which Azula felt thankful for because she did not want the other girl, an apparent leader of several social circles in school, to see her failures. At anything regarding needlework like this, she pricked her fingertips more than once before the hour was up and the class was dismissed for break. Afterward, the students were led out into an old courtyard in severe disrepair, with stone walkways and long weeds clustered at the base of the schoolyard walls. Shoji found Azula first. What do you want to play, Azula? The boy asked her. I don't want to play anything. I want to get out of here, she said, looking around the courtyard for any chance of escape. A few other classes with students of varying ages also milled out into the courtyard. Most clustered together, while some played ball games in the open spaces, and yet others climbed on rotten pieces of wood or discarded building materials meant to be either a fun exercise for the children or a death trap, she wasn't sure which. All of the students seemed to be from varying social classes and in varying shades of red, green, or brown, an apparent sign that children from both the Fire Nation and Jia Duan's Earth Kingdom territories had been thrown into the school once they'd been found in town. Azula could only assume that Water Nation's nefarious purpose for a forced education was to instill loyalty to the tribes. Shoji pressed the tips of his fingers together. Oh, well, I was hoping. Azula ignored Shoji's hero worship and strolled over to Hyde, who weathered Anji's furious ramblings. I don't want you talking to that floozy anymore, do you hear me? Anji said to him as Azula approached. She's trouble in the making. Azula interjected in their argument with a loud announcement of her arrival. Hello Hyde, Anji, she said. Hey, Azula, Hyde said with a wink. What's up? Stay away from my boyfriend. Anji's voice came out shrill, her arms pressed to her sides as she pushed in front of Hyde as if to block him from Azula's view. The sudden movement had her barreling into Shoji, who fell over as easily as one of Azula's old dolls. Azula sighed and inspected her nails. Listen, I don't want anything to do with your boyfriend. He was the one who found me and got me stuck in this awful place. Not to mention his constant flirting. She surmised that Anji could be useful in planning an escape from her position at the top of the social ladder at this school. Azula figured it would be better to have her as an ally. Though Azula also thought she could climb her way to the top of this school if given a couple of days. But she had no intention of spending that amount of time here. Anji put her hands on her hips and glared at Hyde. His constant flirting. Hyde's expression turned fearful as he pointed at Azula. Don't mess with her, Anji. She's a firebender, he said. An obvious and poor deflection, Azula thought. I don't want you getting hurt. Anji's eyes widened in astonishment, but then they narrowed at Azula. A firebender. Shoji pushed himself to his feet and looked back and forth between Azula and Anji, biting his nails. A firebender? I gotta go. Azula watched him go, her face scrunched in confusion and irritation. Why do you all have a problem with firebenders? You're Fire Nation, aren't you? The more you have, the more you can fight back. I told you, keep it quiet, Hyde said. They take away people like you. You're better off just leaving. Anji's gaze followed Shoji as he scampered away. Shoji and I both had older brothers who were firebenders. Both of them disappeared one night and never came back. Azula put a hand on her hip and glared at Hyde. Well, I'm trying to leave, but you're the one who got me caught here in the first place. She wondered if she should worry about Shoji's abrupt departure, but he seemed the loyal type. Anji's mouth twisted into a thoughtful frown. So you weren't trying to steal my boyfriend? Don't make me gag. Azula, a familiar voice shouted. The firebender turned to see her brother Zuko running towards her, pushing aside Shoji, who fell right back down to the ground as he retreated from Azula and the others. There you are. Azula crossed her arms as he approached. How'd you get here, Zuzu? That doesn't matter, he said, ignoring the nickname as he always did. We have to leave. Something doesn't feel right about this place. He surveyed their surroundings, though his gaze lingered on the 3 students Azula kept for her company. He exchanged a glance with Azula, his brow furrowed in confusion as if wondering if she made friends here. Anji clasped her hands together under her chin and turned to Zuko as if awestruck. Oh, who is this? That is my brother, Azula said, scowling. How disgusting, she muttered under her breath. Come on Zuzu, we have to go. Yeah, sure, Zuko said, rubbing the back of his neck as he regarded Anji. If you try to escape through the front doors they'll just catch you again in town, Anji said, folding her hands behind her back. Her stance brought Ms. Quan to mind. You'll have to sneak out through the back gates, near the music room. Is that where they keep our stuff, too? Zuko asked her. Anji nodded. Yes, I'd think so. There's a locked storage closet in the same hallway where they keep all kinds of things confiscated from students. If you see my blasting jelly beans, try to grab them for me, said Hyde, though Anji turned on him with a frown of disapproval. Azula smirked, appreciative of Anji's change of heart. Well, thank you, that was a surprise. Anji shrugged and clasped her hands together. My brother would have helped you. It's nice to see a firebender back in this town. Azula gave them a 2-fingered wave. Can't say I'm like him, but good luck with your pirate issue. Aang grew frustrated as his hair clung to his forehead, matted with sweat. Fire flared from his fingers, flickering momentarily in the air before he quenched them. He followed it up with another flame, circling around to gather a breeze to expand the flames and control them with his airbending. He fed the fire with more air, making them stronger. A fire funnel swirled from his hands which he tried to manipulate further, twisting it around to make it a large and dangerous torrent of fire. However, he had no such luck and he dispersed the funnel before he lost control of it. Aang exhaled, falling to the ground in a slump. No matter what he tried, he couldn't go further with his bending. Everything he did ended in defeat. What was he doing wrong? It made him furious. He felt almost as helpless as he did when he first lost Appa all those years ago in the desert, walking for days and nights with no hope of escape or survival. Why couldn't he keep his mastery of bending with him when he switched worlds? Why couldn't the spirits offer him one little piece of help? On top of all his firebending problems, he still couldn't bend water and earth. They refused to bow to his will, to hail him as their master. He slammed his fist against the ground, hoping that there would be some disturbance in the dirt. Nothing happened. Why isn't anything going right? He shouted into the air, throwing up his arms. He felt the emotion bubbling in him, threatening to be released. He gulped it down with such a force of will that it almost hurt. His eyes burned. He hugged his knees closer to him, craving comfort of some kind. Neither Azula nor Zuko were good for that. He wanted Katara. He needed her. He wished he could just see her. Only once would be enough to give him the strength to continue on. He missed her eyes, as blue as the deep crevice of a glacier. He missed her warmth, her smile, her mother's betrothal necklace, the way that she always knew what to say to make him feel better, to coax a smile out of him despite everything. He missed Sokka, Momo, Toph, and his Zuko, the one who fought alongside him through so much. He missed his family. He'd been gone from them so long it felt like he mourned their loss. Unable to hold it back any longer, Aang wept. Where are we going, brother? Azula asked Zuko, running alongside him across the courtyard. It's your fault we're here in the first place, so you're helping me find my broadswords, Zuko said to her, not even turning around to look at her face. Azula skidded to a halt. My fault, yes, if you didn't want to come here to find a firebending master we wouldn't be in this mess. And if we don't get out of here soon, knowing you, you'll show off your firebending, and then we'll be in real trouble. He stopped a few feet ahead of her. Like that's all my fault, Zuzu. Whatever. He clenched his fists and spoke through grit teeth. Stop calling me Zuzu. No, I happen to like that name, she said with a smirk. Azula, I'm warning you. What are you going to do? Wave your swords at me? She asked in fake fear. Don't make me say it. Say what? What could you say to bother me? You like to pretend you're so perfect all the time, he said, turning to her. His words came out all at once as if he'd held them close to his chest for years, his face set in an angry scowl. Always bossing me around just because you're the one who has firebending. Yes, I get it, you're strong. But that doesn't mean you're better than me. Even if Dad thought so, too. Because you know what, I don't care anymore. Your firebending means nothing to me anymore because it has only caused us trouble. He gestured forcefully as he spoke, almost as if he held his broadswords and sliced them through the air. And you rely on your bending for everything. You can't hunt. You can't forage. You don't help navigate. You don't even cook. I've been doing all of that our whole journey. And it's not like you're that tough either if you're so afraid of salamander toads, of all things, from that one time. He began pacing as he unloaded on her, not even focused on her standing in front of him anymore, but he trailed off and lost steam when he turned back and saw her face. Azula did not even bother to interrupt him. She had fallen silent, staring at him without an expression, waiting for him to finish. She hadn't known that all of that had been coming to a boiling point inside of him. She wondered if she should feel hurt by what he said, but it certainly gave her the impression that her brother had finally gotten stronger. She ruminated over his words in the short span of time that stretched between them. After everything they'd been through together, she valued Zuko's perspective. He was her brother, after all, and if he thought she had that many failings she would have to do her best to correct them. Zuko froze, as if waiting for her to explode on him. When she spoke, her voice came out calm. Let's go, Zuko. Astonished for a moment, Zuko did nothing but nod as she passed him at a slow walk, but he turned around and ran to find his swords again. She followed at his speed. And I never remembered Father saying I was better than you. She couldn't see his face to gauge his reaction to her words, and he said nothing to share it. They said nothing else to each other as they barged through the wooden double doors leading into the academy. Zuko led the way once they reached the inside, running through the corridors on a path that he seemed to know. They avoided the instructors in their staff room and crept with soft footsteps into a different classroom, larger than the ones Azula had been in but empty of all people and dark, as there were no windows. Azula lit a fire in her palm while Zuko rummaged through the drawers of his teacher's desk. Azula's flame burned brighter as she looked around the room, casting light on rows of seats with an assortment of instruments instead of people. Zuko straightened and held up a brass key that he pilfered from the desk, which glinted in the firelight. They made me play the Sungi horn, he said. Azula smiled to herself, recalling the memory of Uncle's music nights back at the village. The Sungi horn was Zuko's best instrument. She, of course, always refused to participate. I pity your classmates, she said, to which he only scoffed in response. What was that comment you made about the pirates earlier? He asked her. There are no pirates here. I thought that was the point. They live under water tribe rule so that they're protected from raids. Azula rolled her eyes. Just think about it a little more. The water tribes control the seas. Based on our little adventure with the pirates not too long ago, it's obvious that the pirate fleets in these waters are under the jurisdiction of the water tribes anyway. The waterbenders aren't protecting this town, they just haven't ordered the pirates to raid it yet. They make the people live in fear of an imminent pirate attack that'll never come as long as they behave. It's just a method to control the town. And I'm willing to bet all the missing firebenders got conscripted into their armies for battles in the Earth Kingdom or something. Zuko scratched his chin. So what should we do about it? She asked, incredulous. We can't do anything. We're just 3 people. It isn't my problem and it shouldn't be yours, either. We have more important things to do. She crossed her arms, hoping that would signal an end to this conversation. I'm sure Aang would agree. He shrugged and shuffled his feet. I don't know about that. But anyway, according to Anji, that storage closet with my swords should be out in the hallway, Zuko said, creeping across the wooden floorboards so that they didn't make a sound. He peeked out into the hallway and gestured for her to follow. They crossed the hall and discovered a set of double doors with a keyhole that Zuko unlocked, granting them access to the storage closet. Inside, Azula laid her eyes on years of students' contraband, a treasure trove for any troublemaker. Scrolls covered in the untidy scrawl of test answers, at least 6 kuei balls, sweets and candies she had never seen before, hides blasting jelly beans, an inappropriate drawing, and countless other confiscated items covered the shelves inside the tiny closet. Azula held up her flame to look more closely, enabling Zuko to spot his broadswords on one of the higher shelves and grab them. "Stop right there," someone shouted from the doorway. A man's voice that she didn't recognize. "Look, that's them, she's firebending." Azula looked to the source of the other voice, surprised to see Shoji flanked by a pair of warriors. "You little traitor," she said to him, eyes narrowed. Her thoughts cycled through a possible motive for his betrayal, wondering if it was something as petty as the desire for attention or as basic as fear. But she supposed she would never know for sure. She didn't plan to stick around to find out. "You're under arrest," one of the warriors said to Azula. He flung water at her from his pouch, ready to claim her, but Azula shot a fireball at it, dissipating it into steam. "Let's get out of here, Zuzu," Azula said to her brother. For a moment, they paused to share a look, and Zuko smiled as if knowing she no longer meant harm from the nickname. Zuko ran at the warriors first, hitting the one on the right with the hilt of his broadsword before drawing it from its sheath, cutting the water pouch from his side. Azula punched twice and kicked, sending out 2 fireballs and an arc of flame at the remaining warrior. Shoji shrieked and ran away. Azula's opponent tried blocking her attacks with his feeble amount of water, but the force of her bending threw him into the wall. Both warriors slumped over, unconscious. "This way," Zuko shouted to her, running down the hall opposite to the one Shoji took. They met no more warriors, but at the school's entrance hall, they ran into an unexpected obstacle. The whole student body, which admittedly wasn't much, stood waiting for them, blocking their escape. Ms. Quan and the headmaster, a Water Tribe man, were in the forefront. Ms. Quan held out her hand. "Stop, you are not going any further," she shouted at them from across the hallway. "Try me," Zuko said, unsheathing his broadswords and twirling them. His voice took on a menacing tone that Azula thought suited him well. Beside him, fire flared to life in Azula's hands as she took a stance, ready for any opposition. She spotted Shoji in the crowd, who looked fearful and nervous, pushing other students aside to hide behind them. Hyde and Anji stood near the front, and both of them gave Zuko and Azula a friendly wave. "Wrong choice," the Water Tribe headmaster said, drawing water from pouches at his side and throwing it at them. Azula spun and released a fiery arc that clashed with his water in a sizzle of steam. The man tried again, but Azula released a fire funnel that devoured his attack. She let the fire grow and gain momentum, letting it uncoil and heat the corridors to an almost unbearable level, scorching the walls and floors. The headmaster shouted in alarm and focused all of his attention on the growing fire. The children screamed and fled from the school. Ms. Quan and a small group of other teachers stayed behind to attempt to extinguish the fire, but Zuko and Azula used the opportunity to flee. Zuko was the first to slip outside among the stampede of fleeing students. Azula melted into the crowd as well, finding herself running alongside Hyde and Anji. She found Shoji sniveling to a pair of Water Tribe warriors, and suddenly it all came together. He had hoped to trade her and to get his older brother back. She didn't have it in her to pity him too much because it was at her expense, but she supposed someone more heroic might have done more to help him. But as she ran by the boy, she wondered what Aang would have done. "Bye, Azula, I hope to see you again someday," Anji said to her, waving. "See you," she said with a smirk, running alongside her brother to get out of the town. The running students grabbed the attention of the warriors stationed in the town, who immediately began to give chase to the firebender and her brother. Azula tried hurling fireballs behind her back to stop them, but it did little. All she had to do was reach camp and they could escape the island. Zuko ran down a side alley which ended with a wooden fence. Zuko didn't even pause as he jumped on a crate alongside it to leap right over, and Azula followed, letting him pull her up to the top and hoist her over. She set fire to the crate, blocking the progress of the waterbenders. "Almost there," Azula shouted, running into the woods surrounding the town with her brother. The two were experts at this. They were born on lands with forests all around them, and keeping up with each other as they hunted through the forests was second nature to them. Minutes later, they burst into a clearing to find Aang prying open nuts with Sabi. Zuko grabbed things strewn about camp on his way to Appa. "Let's go, Aang." The younger boy complied without question and packed up everything he had in seconds, loading it all onto Appa. As the bison flew into the air, Leather-clad Water Nation warriors flooded into the clearing, but the bison was out of their reach too quickly for them to do anything. Aang twisted around to face his two companions. "I don't even want to know what happened back there," he said to them, giving Appa's reins a shake to go faster. Azula and Zuko exchanged glances with each other, shrugging. "So, did you find a firebending master?" he asked Azula, though the tone of his voice indicated that he knew the answer to that question already. "No," she answered. "What about supplies?" he asked Zuko. "Nothing," he replied. Aang's face fell to a blank expression. Was there anything productive to this stop? Azula sat back against the side of the saddle. Not a single snide remark came to mind, only honesty. "Yes, actually, running, pain, hitched breath, a downpour of rain and ash and smoke. Another boy, but who? A firebender, and a girl. Who was she? Wolves, bears, ferocity cloaked in shadow, a deep blue globe, hanging in the air." Aang awoke with a start, sweat pouring down his face. Sabi, resting on his chest, rose up with a screech and flew away, alerting Zuko and Azula that he had awoken. Aang's breaths came out in shaking gasps as he tried to calm down. "Another nightmare?" Azula asked. Her face was impassive, but Aang knew enough about her to know that since she wasn't mocking, she was concerned in some way. Aang grasped his head. I don't know. I've never seen any of that before." He didn't look at either of them, staring down into his hands as the memories of the dream became even more vague and blurry to him. He tried to grasp at the pictures, trying to place where he had seen them before. They all seemed familiar in a way, but something was missing, something slipped away. "Of course, it's just a dream," Azula said curtly. She laid back into her sleeping bag, next to his. Zuko rolled over on Aang's other side. "Now get back to sleep. You don't understand," Aang started to say, but he realized that her eyes had closed and she was no longer listening to him. He felt like he had seen some of these things before. Could it have just been a nightmare? All of his other dreams were visions of his previous life and the disasters that overtook him and his friends. Were those dreams finally fading away, to be replaced by new ones that he didn't know, made up purely by his subconscious? Or could they perhaps be visions? As much as he wholly hated those nightmares, sudden sadness and longing gripped him. They were his only link to the other world, back with his family. He did not want that connection to go. He fell slowly back into his sleeping bag, rolled over to his side, and stared at Azula's back. His sleep was not untroubled that night. Aang knelt on the ground in a position of respect, his face to the rocky floor of one of the inner sanctums of the temple. His face slowly turned up to look at the monks. "How do you know it's me? We have known you were the Avatar for some time. Do you remember these?" one of the monks asked. Another unveiled a package which was airbended over to the boy, where it unrolled of its own accord. "These were some of my favorite toys when I was little," Aang said, his voice alight with the excitement of nostalgia. He picked up a tattered air propeller. "You chose them because they were familiar," the first monk explained. Aang looked up at all of them, sitting serenely on their stools beneath a paper parasol. With their matching robes splayed out around them, Aang had the sudden thought of Gyatso's orange fruit pies and held back a laugh. "They are 4 different Avatar relics, ones you picked from among thousands of other toys. I picked them because they were fun," the young boy tried to explain, not quite understanding the destiny being put on his shoulders. "Normally we would tell you when you turn 16, Gyatso told him. "But there are troubling signs. We fear that a war is approaching, Aang. We need you." When Aang awoke the next morning, he started the day feeling bitter and broody. But something deep under those feelings rose to the surface, feelings he had long buried. Guilt and the shame of running away from his destiny, leaving Gyatso and all the others at the Southern Air Temple to their deaths. Katara had long ago helped him come to terms with that, especially since newer shames piled on top of them. Unfortunately for him, these feelings didn't go unnoticed by Zuko and Azula. At first, Azula tried feebly to cheer him up by causing misery for Zuko, but the older boy eventually grew tired of the treatment and became angry, which set a foul tension between them. Azula was the only one who seemed unaffected and unusually cheery. Aang occasionally caught her shooting furtive glances at his back, her bottom lip sticking out in a pout, but she always looked away. The trio flew over the open ocean looking for a spot to land and gather supplies, but no islands came into sight, at least none good for hunting or gathering food. They found sunken atolls and islets so overgrown with wild grass that Appa couldn't even land. The tropical heat and monotony started getting to Aang, who felt his eyelids drooping from lack of sleep. There was smoke everywhere, getting into his eyes, his lungs, constricting his breathing. But the heat was the worst, he felt his energy draining. And then the scene was different, calmer, cleaner, and lighter. He was out in the sunlight, peering in on the council of monks in the Southern Air Temple as they decided his fate. He was able to look in through a hole in the ceiling of the temple using the crisscrossing vines and dry branches outside it as a foothold to watch them, the dappled rays casting gentle sunbeams on the council enclave. Gyatso and another monk spoke to the head abbot of the Southern Air Temple. Gyatso spoke. Aang needs to have freedom and fun. He needs to grow up as a normal boy, he implored. The other monk, an old, hunched, bony man, made an angry noise. You cannot keep protecting him from his destiny, he said with a scowl to Gyatso. Gyatso, I know you mean well, but you are letting your affection for the boy cloud your judgment, said the abbot. I want what is best for him, said Gyatso gently. Each of them were oblivious to their eavesdropper. But what we need is what's best for the world, said the head monk, bowing his head. When he looked up at Gyatso again, his face was resolute. You and Aang must be separated. The Avatar will be sent away to the Western Air Temple to complete his training. Aang almost stumbled and fell into the chamber from his hiding place, breathless with shock. No, they couldn't send him away. Aang awoke feeling alarmed and distraught, remembering every minuscule detail of his dream. That one he had seen before. He had experienced the exact same thing in his own world, long before he was awoken from his iceberg. There was only one difference which stuck out to him more than anything else. The abbot was prepared to send him to the Western Air Temple instead of the Eastern Temple which they tried to send him to, back home. Was that how he ended up in the Fire Nation, inside a volcano? Did they somehow accomplish sending him to the Western Air Temple, when they failed to send him away properly back at home? Did he decide not to run away this time? Aang, are you okay? Azula asked him quietly, leaning over the saddle. I didn't notice that you dozed off. A little perplexed and unused to such compassion. From Azula, Aang stumbled with his response. I'm fine, Azula, said Aang quickly, pushing his dark hair out of his face. The wind caused his hair to whip him ceaselessly, now that it had grown longer. Absently, he thought that he would need a headband or something similar soon to hold it up. Good. Don't fall asleep again out of Appa's saddle. That was stupid. You could have fallen off, she snapped at him, her voice precise again. Yes, ma'am, Aang said to her quickly, wishing to avoid conflict. He was too tired for a clash with Azula now. Sokka tossed and turned in his bed, kicking his blue satin sheets all around him so that he became hopelessly tangled. Unconsciously, his hand went up to the horrid scar running through his eye socket. As soon as his fingers made contact with the scar tissue, Sokka's one icy blue eye flicked open and he sat up with a start, but with his tangled sheets, he had been unable to stand and fell bodily to the wooden floor. Grumbling, he pushed himself up and pulled his legs from the knot of sheets. He stood next to his bed for a moment, holding his head as the remnants of his dream faded from his mind. He had to relive a particularly terrible experience that he did not want to see again. He washed the sweat off of his face with the water from a basin near his bed and crept out his door. He looked all around him for potential traps and tricks before walking down the hall. It was not the first time. During the course of his voyage, one of the crew members had been playing tricks on him and the other soldiers, and while Sokka had suspicions, he had no proof. He didn't worry too much about them, though. They were always harmless and done just for good humor. One time, he had been sipping his drink during mealtime and someone froze the water just as it made its way into his mouth, freezing the cup to his lips and stirring up a careful laugh from the other crew members. However, they only played these jokes on him when he was in a good mood. Nobody dared to do anything to him when he acted broody. He had suspicions that it could be Kinto, his lieutenant, and that his grandmother sometimes aided him. Again, he didn't mind some of the time. When he was younger, he and Kinto used to be fairly good friends, at least, as good of a friend that a prince would be with a clan chief's son. When they'd been younger they sometimes worked together to play pranks on others. The very same person that was on his mind nearly bumped into him in the woody hallway minutes later, clumsily saluting to his superior. Lady Kanna ordered me to report to you and see how you were feeling, sir, Kinto said, fumbling near the end. The waterbender was nearly the same age as Sokka, but the prince towered over him. Sokka grit his teeth when he noticed the young man staring openly at his scar again, which he did often. As such, his response was a little more aggressive than it should have been. I'm fine, he said gruffly, shoving the other waterbender to the side, into the wall. Really, did his stupid grandmother have to send someone to ask how he was feeling? Did she know how embarrassing she was? Did she know how much she made him look like a weakling in front of other people? But, he reasoned, he did get quite drunk the day before, during music night. As Sokka stomped down the hallway, Kinto silently fumed behind his back. Aang blew air into the mess of stakes, cloth, and wood, inflating the tent to completion. The three set up camp on a rocky outcropping that was more mountain than island, with 3 peaks creating a little valley that spilled out onto a black sand beach. The ground was weedy and had very few trees. It was fertile with new life, but still seemed empty of any significant overgrowth and barely any trees. Not a good place to gather supplies, but it was the only island they could find big enough land on, since Appa and his passengers were getting tired of flying. Aang himself felt ready to pass out from lack of sleep. This would have been a great place to practice firebending with Azula, but he just didn't have it in him. As Aang plopped down on a rock, he noticed Zuko stare up at one of the mountains and then kneel down to feel the ground. "What are you doing?" Aang asked him. The raven-haired boy inclined his head. "These aren't just regular mountains," said Zuko. "They're volcanoes." "How can you tell?" Azula asked, putting a hand on her hip. "How can you not tell?" Zuko said to her, standing up to look at his sister. "You live right by a volcano." Azula made an annoyed noise and rolled her eyes. "Well, the ground is black. Didn't you notice? This volcano erupted recently, maybe a year ago. New life is starting to sprout right now. I'm surprised things are growing," Aang said, kicking lightly at the ground. "Volcanic rock is fertile," Zuko said. "Things grow in it easily. Not a lot of people know that. My uncle told me. HMPH. Well, since you know so much, why don't you go look for wood for a fire?" Azula said to him, sliding her pinched fingers down one of her bangs. "Wait, aren't you guys worried that it might erupt again?" "I don't know if it's dormant," said Zuko, ignoring his sister and looking up at the mountain again. "We'll be fine," said Aang. "What are the chances of it erupting while we're here? We're only staying for a night." Zuko shrugged uneasily. "I guess so. Okay, go do your work now," Azula said to him, waving her hands to usher him off. "Well, I'm climbing to check if the volcano's dormant or not," Zuko said to her, his voice gruff as he wandered off. "Whatever," Azula mumbled behind his back. There was soot all over, stinging his eyes, choking him, shrouding him in unbearable heat. Something snapped inside of him. A moment later, all he saw was searing white. And his vision was replaced by a girl. It was someone he had never seen before, with black hair that reached the base of her neck, wide, kind gray eyes, her hand reaching out to him. But she was unreachable, distant. He tried to grasp her hand, but he fell into a burning lake of magma. He tried to shield himself feebly with his arms, but it did nothing as he shouted out and fell to his doom. Aang shot forward again with a gasp, and a moment later he heard a sound of alarm. He quickly regained his bearings, only to see that he shot out a burst of fire before awakening, and he had nearly burned Azula, who jumped back just in time. Apparently, he fell asleep sitting in a slumped position. "What was that for?" She bit at him. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I had another nightmare." He said the last part to her quietly. Azula relaxed her tensed muscles slightly. The sky blazed orange with the setting sun. "Another one? What is going on? What are they about?" she asked him, her voice coming out slow as if she had practiced this. "I don't think they'll stop until you talk about them." To Aang, her voice sounded unsure. He knew from experience that she wasn't used to this sort of thing. Aang grasped his head. "I don't know. I keep seeing this girl. I've seen her before, but I don't know where. Who is she?" "I don't know, but she seems really familiar, like I know her somehow." Aang stared down at his open palms, remembering reaching out to the girl, and falling. "The only dreams that I know are from when I found out I was the Avatar." "Well, that's a good thing, right?" she asked him, unsure. He looked into her face once, open, understanding, unusually kind, sort of like that girl, he thought. He looked into his hands again. "No, everything changed after that. The monks wanted to send me to a different air temple, the Western Temple, to complete my training. They separated me from everyone I loved," he said, feeling the pain of losing his people once again, as if it was still a fresh loss. Why were the spirits making him relive one of his worst moments in his dreams? "What did you do?" Azula asked him. Her voice was low, quiet, beckoning him to go on. Aang thrust out his fist in anger, unleashing a blast of flames. I ran away. Hey, have any of you guys ever wondered how Prince Sokka got that ugly scar? Kinto asked the rest of the men, sitting forward eagerly in his seat as they all sat around their lunch table. There was only one mess hall in the ship with one tiny table that barely any members of the crew could fit on. The cafeteria door opened with a creak. You really want to know? The Moonlit Mother asked them, striding into the small room. Each of the soldiers froze in their seats. I'm sorry, I didn't mean no disrespect. Kinto hurriedly apologized. It is okay, Kanna said gently, her aged face showing them a kind smile. You all deserve to know. I will tell you. No, said another voice from the doorway. It is my burden to share. I will tell them. Each of the warriors' heads, plus Kanna's, shot to the doorway to see Sokka walking into the room, where he leaned against the wall. Prince Sokka, I didn't mean to. It's fine, Gran, Sokka said, silencing her. He didn't look at any of his soldiers as he spoke. Sokka, young and unscarred and happy, walked along the docks of a port city in the Southern Water Tribe nestled in the northwestern mountains. He grinned with excitement as he prepared for his first test of manhood, the ice-dodging ritual. He looked up at the sky which blew favorable winds. The waters weren't too rough, either. He looked at all of the people around him and suddenly grew nervous. They were watching him and waiting for him to become a man. He was the absolute center of attention. Somewhere, his father was watching. Sokka hugged his fur coat closer as he boarded the wooden sailboat which was only large enough to be manned by one person. He gripped the rope tying his boat to the rickety dock and tried not to glance back at the crowd watching him from the salt cliffs that dripped with the melt of summer. Instead, he focused on the rope with his fumbling hands, slick and cold and covered in barnacles. The tides brushed up against the dock and the boat bobbed up and down, reminding Sokka to stay in tune with the push and pull. At least he didn't have to worry about the smell of low tide. Since he was a prince, more was expected of him. He would be doing this alone, without the help of his father, like all other boys his age. His father was far too important for something like this. Unsurprisingly, Sokka found himself not caring. He and Hakoda were never particularly close. Sokka unfurled the sails and gripped the rudder tightly. The strong winds pushed right up against his blue sails, complete with the Water Tribe insignia. It propelled him forward without the aid of waterbending, sailing towards the ice fields which were a short distance away. Large, sharp icebergs jutted out of the water, created by a team of waterbenders. His own grandmother was among them solely so she could support him. She waited on top of one, smiling encouragingly at him. She was his only family that was happy for him. The Water Prince pushed against the wooden rudder of the ship, turning the ship to the left to steer toward the icebergs that would soon become obstacles he would need to overcome. He held the rudder steady with one hand once the skiff was on course and used his other hand to waterbend the ship forward. In a short amount of time, he reached the ice field. Scores of other waterbenders stood at the tips of their own creations watching every detail of his trial. Sokka turned the rudder once, steering the ship to the right to avoid the first ice block. A quick turn to the left overcame the second. As he progressed further in, the icebergs became larger and closer together. The ice dodging became more difficult. He neared his grandmother's iceberg, which was the halfway point of the obstacle course, when he noticed her cheering silently for him, smiling widely, the wrinkles on her face stretching. At that moment, he barely noticed the two icebergs right in front of him, with scarcely enough space for his boat to go through. He grinned openly when he saw his grandmother, but he saw her beckoning wildly to the space in front of him. Sokka turned to look and his eyes widened with fear and panic. He wanted to hit himself for not paying attention and landing himself in this trap. He took both hands off the rudder and wheeled both of his arms, building up water underneath him to guide him safely over the iceberg. It was rough waterbending, and he was proud of himself for being able to accomplish it, but he had one tiny mistake that he completely forgot about, and ever since that day he regretted it constantly. Because of the running water beneath him, fighting against the regular current, the rudder was grabbed in its flow and abruptly turned, careening the ship off course. Sokka felt a moment of total lightheadedness as the boat suspended in midair, where it came to a crash a moment later in a head-on collision with an iceberg to his left. Sokka shouted out as the collision sent him flying into the freezing waters, the flimsy ship breaking to bits as it hit the iceberg. Sokka lifted his frozen limbs to the offending iceberg and pulled himself out of the cold water, but he nearly slipped when his gloved hands didn't grasp the ice correctly. He heard general gasps and confusion from everyone watching. Sokka felt his cheeks burning despite the cold around him and lowered his head in shame. He had failed. Very few had ever failed the ice-dodging ritual, especially royalty. His grandmother rushed over to him to help, but he pushed her away. She was not going to baby him anymore. Sokka's father was most displeased. Azula scoffed at his words, reverting instantly back to her old self. You ran away. For some reason, I can't see you doing that. You aren't a coward. Aang glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. I was weak and I was selfish, he admitted to himself. It was something he accepted long before, something he wished to purge from himself. It was why he was no longer an immature child. Azula crossed her arms. Go on. Aang's mind sought the memory of himself running from the Southern Air Temple, fleeing during the night of the terrible storm. Pain suddenly gripped its head, causing the young Avatar to yelp. He grabbed at his hair and fell to the ground on his knees, writhing as it felt like his head was being compressed on all sides. He opened his eyes, and then there was a flash. The airbender held his staff in one hand, regretfully replacing the scroll in his other on his wooden nightstand. There was a flash of lightning as he sadly looked out into the storm, preparing to fly away from his destiny. He wasn't prepared. He was afraid. He couldn't stop a war. He found himself lingering inside the window for too long. He laid a hand on the rain-splattered stone, prepared to go out into the night, get Appa, and leave. His bedroom door creaked open, and a quiet voice snuck in. Aang, are you in here? Aang turned toward the door, surprised to see Monk Gyatso come into his room. What are you doing? I can't stay here, Aang said quietly, not looking his mentor in the eyes. The old monk's eyes softened. And I can't go to the Western Air Temple. I've tried all I could to keep you here. I fought for you, Aang, but the monks insist on sending you there. I'm sorry, said Gyatso sadly, holding his arms at his sides and staring at the ground, almost like a scared child. Why did this happen? Why do I have to be the Avatar? The young boy asked him, staring imploringly at the old man. I can't do this. I'm the wrong person. I believe you were the best choice, Gyatso interrupted him. You are powerful, wise, strong, and you value all life. You will become a fully capable Avatar one day. It is your destiny. Aang held open his arms and hugged Gyatso, surrounded by the folds of his robe. I'm scared, Aang said, tears falling into his father figure's clothes. I don't know what to do. I don't want to leave everything I love behind. The monk embraced the boy. You are strong enough, Aang. You will go to the Western Air Temple and you will live a normal life. I will come to visit all the time. You promise? I promise. Thank you, Gyatso, said Aang, closing his eyes as tears rolled down his face. I didn't run, Aang said once the memory passed, holding his head as he stood up. What was going on? It was just like his earlier dreams of memories that weren't his. He had never experienced that before, but it felt like he had. He didn't know which memories were his and which were wrong anymore. You didn't? Azula asked him. Now, she stood much closer, her hand withdrawn from his shoulder once he turned away from her to look down the black sand beach. He had fallen unconscious once the new memory came. Now, just as he was speaking, more and more memories were laid out for him, like a road being revealed in the night by a series of lanterns. Gyatso stopped me. I went to the Western Air Temple. You failed your ice dodging? Kinto asked Sokka with eyes wide, sitting on the edge of his seat again. The Water Prince still stood at the head of the table and all eyes were on him. Even the cook, soup ladle held in midair, had frozen with anticipation. Yes, I did, Sokka said curtly, stealing a glance at his grandmother. Her face was a sad, guilt-ridden one. My father deemed that I was a sorry excuse for a man and gave me another chance to prove myself. A trial by combat. The crew's eyes widened. Sedna against the Emperor? Kinto asked with a gasp. Not Sedna, just a waterbending duel. I was not afraid, Sokka said to them. There was a fine distinction between Sedna, performed on canoes to settle disagreements, and a regular waterbending duel. I had shamed myself, my father, and my tribe and needed to prove my manhood. Against your own father? How did you? That's not important, Sokka cut across Kinto's question. Later that night, I faced my father in an arena of battle. The arena was a large, rectangular platform of ice surrounded by a moat of water neatly cut in the ice. Two warriors, both of them royalty, stood on opposite ends of the arena, dressed like traditional waterbenders prepared for battle in the wolf helms to represent their clan. There was one difference: long, Pure white ermine tails hung from their shoulders, ending in black tips. For hundreds of years, waterbenders wore the tails as a symbol of their bravery and honor in these traditional battles, used to settle differences. Spectators lined up outside of their arena in the water, sitting on the natural, icy rock that jutted from the snowy, barren wastelands. "Prove yourself as a man instead of an embarrassment," said Water Emperor Hakoda, falling into a waterbending stance. Sokka gulped. Those words chilled him to this very day. "You're weak. You've always been weak. How can you expect to one day lead this tribe when you're softer than most women?" Hakoda drew water from the moat around them and sent it at Sokka, but it was just a small attack, a test. He easily redirected to the side. Sokka was not starting off the battle easily like his father. He was going to put everything he had into it. He lifted his arms slowly, converting the ice beneath him to water, throwing his arms forward and sending it across the floor to his father. Ice jutted from the ground in front of Hakoda, blocking the water. A moment later, a single spike shot up in front of the Emperor and he broke it off from the ground, holding it in his hands like a sword. Sokka punched another stream of water out at Hakoda, but the older man dodged to the side, ready to swing his blade up close. Rough and ruthless, the son's attacks were weak and unfocused, ungraceful and clumsy. His father brought the battle to close range, swinging his icy sword without care for holding back anymore. Sokka stepped back with each swipe, his waterbending attacks becoming panicked and inaccurate. He didn't want to be a disappointment. Didn't want to embarrass his father more than he embarrassed himself. He knew from the start that he had no chance of winning this. Hakoda only wanted to teach him a lesson. To shame him and spur him on to do better next time. He didn't know his father would go this far, that he'd aim to draw blood. Hakoda, tired of his son's movements, brought up his free hand to shoot a concentrated blast of water at Sokka. The prince's eyes widened as the attack hit him in the chest, causing him to fall back and land painfully on the ice. Sokka watched his father, defenseless, as Hakoda raised the ice sword into the air, ready to strike. The blade fell, cutting across the boy's face. Blood spurted into the air and a piercing scream ripped through the night. "So that's what happened," Kinto said to himself. "I always thought it was a fishing accident. No, those are the scars on my thumbs. But now you know," said Sokka, crossing his arms in front of him. He closed his eye. "After the fight, I was shamed and humiliated and scarred even worse. I left the Southern Water Tribe in my own self-imposed exile. I will return only when I find the Avatar to restore my own honor in the eyes of my people. I have to do something right. The Avatar gives you hope," Kinto said to him, his face not stern or jeering or sly as it usually was. Sokka didn't reply. "But I don't get it," Azula said to him. "Why do you seem surprised that you went to the Western Air Temple? You're acting as if you're finding this out for the first time yourself." Aang gave her a fixed stare, wondering just how clever Azula really was. Lately, she had been picking up on things, some of which he wasn't supposed to know. She easily spotted his odd behavior, especially when it came to talking about Sokka. The truth was that he was finding these things out for the first time. They were directly connected to the reason why he was found in the Fire Nation this time, instead of the Southern Water Tribe, that much he could tell. The information was coming to him slowly, probably injected into him by the spirits to fit in this new world, a fabrication and nothing more. Right now, Aang realized, he would have to face a very tough decision. "I can't tell you the answer to that," he said to her, bowing his head. "Why not?" She scowled as if offended. "Because I don't think you're ready for the truth. I'll just say that I'm learning new things about myself with these memories I'm telling you about." "Why? What happened? Did you lose your memory?" she asked. Aang looked to the sky, brilliantly splayed with orange and pink of the setting sun, trying to decide how much he should tell her. "I guess you can say that," he said. "Finally, why won't you tell me?" Her voice came out harsh, but then it softened a little. "Don't you trust me?" "No, I do," Aang reassured her quickly. She seemed as if he had betrayed her. "It's just that it would be difficult for me. I don't think that I'm ready." "Can you believe that?" Azula let out a long, low sigh. "I suppose so." Gyatso had brought Aang himself to the Western Air Temple to complete his training. Once they finally went, Aang grew excited. Gyatso would come to see him all the time, he promised, and monks like Gyatso never went back on their promises, and he'd make plenty of new friends. The Western Air Temple was one of his favorites, mostly because of the way it was unique. He had seen it a few times before in his life, and every time he saw the temple the view was never any less magnificent. He was welcomed to the temple wholeheartedly by the nuns who lived and worked there. Since the Western Air Temple was mainly for girls and women, every occupant over the age of 5 was female. Other than Aang, the only boys were the babies and very young children, too young to formally begin their airbender training. A group of girls stood near the central water fountain of the temple grounds. Next to him, Gyatso gave him a nudge, a wink, and a gesture to the girls, who were all around his age. Aang brightened as his mentor conversed with the nuns. "Hi, I'm Aang, nice to meet you," the boy said, walking over to them with a happy grin. The knot of girls looked at each other, giggled, and walked away, blushing back at him. Aang scratched his bald head. What did I do wrong? He wondered to himself. Hi there, my name's Sangmu. Welcome to our temple, said another girl, walking over to him. Unlike the others, she didn't giggle, but had a bright smile and wide, welcoming gray eyes. Her black hair was mostly loose and hanging to her neck, with 2 pieces tied into braids that framed her face. She seemed like silk in sunlight. I'm, Aang, the boy managed to say, not realizing he had repeated himself. Suddenly, he felt very hot and pulled at the neck of his clothes. I heard some rumors that the Avatar was supposed to come live with us. I guess he's you, isn't he? The girl named Sangmu said, leaning towards him. Aang immediately slumped his shoulders. He didn't want a repeat of the incident with his friends back at the Southern Air Temple. Would everyone he met alienate him now? Treat him differently than they normally would? Yeah, I guess. Well, what's wrong? Sangmu asked him, concerned. I don't want to be the Avatar. Nobody talks to me after they find out. You saw those girls a few minutes ago, said Aang sadly. I don't think it matters, the girl said. You're still a normal person to me. You're not any different from any other human being. Aang grinned broadly. Thank you, I really needed that. Sangmu smiled, her gaze sympathetic. Come on, let me show you our all-day echo chamber. Aang thought back to the memory he just witnessed, thinking about the airbender, Sangmu. He made a good friend in her, he realized. Thinking ahead to the memories that stretched out before him, he was sad that this Aang, the one he was now, didn't truly get to know her. He would have liked to see her again, but he knew her sad fate. So you met a girl. Big deal, Azula said, inspecting her nails. We became closer the next few days, Aang continued. I even brought her down to the Fire Nation to meet my friend Kuzan. It was lots of fun. We were each other's only friends in the Western Air Temple. That's who the firebender was from his dreams. It was Kuzan, intelligent golden eyes, black hair in a topknot, clothes of a noble and all. But what happened? Seryu's moon. The waterbenders went after the Western Air Temple first for the start of the war. I wasn't there or anywhere near strong enough yet to protect them, my own people, none of the other children. Lightning flashed through the stormy sky as torrents of rain fell onto the temple grounds. 2 moons, one shining silver and the other a deep blue, hung in the sky, omnipresent, looming. The canyon was far from peaceful, it had been gripped by war. Children, please, leave. One of the nuns was shouting to them. Take the younger ones with you. They must stay safe. Some of the older girls gathered up the younger kids, trying to hold back tears to stay strong. They ushered them to the bison stables. Some of them blasted away water tribe soldiers with winds when they came near. Other warriors wrapped the stone pillars with ice, ripping them down to take the whole temple off of the cliffside. Water was all around them and they used it to their advantage. Aang watched the grotesque and horrifying powers of the waterbenders as they manipulated the liquids inside of other people, killing them in the most gruesome of ways. The addition of a second moon overpowered their waterbending, enabling them to do things that were nearly impossible. Nuns were being slaughtered before Aang's very eyes. He stayed behind, away from the other girls. Sister Maya, let me fight. Aang yelled to the nun, who sent blasts of air at a soldier, knocking him off the cliff. I'm the Avatar, I have to do something. He was an airbending master. He could fight, protect them, go to safety with the children. I'm fighting too, a voice yelled to them. Sangmu ran up to Aang's side. Kuzan's here, he'll help us. The action around them paused as Sister Maya turned to them, hands on Aang's and Sangmu's shoulders. Kuzan stood behind them, ready to fight, fire wreathing his fists even as the rain threatened to quench them. Listen to me, Aang. You are the world's last hope now. You cannot die here. Escape to safety with your friends. I will not sit there idly while my home is being destroyed. Sangmu yelled, and she was such a far cry from the gentle girl Aang thought he knew that it shocked him. These are my people, and I will not let them fall. Aang, Sangmu, let's go. She's right, these people are too strong for us, said Kuzan, the voice of reason as always. Let's get out of here and live to fight another day. They are doing their duty. Now we have to do ours. How can you say that, Kuzan? Sangmu turned to him, shocked. These soldiers are very powerful waterbenders. Kuzan shouted to her, shooting a fist of flame at a warrior who got too close. Only Aang is a master bender out of the three of us. It'd be wiser to get out of here while we still can. Aang breathed deeply and clutched his staff. Kuzan, I think you're right. Come on, Sangmu, we have to leave now. Aang, how could you give in so easily? The girl asked, her voice laced with hurt. And for the first time ever, Aang burst into anger at the girl he thought he loved. This is the hardest decision I've ever made in my life. He shouted, a thunderclap booming through the air. We have no other choice. Sister Maya left them to fight off more warriors to protect the place she loved. Sangmu wrenched her eyes away from the fighting and shut them with pain. I don't want to do this, she said quietly, tears threatening to fall from her eyes. But you're right, Aang. There will be time to fight later. Aang gripped her hand as a form of reassurance for them both. Sangmu held out her other hand to Kuzan, who grabbed it. Let's go. The other children were already gone by the time the trio got to their bison. Sangmu boarded her own alone while Aang and Kuzan got on Appa. They flew into the sky, away from the death and carnage of the raid on the Western Air Temple. Each thunderclap made the three wince in fear. The trip to the mainland of the Fire Nation was painfully short and silent. They were confused and scared. They slept in a sea cave near the shore of the Fire Nation, the ocean lapping up against the nearby cliffside. Sleep claimed Aang and Kuzan easily, but before he fell asleep, Aang saw Sangmu through half-lidded eyes as she looked out of the mouth of the cave to the storm outside. When Aang awoke to what he presumed was the next day, it was hard to tell, because the storm continued to rage. He found a letter rolled up near him on a rock. Noticing that Sangmu was missing from her bedroll, he snatched it up and read. Aang and Kuzan, I don't know if you two will ever see me again, but the Water Tribe's attack on our people can't be ignored. I didn't know how you felt, Aang, until it happened to me. My people are dead, but I'm going to take action. I am going to defeat Water Chief Seryu myself. I have to do this. I'm sorry. Goodbye, Sangmu. Aang was out of that cave in seconds. He was soaked to the bone again, flying through the dark sky. There was so much rain. He had never seen more in his life. Appa's reins slipped beneath his fingers. He gripped them tighter, taking the quickest route to the Southern Water Tribe. He had to catch up to Sangmu, he couldn't be far behind her. He flew low to the ground, rising in altitude only when he passed over a range of mountains. In his single-minded determination he completely ignored the fact that one of them belched smoke into the air and he didn't notice it until Appa passed through it. The smell of sulfur was thick, immediately causing his eyes to burn and blur and making him choke. He tried to bring Appa higher, but the bison, as large as he was also getting rapidly weaker. He had to get out of the smoke, out of the heat. It was everywhere. Somewhere beneath him, or was it above? Around. He had no sense of direction anymore. There was a loud crack that permeated through the air. Aang felt his grip on reality loosen, felt nothing around him, nothing at all. And then came the immense, raw power. The wind spun around the boy in a protective sphere, his eyes and tattoos glowing the purest white. But it was a worthless effort. His large and heavy bison kept falling. The Avatar, not quite Aang anymore but a vessel of spirits, felt only an unknown connection to the falling creature, ready to meet its doom. The floating Avatar swooped down and enveloped the creature in protective winds, just as the lava all around them jumped up as if trying to reclaim its treasure. The Avatar's hands moved, seeing no other way out except for in, bending the burning hot magma around him, melding it together with the light of the Avatar spirit, creating a ruby-like firestone that would not be found for 100 years. And the next thing I knew, I was, well, me. I took over his life. You woke me up. The other air temples got attacked right after the western one. Yeah, and then you attacked me, Azula said. Right, Aang agreed with a grin. Aang fixed his stare on the ground, between his feet. In all reality, Aang had taken over a different person's life. He chose to look at the Aang of this world as a different person, because in all honesty, they were. Aang of the world where the Fire Nation ruled was more mature, more used to war, had taken over this Aang's body and memories. Well, that's off your chest now, right? Azula asked him curtly. I hope for all of our sakes that you won't have those nightmares anymore. You know I can't guarantee that, Azula, he said to her. Because truthfully, I didn't get anything off my chest. The hurt and the pain of losing my friends and family is still there, thanks to a different Azula. He wanted to tell her, but he couldn't. It was not her burden to bear. Azula suddenly tensed and clutched her rock seat with both hands. Wait, did you just feel that? Aang lifted his head. No, what was it? The ground is shaking. It's been happening for a while and I thought I only imagined it. Something's happening, she said, her voice not betraying an inch of panic. We need to leave. Okay, I'll go find Zuko, said Aang. As he stood up to grab his staff, all hell broke loose. With a violent explosion that shook the whole island, the volcano erupted. Black, sooty smoke gushed into the air as molten rock exploded from the volcano's rim and seeped down the mountainside. Aang gaped in horror at the natural disaster, but then quickly gathered his wits. He had faced a volcano down before and won. The other time, he was not so lucky, but he had totally different experiences to help him. Azula, get Appa and Sabi and leave the island now. I'm going to find Zuko, Aang ordered, snapping open his glider. Don't tell me what to do. She snapped at him. If you don't listen to me right now, you will die and I won't be able to do anything about it, he said, standing his ground with the sternest voice he could manage. He spun the glider to summon an updraft and flew off. Aang was immediately reminded of the incident at Mount Makapu. However, this time he was not trying to protect a town full of people, he was going to save 2 others and let this natural disaster run its course. He called out loudly for Zuko, but the moment he opened his mouth his throat felt hoarse and burned from the smoke, which seemed to be all around him already. Aang circled around the volcano, searching for the figure of Zuko. He continued to shout despite the pain and the heat. He snapped his glider shut and swung it around himself, clearing some of the smoke away with a blast of wind. In the brief respite, he finally saw Zuko crouched on a rocky precipice on the verge of unconsciousness. The lava crept toward him but Aang knew the heat must be too much to bear. The airbender swooped down on his friend and blasted more fierce winds at the steadily falling lava, rapidly cooling it into volcanic rock, giving them a little more time. Come on, Zuko, get on my glider, the younger boy ushered him. Weakly, the pale-faced yet soot-covered older boy complied and climbed on the outstretched wings. As soon as he was set, Aang kicked off of the precipice, seeking cleaner air. I told you so, Zuko croaked. Yeah, sorry Zuzu, Aang said to him, smiling even though the older boy couldn't see. Hey, don't call me that, said Zuko with a semblance of a grin. She couldn't help but to admire him. He was so strong in the face of danger, so ready to defend his friends and to stand up to them at the same time. He was powerful, there was no doubt about that. Whenever she was around the boy, she couldn't help but feel weaker. He sometimes had that effect on her, so she had to prove that she was strong, too. And then there was that mysterious air enshrouding him. Even though he had just spilled his past to her moments before, there was something he was keeping from her, and she knew it. She saw it in his eyes whenever he looked at her. Did she remind him of someone? Someone he had lost, someone he loved. She quickly realized that she was kidding herself. Aang was too young for true love. Then again, he was unusually mature for his age. Azula sat on Appa's head as the bison hovered in midair, waiting for his master and her brother. She smiled with a semblance of relief as she saw Aang's glider emerge from the black smoke. Sokka stared into the water, watching the wake of his ship as it cut through the sea. He leaned against the balustrade, brooding about the past he had just spilled to his entire crew. It was as if he reopened a painful wound and not the one on his eye, and it made him think of what could have been. What if he had a loving father, one that respected him as a warrior, a bender, and a man? He heard footsteps approaching behind him and recognized them as his grandmother's. No, those are just foolish hopes and dreams, the sort of thing only she would think of, Sokka thought to himself. You don't have to apologize, Sokka said to the old woman before she could speak, turning his head away from her. I know what I did. You had nothing to do with it. It was all my fault, Sokka, the woman said, her voice full of emotion. I was the reason why you failed, why you were exiled, why you were shamed. I distracted you during your ice dodging, something I regret to this very day. It wasn't your fault, Gran. He couldn't help the high pitch that came out. You don't understand. You will never understand. It was my fault and mine alone. Please, just leave me alone. Very well, Prince Sokka, she said with a quick bow, backing away from him with her eyes closed. Sokka turned to look back in the water, reflecting the silvery light of the moon. His grandmother would never understand that he could never blame her for what happened on that day. He may have been distracted when he saw her on that iceberg, but he was far too happy to see her supporting him to care. She was one of the few people that ever did genuinely care for him. And that was what mattered. Aang and Zuko landed right on Appa as he flew from the volcanic eruption. Zuko immediately started coughing, but he was alive and unhurt. Aang knew he would be fine. Instead, the young Avatar thought about his airbender friend from the memories, Sangmu. He wondered where she went, who she was, why she did it. The air nomads were never people to seek revenge. Did blind rage get in the way of that? Was she long dead now? Probably. All of his people were. Naively, for a short time, he entertained the hope that she could be alive somewhere, but it was impossible. He turned his thoughts to the reason why he couldn't tell Azula the full truth, where he was from, who she truly was, and how he knew her. He watched her curl up in the saddle to sleep after the long day and decided that he couldn't place that burden on her. Instead, as he always did and hated himself for doing, he ran away from the problem. One day, he knew, he would have to tell his friends the truth. And he feared that the day might not be long in coming. For the 5th time that morning, Aang's body shuddered with coughs and he rubbed at his stinging eyes. Next to him, Zuko was in much the same condition, but he looked considerably paler than normal with a red ring around his eyes from irritation. Both boys performed their chores around camp with sluggish movements, far below the standard Azula expected of them, and when Aang tripped over a knot of buttress roots and fell flat on his face she had enough. She couldn't even find it in her to laugh at him. Azula just looked at them with an exasperated sigh. What is wrong with you two today? You're both pathetic. Another fit of coughs racked Zuko's body, so Aang spared him from answering, giving him a concerned glance. It's probably all the ash and soot from the volcano yesterday, Aang rasped, trying to help Azula set up camp, but failing miserably in his attempt to get the sleeping rolls out of Appa's saddle. My throat hasn't stopped burning. I can barely see. Maybe if you stopped complaining you'd be able to deal with it, Azula said, rolling her eyes. But I suppose I'll have to take care of you two for a while. Through his puffy eyes, Aang gave her an appreciative smile. But only until you're better. She quickly amended. She had a reputation to uphold and did not want them to get the impression that she could be compassionate and nurturing. Aang fell back into Appa's fur in relief just as Zuko did the same. Azula was just as near the volcano as we were, Zuko said to Aang, but loud enough for his sister to hear. How come she didn't get sick? Because I'm a firebender, and firebenders don't get sick, Azula said to him, sitting on one of the roots as she prodded at a campfire nestled in the largest gap of them. The grove they'd chosen for their camp would hide the smoke from their fire well, sheltered by a canopy of trees so that even their proximity to a water tribe fortress wouldn't cause an issue. Aang frowned when he spotted her pointed insult but he ignored it. Well, no matter what the reasons are, me and Zuko are too sick to travel, said Aang, his voice weak. Azula, could you please go find some medicine? I suppose I could pick up more of the slack around here, Azula said, fetching their map and secretly enjoying every minute of it. Once they recovered, she hoped to milk the fact that she carried their weight around camp for all it was worth. She first looked for their position on the map of the Fire Nation's inner islands, a riverbank surrounded on all sides by forest, and then searched for the nearest town. Trying her best to hide the fact that her brother knew more about maps than she didn't rotate the map too much as she pinpointed her destination. There may be a village not too far from here, she said after a few moments of searching. And, Aang asked hopefully, gesturing for her to continue. And I guess it won't be too much of an effort to find someone to help. Aang grinned, but was seized by another spasm of coughs and rolled onto his side. They are the greatest swordsmen in the land, Chief Commander Vike, Bato argued. Bato and the chief of the Albatross clan disputed atop the walls of an impregnable fortress located in what used to be the capital city of the Fire Nation back during the time of the first Fire Lords. Decades ago, the city had fallen into ruin and now the Water Nation occupied the inactive volcano, building a fortress out of an ancient prison tower nestled in the rim of the caldera. You are wasting their skills by making them act as mere guards for our stronghold in the Fire Nation. You already have scores of men under your command. They should be after the Avatar. The Kokan samurai are not under your command, Chief Bado. They serve my army and not the war fleets. Your request has been denied. A stout man who looked like a wall of muscle, Vikey's skills as a warrior had been respected since Bado was only a boy. One of the most victorious commanders of inland battles, a rarity among the tribes, and a non-bender, Vike obstinately held the fortress from the Golden City forces to the north and Jia Duan to the south. Their skills are perfectly suited to assassination and capture. Vike, said to have the ability to slice an enemy to bits with seemingly a single swing of their sword, or to disable any part of the body, cut wounds without leaving any blood. Native to a region in the Chuya Islands of the South Sea, they hailed from a proud warrior tradition predating the empire, and had been loyal to it since the beginning. Now, it was said that a certain amount of waterbenders numbered in their ranks, bolstering their power further. The Kokan samurai are assigned to me, Captain, so I know their capabilities well. Vike cut across him firmly, pulling his rank to make Bado stand down. He went back to sharpening the teeth of his enormous whalebone club, Vikey's signature weapon. Bado turned away, his arms folded, brain churning for another idea. If Vike had been a waterbender, he could just challenge him to Sedna, but that route was closed to him. However, the timely arrival of a messenger falcon interrupted that train of thought, which perched on Vikey's arm, and when he read the scroll his scowl deepened. Bado had an idea of what it might have said, but he wanted to hear it. What does it say? You already went over my head and petitioned the Council of Elders, didn't you? Vike asked, curling up the scroll. Hands folded behind his back, Bado turned toward the old prison tower and smirked. Now, then, he said. As I was saying, the Kokan samurai will be deployed to hunt the Avatar and anyone who would aid him. Above the walls behind them, a blue mask edged out of the shadows, unseen. Azula followed the flow of the river near their camp, traveling on foot in a dour mood because the stupid bison refused to let her take the reins and leave his master behind. The village was a mile or so downriver, cradled right between a fork on a muddy riverbank. Before she entered the village, which was little more than a cluster of houses, Azula took a step back to analyze it. It took the untrained strategist a matter of minutes to spot the many flaws in the creation of the village, mostly because of where it was placed. While indeed it was wise that the people built the village where it was surrounded on three sides by water, the whole back of the village was left open to attack. In addition, if someone or a group of someones were to attack from the palm trees that bordered the river, the attackers would have an obvious advantage of height and camouflage. Despite being a good natural defense in most scenarios, the primary threat for this riverside village would be a waterbender attack. If fire was added into the mix, the wooden buildings and thatched roofs would burn in a matter of moments. That was what Azula loved most about fire, her element. It burned everything in its way until there was no opposition left. She was glad to be a firebender. But she also supposed that this village was lucky to have nothing of value for the water tribes, or it likely would have been conquered long ago. Azula sauntered over the flimsy wooden bridge spanning the thinnest part of the river to enter the village perimeter. Once inside, she paused a moment to take a closer look. They had one enclosure for livestock and another for a pair of old, battered Komodo rhinos, though most of the animals grazed freely in the tall grass at the river's edge. With no more than a dozen homes and a handful of businesses besides, she found it to be a pitiful excuse for a village so close to the ancient capital. It scarcely seemed better than her own, with all the buildings closest to the river elevated up on stilts to prevent flooding. Half of the buildings had roofs made from dried palm leaves or wood chips and terracotta tiles. The moment the water tribes or a pirate ship so much as looked in this village's direction, they'd fall under their dominion. Oh well, it wasn't her problem. Villagers barely paid her any mind as she carefully walked around the mud puddles dotting the road. Azula didn't expect such a small village to have any healers or physicians, but it was common practice for the innkeeper to have some degree of medical expertise, so she hoped they at least had that. She discovered it quickly enough. This inn seemed to double as the village's tavern, which advertised a sweet palm wine as their local specialty. How quaint. Where's the innkeeper? Azula asked as she strode inside. I need to know now. She looked around at the two occupants, one, a stern-looking old lady, and the second, a younger woman with thick brown hair that fell over most of her back. Both glanced up at her as she entered and then turned back to their bowls of soup without a care for the intrusion. The old woman sat behind the counter overlooking the rest of the establishment and its scattering of tables and stools. Behind her, a collection of theater masks hung on the walls, staring and glaring at the new arrival. The meaty broth that the old woman tended to smelled like the most appetizing thing Azula had eaten in weeks. "Do you happen to be some princess of a faraway land?" the old woman asked, clasping her hands together around a soup ladle with a puckered face like she had eaten something sour. Her voice came out raspy with age. Azula put her hands on her hips. "What sort of question is that? No. Then don't walk around like you own the world and respect your elders." The old lady reprimanded her. "I'm the innkeeper. What do you want? My son can show you to a room, wherever that good for nothing." Azula sneered at the old crone in front of her and interrupted before she could continue. "I don't need a room. My friends are out there." She gestured to the world outside, sick and waiting for a cure. "Do you happen to know one?" Azula asked her, long past caring about how rude she came across. She quickly listed the symptoms her brother and the Avatar had, counting them off on her fingers. "Bah, that's all you need," the crone scoffed, squinting her eyes. "Just make some tea out of fire lilies. Even the hog monkeys know that." She shuffled behind the counter and threw a sachet of herbs at her. "And put that in there, too." Azula barely contained her anger. "And where can I get these fire lilies? Where on earth do you live? The South Pole? They're those little red flowers you see all over the place. Now get out of here, scram." And then the old woman started swinging the soup ladle at her, chasing Azula out of the inn while the second woman watched silently. "You crazy old witch," Azula yelled once the door was slammed in her face. The firebender turned around on the spot, took a deep breath, and straightened her hair back into its proper place. "Well, that was quite rude," she said to herself. She quickly left the town and ventured into the forest, eager to get the fire lilies to her brother and friends so she could finally make this day end. Azula was never a girl who favored flowers. She did not care to memorize all of their names, or point out their beauty as she walked by. She did not pick them and put them in her hair. She did not enjoy their fragrances or wear them as perfumes. But her mother absolutely loved them. Azula remembered how often her mother had picked them, when she was very little, in the flower shop her mother owned. Now that she thought of it, her mother owned several masks just like the innkeeper as well. She was always so happy to be there, and Azula loved being with her. Just like fire was Azula's element, flowers belonged to her mother. But when the Water Nation came, everything changed. Azula remembered that day with vivid clarity despite how young she had been. She remembered running to her mother's flower shop, worrying for her mother and all of the flowers and praying to the twin volcano spirits for protection. She remembered the smells, the sounds of shouting and wood splintering under the weight of ice blocks. But when she got to the shop, she found the flowers all withered and dead and dry, and their mother was discovered later, drowned in the lake outside the village, swallowed up by the waterbenders. Flowers that she always held in her sleeves and the inner pockets of her robes floated in the water next to her like a funerary offering. Picking the fire lilies was a solemn affair. She had picked several handfuls of them and stuffed them in her sleeves, unaware of how many she'd need but taking as much as she could carry just in case. She had her arms folded as she began her trek back to camp. Her eyes stung but her face had managed to stay dry. She didn't like to think of her mother. It made her feel weak, like if she'd been a better firebender her mother could have been saved. The fronds of a nearby palm tree rustled in a peculiar way that startled Azula from her memories and gave her the feeling that she wasn't alone. If someone was foolish enough to watch her or spy on her she would make them regret it. Tucking her arms in, she took a deep breath and focused her energy, spreading them wide and releasing an arc of flame that licked at the tree line. The fire dissipated before it burned the trees, but the flames gave her enough light to see the glint of a blade just as it came swinging at her. Azula threw herself to the ground, throwing her hands above her head as a form of protection. Whether it was instinct or pure luck she didn't know, but she managed to avoid that first attack and turn her duck into a roll, and she gracefully landed on her feet. She faced her opponent. She found herself faced by a man garbed in pure white, loose-fitting clothing, a traditional kimono with the frosty blue outline of a chrysanthemum pattern dancing down to the hem. He wielded a long katana, the biggest one that Azula had ever seen, with grace unfitting for such a large weapon. His face was impassive and cold. Two more samurai that dressed exactly like him made themselves visible on tree branches surrounding her. "Who are you?" Azula demanded. The man didn't answer, opting to go after her with the flat side of his sword. Azula quickly sidestepped and jabbed at him with fingers wreathed in flames, but he ducked and swept out the flat side of his blade again, this time at her legs. She toppled but did not give up. She was no master, but she wouldn't go down so easily, her pride depended on it. From her position on the ground, she unleashed a furious, orange blaze from her fingertips, but with a single swing of his sword, the man cut the fire in two and let it fade away harmlessly on either side of him. He walked up to her calmly as no more than a dozen similar white shapes hopped down from their positions in the trees. Her subsequent blast was dispelled by a shield of water, and the next thing she knew, one of them encased her from the neck down in an ice crystal with a swing of his hoarfrost blade. One of the samurai promptly bashed her over the head with the flat side of his blade, and she dreamed of flowers and her mother. The first thing she felt upon waking was intense pain centered around her head and her ankles. She let out a small moan of pain and weakly tried to open her eyes. She blinked away the blurriness, unable to rub her eyes. The first thing she noticed was that she had been bound by her hands and feet, which were outstretched at her sides and firmly held in place against a stone wall in iron chains. She had also been held behind iron bars in a cell lit only by a single torch. A calm and all too familiar voice spoke out to her. "Ah, our little friend is awake," said Bato, appearing in her line of sight with a smirk. Azula shook her shackles. "What's going on? How dare you?" she said, staring him resolutely in the eyes. Two Water Nation warriors with twisting buffalo yak horns and blue leather armor flanked him on either side. How could she have allowed herself to get captured by this fool? "You hear that, boys? How dare we capture her? I'm afraid we can't let you go yet, princess. Your usefulness hasn't yet outdone itself," said Bato, his blue eyes glinting with deviousness. She narrowed her eyes at him. "Not that I don't like being referred to as royalty, but why did you call me that?" Bato shrugged. "Isn't that what your headpiece was meant to be? A crown? You may be descended from those old Fire Nation royals, so this is a homecoming of sorts for you, isn't it? Centuries ago your Fire Lord ancestors used to keep their palace right here in this caldera." Azula averted her glare and let out a huff. "I had a bit of an idea. So is that it, then? I'm a valuable hostage," she scoffed. "You don't even have the crown anymore to prove my status. Sokka does, doesn't he?" "Not as valuable as you think," he said, rolling his eyes with a sigh. "Let's not get too full of ourselves, now. What do you want, then?" she asked him, punctuating every word with hatred. "The Avatar, of course," Bato answered offhandedly. "But you're the next best thing." "Oh, why's that? If I'm not royalty, then what's so special about me?" Bato smirked again, and in that moment, Azula felt a slight tinge of fear. "You are, shall we say, the bait." If she could, Azula would have slapped her forehead. How could she have been so stupid? Now if Aang was captured, it was going to be all her fault. "It's a pretty faulty plan, if you ask me," she said, thinking quickly. "Capturing one of the Avatar's allies to lure him in. Compared to him, I'm expendable. And I don't know if you realized, genius, but he has no idea where I am now or where I went." He scowled at her. "Well, that is not your only purpose." Azula looked up at him again. What did he want? "We need information," he said, suddenly drawing closer to her. He gestured dismissively to his warriors on the other side of the metal bars. "Leave us." They complied. Bato flicked open his water pouch and drew out a thin stream of water, which swirled into an orb that floated just above his palm. "What are you doing?" Azula asked, panic and fear edging into her voice. "Tell me where the Avatar is," Bato said, his eyes turning hard and distant and cold. Like ice. "No jokes or jests or clever quips now, if you please. I really don't have patience for those. We went over this last time. I'm not going to tell you," Azula said curtly, turning her head to look away from him. Immediately after the words were out of her mouth, the globe enveloped her whole head before she could draw in a breath. She screwed her mouth shut and stared at him with wide eyes. She wanted to firebend but couldn't. Firebending came from the breath, as Uncle had told her once, and she couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything to fight back. Her chest pumped with force of trying to breathe, and just before she was about to inhale a mouthful of water, the globe fell away. Heaving in lungfuls of air, she glared at him with more hatred than she ever felt in her life. She tugged against the shackles and flames burst from her hands, harmless to Bato, which infuriated her further. "Let me down so you can fight me fair, you coward. How long will it take for your lips to be loosened? Or shall I cut them?" He used his other hand to pull a strand of water away from his globe, which froze into a dagger. "You'll find that water is so adaptable. There's so much we can do today. And the next day. And the next. At least until you deign to talk to a simple peasant like me, princess." She stared at the ice but said nothing. The water surrounded her head again, but she took a deep breath this time and stared at him through the water, his distorted face rippling to make him look deranged. Her lungs burned. She started to feel dizzy, but once again before she took in a breath he pulled the water away. As she gulped in air, which never tasted so sweet, in an attempt to catch her breath, he covered her again and she felt her body seize up with panic. She tried to force it down, unwilling to give him the satisfaction of seeing her fear, but she felt its talons clawing at her regardless. She knew enough that panicking would expend her precious breath faster. Her vision blurred. She pulled against the shackles so hard that her wrists screamed in pain along with her lungs. He pulled the water away again and she choked out the fluid that had gotten into her lungs. It almost felt like fire, and Azula had the absurd observation that the elements were more alike than she had thought if water could make her feel a burning like that. "Are you ready to talk yet?" Bato asked. She spit at him, but he held up his hand and it stopped in midair and he flicked it away. "Nice try," he said. "But saliva is made of water." "He's going to the Earth Kingdom," she choked out. "We all are." "And why is that?" "He's trying to find an earthbending master," Azula lied. "Do you think me a fool? I know the order of the Avatar cycle. He needs to master firebending first," Bato said, anger inching its way into his voice. She hung her head as she took in deep breaths. "Do you remember what I said last time? I'm Aang's firebending master." His response came out brusque. "Liar. I've seen your bending. You are no master, just a fire savage." The water enclosed around her head again, pressing it back against the stone wall behind her. The motion exposed her neck to him and that made her feel more vulnerable than anything. The water dropped in temperature and she felt a weight plunge in her stomach when she saw ice forming along the edge of the water globe, and the horror set in when she realized she could meet the same end her mother did. The moment night fell, the figure was on the move. Tonight was perfect for stealth. The silvery moon dipped low enough to just barely peek over the lip of the caldera. A thick veil of mist rolled in the moment before the figure's arrival. Barely stopping to regard the walls that had been topped with whale walrus tusks and seal bones to resemble spikes, the figure darted to the edge of the torchlight and climbed up the caldera's wall using the uneven foot and handholds naturally part of the stone. They easily slipped around the warrior guards, their movements lithe and footsteps silent as they entered the complex and made their way to the tower at the back of it. With its multiple tiers and ramps coiling around to the top, the old prison tower converted into a fortress had been remarkably simple to infiltrate so far. Escaping from it would be the more difficult part. Once inside the complex, the figure kept to the shadows and crept along the grounds, coming to the main tower as it rested against the walls. Instead of going in through the single entrance on the ground level, the infiltrator crept to the side of the tower and ascended by climbing on the caldera wall, jumping off, and climbing more, clinging to it like a crab spider. In the subsequent movement, they flipped onto the next level and flattened against the side of the building, waiting for a moment to see if they were seen. Nothing happened, so they continued onto the balcony that rested on the third floor, made for whatever military official that chose to stay overnight in the facility. The masked figure knew that Chief Bato was currently staying in the fortress, so they made sure to check if he was in the room before they opened the shuttered window and slid inside. Despite its reputation as a historically impregnable fortress even under the reign of the Fire Lords, they found it pathetically easy to infiltrate. Perhaps it was the new management, the chief who commanded the fortress before Bato never had any breakouts, to their knowledge. After leaving Bato's chamber, the masked figure dashed down the maze of hallways, but they knew well enough where the prisoner would be. They threw all caution to the wind as they turned a corner, coming face to face with two Water Nation warriors. They unsheathed a wakizashi, a thin blade, longer than a knife but smaller than a sword, and cut them down before they could react. They fell to the floor in a crumpled heap just as a third warrior wielding a bone club rounded the corner and rushed at them, but before he could shout an alarm to the whole tower they ducked beneath his blow and sliced across his torso, pulling his club from his grip and knocking him over the head with it in one fluid movement before he could do more than gasp in pain. The shadows danced across the mask as they continued walking down the hallway, droplets of blood hovering momentarily in their wake around their feet as the spirit passed. Another curving corridor led to the prisoners' chambers. They knew which one contained the firebender due to the Buffalo Yak warriors stationed as guards in front of the cell door. One leaned against the iron door and the other sat. Water Tribe warriors often found prisoner duty beneath them because there was never glory to seize, so they had let their guard down and enabled them to take the warriors out with nothing but soft gasps. Blood pooled at their feet, spreading to the gap underneath the cell door as if to herald their arrival. Bato had left Azula's prison cell some time before, leaving her chained like a Komodo rhino. Ever since he left, the firebender worked on her escape, heating the metal chains binding her to weaken them. She did not know what she was going to do when she was free, though. She felt weak from the pain, the torture of having her breath taken from her over and over again, like the tides washing over her to douse her inner flame. But when he left her after she became too weak and sickly to talk without rattling breaths, she felt the force of her firebending fueled by anger alone, going against every scant bit of knowledge her uncle had of it. She hated Bato. She was going to kill him. While she focused on that, on tempering her fury into heating her chains, the metal door to her cell creaked open. Expecting another waterbender, or, perhaps, Bato again, Azula stopped her escape attempts and stared resolutely at the person as they walked in. But what she saw surprised her. The first thing to stand out about this person was the fearsome blue Oni mask depicting some sort of horrific demon. Its fangs were long and sharp and pearly white, an angry spirit with a vengeful laugh that she felt she could relate to. She wondered if her feelings had summoned it here, a spirit that would help her carry out her vengeance, but through her bleary gaze and light-headed haze she reminded herself that this was a human in a mask. The invader's black, form-fitting clothes told her nothing about their nation or allegiance. "Who are you?" Azula asked of the spirit, glad that her throat had recovered enough to speak almost normally. "What do you want?" The figure did not answer, but walked over to her and cut the chains binding her with a short blade. Azula almost toppled since they had been holding her up. The masked stranger cut the chains binding her feet next and Azula fell to her knees. It was there that she remembered the fire lilies. At some point in her struggling they had fallen to the ground. She picked them up and stored them back in her sleeves and the inside of her tunic. Afterward, she stumbled to her feet on shaky legs, unwilling to seem weak in front of her rescuer. She did not bother to say thanks to the blue spirit. "Well, whoever you are, let's go." When Azula swayed and propped herself against the wall, the blue spirit offered their shoulder but Azula shook her head. "I'll be fine." Accepting that as an answer, the spirit turned away from Azula and slipped out the cell door. Azula followed without saying anything else, but as they proceeded down the curving corridors they passed streaks of blood and men who stirred and some that didn't, making her wonder if this spirit killed them. But who would go to those lengths, and why to rescue her? "So who are you? Can I see your face?" She tore her gaze away from the warriors and their ambiguous fates. "No," the blue spirit answered. A feminine voice. Succinct answer, Azula supposed. "Fine, I was just asking. Come on, there's a weapons shipment leaving in a few minutes. We'll use that to get out of here," said the blue spirit. Azula nodded, bent low as they crept through the lower-level hallways of the prison complex. These halls did not feel tainted by the spirit's bloody touch. Outside, the nightly mist came in unusually thick and cloying and it helped to hide the two as they jumped into the back of a covered wagon. Both hid in the front of the wagon behind several piles of crates as Azula kept her head low instead of peeking out to the rest of the fortress. She didn't think she could focus on her surroundings too much right now, anyway. Nausea gripped at her head and her stomach. "I think it goes without saying that you shouldn't use firebending here," said the spirit, gesturing to a wooden crate labeled explosives. Azula rolled her eyes. They waited for only a minute for the wagon to start moving, pulled by a pair of buffalo yaks. Azula and the blue spirit demon stayed quiet in the darkness. The moment that they left the walls of the fortress, all chaos broke loose. Drums beat and horns blared and the hoofbeats of the buffalo yaks stopped. Azula turned to her companion. "What now?" In response, the spirit ripped through the tarp covering the two of them and jumped to the front seat, threatening the driver with her blade. "Do not stop," said the masked woman. Azula looked to the top of the wall at one of the horn blowers who spotted them. His coiling ram horn boomed out a sound that felt as if it shook the whole caldera, and at once a pair of Kokan samurai came after them on foot. Just before they reached the wagon and Azula prepared to blast them with fire, their legs jerked out from under them and to her astonishment they both tripped over each other and fell face first to the ground. She would have found it funny if four more didn't emerge from behind the walls in their place. "Go," Azula yelled. The driver did nothing, so the woman or spirit or whatever she was pushed him off the wagon and took the reins. The mysterious woman urged the buffalo yaks onward, but it was a useless effort compared to the speed which the samurai skated across the ice under their feet. The first one to reach them soared right over the back of the wagon, lifting his sword to bring it down on Azula's mysterious rescuer. The other woman didn't see it coming, so Azula did the first thing that came to mind. She blasted the man in the face with a ball of fire. He screamed in pain and missed his mark, hitting the blue spirit with the hilt of his sword. The man fell next to Azula with a crash, but she pushed him off of the wagon as the terrified buffalo yaks dashed away. One by one, the 3 Koken samurai pursuing them either misstepped or recoiled from the wagon and dropped to the ground in a spray of red mist that clashed with the white of their robes, and Azula tried to look closer, but the wagon rounded a bend and suddenly they had no pursuers. She felt chills up and down her whole body and turned to the blue spirit with a question on her lips, but the samurai's blow had knocked the masked woman unconscious. She slumped over in her seat as the buffalo yaks went at full speed into the dark, surrounding forest. Azula crawled to the front of the wagon as the wind whipped her face, and she tried to put the memory of whatever happened to the samurai behind her in the hopes that whatever had done that to them did not pursue her next. She nudged the blue spirit to the side and took the reins herself. By the time the sounds of the warriors died, long lost and far behind them, the terrified buffalo yaks finally calmed down enough so that Azula could pull them to a stop. She knew they would have to leave the wagon soon, it would be too easy to follow. The other woman was still unconscious. Knowing that they were useful, Azula unhitched the buffalo yaks from the wagon and let one run free while she struggled to lift the blue spirit onto the other. Azula jumped on right behind her and rode it away, helping her rescuer out of curiosity rather than any true sense of altruism or payback for helping Azula. The buffalo yak was easy to maneuver, the beasts had been trained well, not unlike the Komodo rhinos she had ridden with her father when she was younger. Thoughts of home brought up confusing feelings, but Azula stifled them for now. Right now, getting the 2 of them to safety was more important. Once the 2 were far enough away from the wagon and considerably away from the main road, the mysterious woman still unconscious, Azula decided to stop and let the buffalo yak rest. Aang's camp was near, and she remarkably still had the fire lilies to make into a tea. Azula's gaze settled on the mysterious masked woman that had come to save her. Who was she? Why did she bother to save Azula? What was in it for her? And not for the first time, Azula was tempted to take off her mask. Before, she obviously couldn't do that, but since the woman was suffering from a hard blow to the back of the head. Before she knew it, Azula's fingers wrapped around the back of the mask and she lifted it up and away. The black hood fell as she lifted it, revealing a thick mane of brown hair not unlike her own. The mask was lifted, and Azula gasped upon seeing her face. She was surprisingly young, near Azula's own age. Her skin was tanned. She was fairly pretty, Azula had to admit. But she was a water tribe girl. Azula ran away from the scene as fast as she could, willing to leave it all behind her. She was water tribe and had rescued a firebender. She was an enemy. But who was she? Why would she do it? What were her motives? It didn't make sense to Azula. Nothing never made sense in Azula's world. There was always an explanation, always some sort of secret, but never something so unexplainable and completely impossible. It made Azula's world spin. She stumbled back into the Avatar's camp, panting and sick and breathless with her lungs still burning and her head still spinning. Adrenaline had carried her this far and she felt it ready to give out, but she still had tea to brew for Aang and Zuko before she could rest and make sense of everything. A piercing scream startled her. She looked up in shock, totally disoriented from her run-in with the waterbenders in their den, their fortress, her encounter with Bado that kept playing over and over again in her head. She was completely unprepared for this. Aang was the one screaming as if in pain, his face twisted in horror. He strained so much that his face reddened and his brow sweat, and he babbled incoherent nonsense that scared her even more than the mysterious blood spray from the Koken samurai. Aang kept screaming and writhing and she didn't know what to do. She cursed to herself, wondering why Aang always caught her off guard. He was delirious and sick. It was then that she remembered the fire lilies and the tea she was supposed to make for Aang and Zuko, who was out cold, and frantically went to work, desperate to make Aang's fear and nightmares stop. She was no expert at making tea, but she put the fire lily petals in a pot of river water, heating it in moments with her firebending that burned hotter than normal. She worked almost automatically, her hands shaking from fatigue and the pressure of it all. All she cared about was getting the tea to Aang and ending his suffering. Every minute was agonizing for her as she readied the tea for him, pouring it into a cup as he struggled feebly to get away from her. Azula dropped to her knees in front of him, but he pushed her away. "Why, you monster, killer, get away," he mumbled, eyes still wide with terrors that only he could see. "Azula, you killed Don't trust. Aang, drink this, she begged him, almost desperate. What was happening? Why was he acting this way to her? She did not want Aang to fear her, to call her those things. Each word felt like he struck her in the torso, and after everything that had happened she almost couldn't take it. Aang never showed fear. She admired him for it, almost envied him. So why now, toward her? Poison, he murmured to himself, but she finally got it down his throat. The soothing effects were stronger than she realized when Aang finally stopped his frantic squirming and descended into an uneasy sleep. His episode finished, she finally dropped her guard and felt her breathing returning to normal, wondering why she suddenly felt like she was responsible for the boy. Her limbs heavier than they'd ever felt before, she managed to slump her way over to Zuko and pour some tea into his mouth after stirring him awake, which he swallowed with barely any recognition of her. Once that was done, Azula fell into Appa's fur, still dizzy and hurt and confused. Sabi jumped up in fright when the firebender nearly landed on her, but settled down a moment later with angry chittering. Azula's head still spun with questions. What was going on? Would that water tribe girl, that blue spirit, find them? Why did she help Azula? What happened to those samurai in the woods as they fled from the fortress? And why did she care so much for Aang? The girl blearily opened her ocean blue eyes, her vision focusing into an animal's face as it munched on some grass and examined her with curiosity. The girl pushed the buffalo yak's face away forcefully, but grasped the back of her head a moment later when pain lanced through where she'd been struck earlier. Cursing herself for letting her guard down enough to take a hit from those sellswords, she nearly jumped when she realized that she was no longer wearing her hood, and her mask lay on the ground a few feet away from her. She scampered to her feet despite the pain and took in her surroundings. Next, she noticed the firebender that she had rescued had gone missing. She should have expected that from the no-good, ungrateful savage. Not for the first time, she wondered why she bothered to rescue her anyway. But she always countered that side of her with the argument that Prince Sokka needed the Avatar more than Bado or any other water tribe man. Capturing the firebender only halted the Avatar's journey, and eventually, the Avatar was sure to go and rescue her, only to be captured himself. She couldn't let that happen, not from Bado and his men. Perhaps, she hoped, she would be able to restore her bond with her brother if he'd be the one to capture the Avatar instead. Her jumps were surprisingly almost as high as his, almost as fast, and her movements just as dexterous. It didn't take long for Aang to realize that only airbending would work in the fight against her, since it was the only one out of the four elements swift enough. Waterbending was too heavy and graceful, earth too staunch and solid, fire too aggressive. Besides, his opponent spent lots of time around a very skilled firebender, she was bound to know how to get past that element. Aang dropped his staff to the ground, staring at his enemy with a fierce gaze. Gone was the light-hearted, innocent Aang. In his place was a 13-year-old who had seen too much war and violence and pain. Even the staff was too cumbersome for this fight, his hands offered faster, but weaker airbending. She attacked first, running at him from the side, jumping against a tree and kicking off it, flying at him with her fists. He ducked under the attack and swiped at her with air, but she cartwheeled out of the way. She was under him again in moments, crouching low and trying to strike him with her fingers. He had just enough time to gather his hands together and blow her back with a blast of wind in a counterattack. She recovered in the air and back-flipped, landing on her feet. She stood straight and stared at him with her head tilted, like a quizzical child. Well, Aang thought, she certainly had the nature of one. What's wrong? Ty Lee asked, her head tilted to the side. I noticed that you've been acting different. Aang didn't answer. She should have known. Was it so easy for her to just ignore everything that had happened? All the horrors her side had inflicted on the world? Or did she just pretend in order to cope? Zuko, Sokka, and Katara all warned him of Ty Lee's fighting ability. They revealed the pressure points that they knew and taught him to keep those parts of his body safe from the acrobat. He kept their warnings about the dangers of her Kai blocking in mind. This was his first time actually fighting one-on-one against her. In the confusion of battle, the two of them had been separated from the others, and Zuko, Katara, and Toph all fought Azula while Sokka and Suki fended off Mai. Aang itched to finish the fight with this distraction so he could go help his friends. Aang fell into firebending motions and unleashed an uncharacteristically aggressive blast of air that swept all the way to Ty Lee, but the acrobat sprung high into the trees surrounding them, landing on a branch with perfect balance. She peered down at him on the ground below her. You really have changed, she said. He thought she looked sad. You used to be so happy. I thought we could have been friends. He blasted her again with a current of air, forcing her to jump away from him again. Aang's eyes flickered open abruptly, having woken up from his dream. However, another surprise was quick to greet him. Whoa, Aang shouted out, once he realized what was in front of him. It was quite odd waking up to Azula's amber eyes staring at him. Both of the benders jumped back and sat up. Why were you staring at me? I was not staring at you. Azula shot back. We just happened to wake up at the same time. Sure you did, said Zuko, choosing to walk by at that moment. Azula fumed. Aang shook his head as he stood up and gathered his sleeping things to pack them away, the contents of the dream on his mind. Why had he seen Ty Lee this time? Usually, all of his other dreams consisted of tragic or painful moments in his past, serving to remind him of his moments of greatest defeat. This dream only resurfaced a nightmare that only shamed him. Later, Ty Lee would go on to betray Azula alongside Mai and sacrifice herself so Aang and his friends could escape Ba Sing Se, long after the comet fell. Aang was silent as Azula mercilessly teased Zuko about something, hardly listening to the two. I thought we could have been friends. Aang, you're being depressing again, Azula pointed out to him, flipping her bangs out of her face. You don't seem to care when I'm being depressing, Zuko mentioned to her, his shoulders slumped. Azula ignored him, fixing Aang with a drilling stare. I'm fine, Azula, leave me alone, said Aang. He busied himself with breakfast, lighting the remains of the previous night's campfire. His mood worsened when all it did was smoke, a result of the nighttime rains. A frequent issue in the Fire Nation and one of the many reasons he hated camping there. The forest only did so much to hide them, and a plume of smoke always made him feel vulnerable. He knew he was being even more moody than usual, but it felt easier just to let himself stew. How about a quick fire duel? Azula suggested, lighting a flame at the tip of her fingers. Maybe you need to be beat into shape. No thanks. Azula's brow furrowed, but it soon passed and her voice rose, brighter and persistent. I've got an idea. The carnival's in town. What's your point? Zuko deadpanned. The firebender rolled her eyes. We should go, dum-dum. Zuko's response was plain. I don't want to go to a carnival. Why not? Azula asked, her voice sharp. Do something to make yourself happy for once. I'm never. Don't say it, she said, and Azula promptly threw her shoe at him. She turned back to Aang, disinterested in Zuko's following yelp of pain. He always says that like he's trying to be funny, she added, by way of explanation, with a malicious glint in her eyes that told Aang she found her brother's misfortune funnier. And then, Aang blinked in surprise, she gave him a pleading look. Come on, it'll be fun. Why do you want to go so badly? Aang asked. Don't ask me, it's something to do. Azula was clearly avoiding the answer, folding her arms and looking away from him. Aang frowned as he tried to figure out her motives. He'd never seen her so pushy about something like this. All right, fine, he finally conceded. Let's go to the carnival. Zuko sighed. Why did you have to give in to her? Look, Prince Sokka, the carnival is in town, Kanna said with a wide grin, holding the flyer in her grandson's face. It was a gaudy thing in too many clashing colors, meant to distract and offer surface-level intrigue. Only children would be interested in something like that. Sokka waved it away, looking over his maps with a bored yawn. I'm not going to a carnival. Why not? Kanna persisted. Is the Avatar on your mind again? Do I really have to answer that? Said Sokka, leaning against his propped fist. Bato already caught the Avatar once. Just 2 days ago, I came very close to losing the Avatar forever. He has many more resources than I do. Kanna paused for a moment, and, ignoring him, held up the flyer again. But it'll be fun. They might have ocean kumquats there. And cute girls in tights. He perked up. That grabbed Sokka's interest. I guess we'll go. But only because it isn't out of the way. We won't stay for any longer than an hour. No, 10 minutes. Azula was the only one out of the three of them that was full of energy and ready for all the things that the carnival had to offer. Aang couldn't help but wonder what it was about the carnival that had enticed her so, especially since she had looked as glum as Aang did while they recovered from their fevers earlier in the week. She'd never told him how she learned of and procured the medicine to make him and Zuko better. At the time, Aang just assumed that she hated playing the caretaker and didn't question it. Perhaps this was just her way to let out some steam. he could never imagine Fire Lord Azula ever wanting to go to a carnival unless her prey had hidden there or something. Bright colors and big-top circus tents attacked them as they walked among the happy occupants of the carnival. Men and women in loud makeup walked along the dirt road, smiling and juggling various trinkets to the delight of the children following them. Aang's face changed from miserable to thoughtful, and maybe even a little sad. It felt like so long since he'd seen something like this, so many carefree people just walking through the stalls and sights. Back in his world, he and his friends decided to forsake fun for working and training. At that time, after the comet was gone and many of their friends were dead, there was no time for fun and games. Heads up, there are 2 Water Nation soldiers here, Zuko whispered to the Aang as Azula wandered among the game stalls. And I think I saw some pirates wandering around earlier. Azula turned back to the 2 of them, her face twisting into a scowl. We'll not let them ruin our day. I'll burn this whole carnival down before that happens. Aang and Zuko exchanged wide-eyed glances. Sure, said Aang. They're not here. Completely ignoring them, Sokka clenched his fists when he saw a familiar trio, a wolfish grin on his face. Gran, look who's here, he said. I knew it was a good idea to come to the carnival. Kanna sighed, letting the stuffed Robiru she had won drop to her side. We are here to have fun, my dear prince. Do not let your hunt for the Avatar ruin it for you, she said. Perhaps this is the universe's way of telling you it wouldn't be worth it today. He watched the 3 of them walk by a stall displaying a variety of traditional Fire Nation stage masks. Sokka knew next to nothing about theater, but he watched the Avatar's swordsman friend pick up a blue demon mask with ferocious teeth and ponder something about it until the sister wrenched it from his hands and they walked away. His mind had just hatched a plan. After making sure they were well out of earshot, Sokka approached the mask stall and gestured for the seller's attention. Hey, those kids that were just here, they're some friends of mine, and I think they were interested in one of these masks. Can you tell me which one? The artisan beamed. Oh, yes, that boy liked this one, the blue spirit, he said, holding out the blue mask to Sokka. It's a character from Love Amongst the Dragons, one of the most famous plays here, but recently there have been stories about a vengeance spirit with its face in these parts, so there's been a surge of popularity with this mask. And my friends didn't want it. Sokka didn't care about any stupid spirit legends. Oh, that boy seemed interested, but the girl was very insistent that they move on. He frowned. She said some rude things about my mask, you know. You should talk to your friend and tell her to be more polite. Oh, don't you worry, said Sokka. I certainly will. Now tell me, would you say me and that guy have roughly the same height and build? The artisan scratched his chin. Oh, no, he was definitely taller. Sokka bristled. No, there's no way he's that much taller than me. Oh, I think he is, dear, Kanna quipped. A little more muscular, too. The artisan gave Sokka an understanding smile. Oh, I see, you're shopping for a new outfit for him, aren't you? That's really cute, but you should get something that fits him better and that'll certainly get your message across. Once you get his measurements, down the street there's a tailor. Sokka cut him off with an exasperated squawk of consternation while Kanna giggled into her hands. No, no, what kinds of ideas are you getting? Just sell me the stupid mask. The artisan tugged at his mustache while he counted Sokka's coins. Well, now I see why you're friends with that rude girl. The Sky Bison stuffed toy dissolved into ash as it burned in Azula's hand. The firebender walked down the street of Carnival Games, winning each and every one, only to burn the prize but only after offering it to Aang first, who politely, if a little uneasily, declined. At the next game, Azula tossed a ball up and down in her hand, her other hand on her hip as she observed her target with a smirk on her face. The object of her ministrations this time was a red and white bullseye, which was a switch that triggered the dunk tank, which dropped a real person into a tank full of some foul, green liquid. After spending a moment to calculate the distance, Azula chucked the ball right at the target and dunked the frightened man into the unknown fluid. Is that juice poisonous? She asked, a note of dark excitement in her voice. Zuko and Aang glanced quickly at each other again, and Aang had gotten an idea of why she wanted to come to the carnival so badly. She loved winning. The alarmed attendant shook his head. And no, it's a perfectly safe mixture of water and potions for color, he said, as the drenched man resurfaced from the green fluid miserably. Azula pursed her lips in disappointment. Zuko quickly switched her attention to something else. If they lingered too long, then someone would face her wrath like the people at the strongman competition already did. Look, Zula, it's an acrobat show. He pointed to the next stage in an attempt to hurry her along. Well, come on, let's go see if they're real, Azula said with an exasperated sigh, leading the way to the stage. It had already gathered a larger crowd than any they'd seen in the carnival so far. All of the stage performers were clad in pink, cartwheeling around the wooden platform, doing flips off of each other's shoulders, and performing many other feats that might have even put some airbenders to shame. Aang, Azula, and Zuko were enraptured. A dozen of the girls gathered together in the center of the stage, facing their audience, climbing on top of each other and forming a pyramid. One of the girls, at the very top, held her palm straight up in the air as yet another, with a gold, decorative headdress framing her face, climbed above her, using one of her hands to prop herself up on the palm that was already in the air in an amazing accomplishment of balance. The girl with the gold headdress was totally upside down, holding herself up with the other girl's hand. The audience clapped and cheered while the girl at the very top smiled at them all. Aang felt like he was hit with an electric jolt. You used to be so happy. I thought we could have been friends. The girl with the golden headdress, Ty Lee, seemed to stare directly at Aang, Zuko, and finally Azula. From the tip of the pyramid, she pushed herself off of the other acrobats and front-flipped in the air, landing deftly on her feet, only to get more cheers. He had never seen Ty Lee so happy. But, had he ever really noticed her before, other than when she attacked him or his friends? Aang wasn't sure, but he was positive that he should be happy for her. She was free of an evil Azula's influence and from being in the middle of an all-consuming war. However, he chuckled to himself upon realizing that she was really part of a circus. Wait, till I tell Katara that she really is a circus freak. And then, just as quickly as they came, his happy thoughts left again. Aang did not want to speak with Ty Lee. She had died on his behalf, aiding in their escape from Azula, and he owed her enough not to get her involved in the war again. The crowd dispersed, and the three went on their way. Unfortunately, meetings with fate, he supposed, were unavoidable. Hey there, cutie, there she was already, but without the golden headdress, popping up in front of Zuko with her braided ponytail and the same pink clothes he knew from his world. Hi, said Zuko, his eyes widened and his hand behind his head, scratching nervously. Aren't you one of those performers? Yup, she said cheerfully. I couldn't pass up the chance to say hello to one of my cuter fans. Azula cleared her throat. Is that all you wanted? Ty Lee tilted her head. No, I sorta wanted to know who you guys were. Her voice suddenly became deeper and she hunched her shoulders and waved her hands, speaking in what she apparently thought was a creepy voice. One of you has a mysterious aura. They all fell silent. Well, wasn't that cool? She asked. I suppose, said Azula, examining her nails coolly. But you aren't one for theatrics. Ty Lee snapped her fingers. Oh, flaming hog monkeys. I guess I can only do acrobating, she said with a shrug. And, with a surprising amount of bounciness, she turned to Aang. You were the one with the weird aura. You can read auras? Aang asked, surprised. Could she do that before? Yep, I'm a woman of many talents, she said with a bright grin. She walked around the young avatar, examining him closely from all sides, muttering inaudibly to herself, stroking an invisible beard. Aha, you are surprised at my ability to read auras. Azula gasped in mock surprise. Oh my, she's amazing. Ty Lee looked up at her with another cheery grin. You really think so? She stopped her examination and looked down at Aang, who was shorter than her. So kid, what's your name? Aang felt his face redden in embarrassment. I'm Nada, whatever, but we've got to introduce ourselves if we're gonna be friends, don't we? She asked. What? My name's Ty Lee. What's yours? He hesitated but saw no harm in it. I'm Aang. Aang. Bit of a weird name, but it's adorable, she said. Aang clapped his hand to his forehead. Ty Lee jumped up near Zuko again, leaning her face close to his. So what's your name, cutie? I'm Zuko, he managed to say, tugging at his collar. Azula butted her way in front of Ty Lee. And I'm Azula. Do you mind? We were trying to enjoy a nice walk through the carnival. Whoa, okay, she said, putting up her hands. I'm sensing some hostility. Is Zuko your boyfriend or something? Don't make me gag. He's my brother. Oh, is Aang your boyfriend, then? Azula's fists clenched and froze against her side as her eyes bulged in anger and surprise. What? Absolutely not. There is nothing between me and Aang and there never will be. How can you say something like that? I'm unconvinced, Ty Lee deadpanned. She turned back to Aang and Zuko. Anyway, it's blaringly obvious that you guys are travelers. Where are ya heading to? The Golden City, said Zuko, who finally regained the use of his voice. Ty Lee joyfully clapped her hands together after a moment's hesitation that only Aang caught. Wow, what a coincidence. I gotta go there too. You do? Aang asked, scratching at his head of unruly hair. Yeah, I've got stuff to do there, she said. It was clear to Aang that she wasn't telling them everything. Just as he was about to open his mouth and ask, the acrobat changed the subject. Hey, there's tons more to the carnival you guys have to see. Let's split up and have fun. Split up? That seems a little suspicious to me, Azula said, narrowing her eyes at Ty Lee. Don't you have more flipping and such to do? Nah, we're all done for the day, she said. And honestly, it's kinda boring to go through the carnival with the same old group. It's more fun when you show it to new friends. You used to be so happy. I thought we could have been friends. When her words echoed through his head again, Aang gave Ty Lee a soft smile. No, Azula, that's fine. We'll split up and have fun. She returned it with a smile of her own. Great, I call going with Zuko, she exclaimed, latching onto the older boy, whose cheeks reddened. I guess that leaves me and you, Aang said to Azula. Well, fine, she said, folding her arms and looking away from him again. If we must. Ty Lee attached herself to Zuko's arm the whole time as they walked, but he quickly found that she wasn't so bad to be with as he previously thought upon his first impression of her. She was so happy, so innocent, so untouched by the harshness of the war. Almost childishly, she pointed out everything she saw, every game she wanted to play, everyone she recognized from the circus. She was a nice change from his teasing sister and the broody but thoughtful Aang. And himself, he supposed. So why are you guys going to the Golden City? Ty Lee eventually asked him, once they slowed down to a more relaxed pace. She still held onto his arm. He found her presence comfortable. After a while. Aang and Azula need to master firebending, he replied. We've heard there are many great masters there. That is our only reason. Oh, I've heard that, too. And after that, what makes you think we're going somewhere else? He asked, raising an eyebrow. I can tell you guys live like true travelers, she said. I may not look like it, but I'm highly perceptive. Zuko smiled. Maybe the Earth Kingdom, after the Golden City, he said, answering her previous question. Aang did need to master earthbending after fire. And then, he realized, he would probably be along for the full ride. Why? Well, Aang's the Avatar, Zuko responded with a shrug of the shoulders. He saw no harm in telling her. She didn't seem to have a disingenuous bone in her body. Oh, I thought so. His aura seemed pretty powerful, she commented, defying the gravity of the statement as much as she did with her stunts. She didn't seem shocked in the least. The more of her eccentricities Zuko witnessed, the more he started to find it actually endearing. It wasn't often that someone looked past Azula's talents or Aang's avatar status to take much notice of him. Not that he minded most of the time, but it was still nice. Too bad, the Avatar's journey is ending here, said a voice from unnervingly close behind them, almost in their ears. Before either of them could react, rough hands pinned their arms in place, twisting so that it hurt to move. Neither Zuko nor Ty Lee struggled as their attackers pressed bone blades to their throats, and Zuko wanted to curse his inattentiveness. The apathetic crowd around them kept moving, unwilling to cause trouble with the water tribes. Prince Sokka stepped out from the crowd wearing a triumphant grin. I'll be taking this, he said, ripping Zuko's sheathed broadswords from his back. Zuko scowled at him, his words coming out as slow and dangerous as he could manage. Give me my swords back. But Sokka didn't seem threatened in the least. Nope, sorry, I kinda need these. Aang stood silently under Azula's calculating gaze as she tapped her chin. I've figured out how to tame that mess of hair on your head, she said. You did? He asked. He hadn't bothered to cut his hair since emerging from the volcano. He liked the anonymity it gave him, a habit from 3 years of living in hiding. The practicality of it far outweighed his desire to adhere to air nomad customs. But, he had to admit, it had become unruly. Yes, but we don't need to cut it. You just need something. Like what? Aang asked. She tossed a couple of copper pieces onto the stall counter next to them, swiping a headband from the display. The old shopkeeper happily pocketed the money. A headband, correct, said Azula, circling around him again to tie it at the back of his head. The headband was made of soft silk, displaying a stylized white lotus figure in the front, the familiar pie showpiece. The headband was brown in color, with a dull yellow around the white lotus symbol. Azula turned to the shopkeeper. "Do you have a mirror?" The shopkeeper produced a hand mirror from the sleeve of his robes, holding it out to her. Azula took it and handed it to Aang, who looked at himself. His gray eyes stuck out to him first, clouded by war and violence, cold and unfeeling. The innocence that he displayed what felt like years ago was all gone. He tried smiling, but it didn't reach his eyes. It occurred to him that he had not seen his reflection this clearly in a long time. "You used to be so happy. Here, take it," Aang said, almost forcing the mirror back onto the shopkeeper. He turned and hurried away. Azula followed him, something like concern in her features. "What happened? You don't like it?" "No, I do. It's fine. I'm fine," he assured her. Azula did not seem convinced. Luckily, they were interrupted from further conversation by the arrival of a blue-masked figure. Aang's eyes widened upon seeing the horribly familiar face, the blue mask, the ferocious white teeth. It had been so long since he'd seen it. Back in his world, Zuko was underneath that mask. He had rescued him, and then, just as quickly, he remembered that it was Zuko under that mask. "Hey, Zuko," Aang said to him. He wondered when Zuko found the time to dress in black, but Zuko's broadswords were unmistakably there, right on his back. He wondered if Ty Lee had something to do with the new outfit. Perhaps she had wrangled him into performing in a stage play. "Where'd Ty Lee go?" The blue spirit shrugged. "Zuzu, you look ridiculous," Azula informed him, after a brief moment of hesitation that perplexed Aang. "Now that we lost that girl, can we leave?" Okay, Aang said. There was really no reason for them to stay anymore. Aang wasn't in the mood for the carnival anyway. "We'll probably run into Ty Lee again at the Golden City, if she's really headed there." "Okay, let's go," said Azula. "Zuko, take off the stupid mask." Zuko shook his head and continued walking. "Why is he being so stupidly quiet?" Azula asked Aang, who shrugged. "I bet it's because vapid people like Ty Lee fall all over themselves for the detached, aloof types. She got to his head, I suppose." Zuko led them to the outskirts of the carnival, where the din of the crowds lessened to make way for the singing cicadas at sunset. Soon, there was no one in sight, until Zuko turned a corner where they came to a circle of tents all close together, a dead end. The circle was filled with Water Nation soldiers, and in the middle, Zuko and Ty Lee. Aang looked to the blue spirit, alarmed, as he took off his mask, revealing Sokka's scarred, victoriously smirking face. He let out a barking laugh. What does the big hero say to his enemy in that play about loving dragons or whatever? "I've finally got you, brigand. You can't run away now, Avatar. I've got your friends this time." Aang and Azula fell into bending stances as more soldiers sealed off their exit. Sokka reached into his pocket, pulling out Azula's golden headpiece and tossing it up and down in his hand tauntingly. Azula lunged forward, harsh words rising to her lips, but Aang cut her off. "Stop," Aang said sharply, holding his hand out to stop her. "You'd be doing exactly what he wants you to do. If we use brute force, he'll probably have contingencies in place. He's much cleverer than Prince Zuko ever was." Aang dropped his staff. "Sokka, take me and leave the rest of them alone." Sokka sighed. "On one hand, you seem to think highly of my plans, and you really should, I love that, but on the other, how much of an idiot do you think I am? I know what you'll do. Once you're in chains and your friends released, you will have no reason to hold back and you'll just escape. I see right through you, kid." "Oh yeah, see right through this," Ty Lee yelled out, elbowing her captor in the gut. Freed, she twisted and jabbed him in the shoulders, rendering his arms useless. She proceeded to do the same to Zuko's captor, ducking under a spear swipe and simultaneously freeing the swordsman. She moved quickly, disabling almost a dozen of Sokka's warriors before they even realized what was happening so they could fight back. Aang took the opportunity to attack, shooting a jet of fire from his hands at Sokka, who gathered water from his pouch to absorb it. Using an airbending powered jump, Aang leapt over Sokka and grabbed the leather strap of Zuko's broadswords, burning the sheathed weapons off of Sokka's back. He tossed them to the weaponless Zuko, who caught and unsheathed them, ready to help. "Now would be a good time to call Appa," Azula called, shooting a fireball at one of the many soldiers still around them. Aang was busy in combat with Sokka, dodging his slicing water attacks and countering with wind and fire. Sokka stayed light on his feet, dodging and hurling his boomerang, but Aang knew better and disrupted its return with shifting winds. That turned out to be a distraction and he barely dodged out of the way of Sokka's close combat swings of machete and club in tandem. "Who's your new friend, Avatar?" Sokka asked, cutting air with his machete. "Picking up girls at the circus now? I thought you were a monk." Aang flipped to the side and swung his staff, but Sokka bent low to the ground and braced himself. Prince Zuko never engaged in banter like this when he pursued Aang. "You've got the wrong idea, Sokka. Well, either way, that skill she's got is annoying. You really know how to pick 'em, huh? Whatever foils your plans works for me," Aang responded, flipping his staff so that he kicked up an updraft under Sokka. "You almost got me this time, though. Aang, are you trying to encourage him?" Azula stepped back with each blast of fire from her fists, backing closer and closer to Zuko and Ty Lee. The acrobats still weaved among their enemies, dropping several to the ground. Aang couldn't help but grin as he disengaged from combat with Sokka and backed up to them. It was nice to have her unique skills on his side for once. Once clear of Sokka's attacks, he managed to blow on the bison whistle. Aang spun his staff in circles to deflect a stream of water Sokka sent his way, then spun to gather up more wind and throw it at Sokka. The miniature tornado blasted the prince backward with a yelp, tossing him and a handful of his men into one of the tents and making it collapse. "There's our opening," said Zuko, crossing his swords in front of him to block a blow from a water tribe spear. The soldier he fought collapsed to the ground, revealing Ty Lee behind him with her fingers outstretched. The rest of Sokka's soldiers filled in the opening Aang had made, closing in on the group with their weapons and water. Azula, Zuko, and Ty Lee backed into each other, outnumbered and tiring. "Get them," Sokka shouted from the ground, pushing his warriors aside and struggling to stand. Just as the warriors were about to strike, everyone heard a loud rumbling and Appa appeared, hovering just above the ground. Azula was the first to jump and grab the bison's horns, pulling herself onto his head. Ty Lee was next, springing right up into the saddle, turning back to pull Zuko with her. Aang stayed on the ground, swinging his staff to keep as many soldiers away as possible, especially when the arrows started to fly. When there was enough space around Appa, he jumped, only to be yanked down to earth by Sokka, who grabbed his ankle and hurled him to the ground, ready to bring his club crashing down on the Avatar. Aang quickly punched his fists together, creating a barrier of air that swept out all around him, throwing Sokka airborne yet again. Aang stood and unfurled his glider, but before he flew away he stared down at Sokka with more conflicted feelings before Azula's shouts urged him to move. A moment later, Aang landed back on Appa's saddle as the bison was flying from the carnival. Ty Lee and Zuko sat in the saddle while Azula had control of the reins. "Wow, that was so cool," Ty Lee said, clapping her hands together. "Those water tribe guys are so mean, but we showed them." Aang grinned and scratched his head. "So, Ty Lee, since you're going to the Golden City too, why not come with us?" "That's very nice of you. I'd love to," she said happily, clasping her hands together in excitement. "I hope I won't be a burden." "Are you kidding?" Zuko said, shocked. "That was amazing." "What was that?" Kai blocking, Ty Lee informed him, miming the action. "I can strike the pressure points and stop people from moving or bending." Aang noticed that she used a lot of hand motions to talk. "So you can block Kai and read auras?" Aang asked. "Yup. Hey, that reminds me. Want me to finish your aura reading?" she asked him. "This should be interesting," Azula commented from the saddle. Aang shrugged. "Sure, okay," said Ty Lee, sitting in front of him and crossing her legs. "Well, you're a very angry individual." "Oh, thanks." He wondered how much she would be able to reveal. "But I also see determination. And sadness, guilt, fear," she said, her voice getting lower with each emotion. They seemed to be having an effect on her. "You have a lot of layers, Aang." Everyone fell quiet, "But there's also other stuff hidden under there. I see happiness, a little bit of hope, and love." Azula turned her eyes from the sky ahead to stare at the two. Aang nodded. "Thank you, Ty Lee," he said sincerely. "No problem," she responded, giving him a thumbs up. She was all smiles again. "So, you guys are definitely sure I can be a part of your little group now?" She asked for confirmation. "Of course. The more the merrier," Aang said, smiling. The old Ty Lee's words echoed in his head again. "You used to be so happy. I thought we could have been friends." He owed her that much. The moon high above was the color of blood, deep red and no longer lighting up the sky. Zhao stood at the edge of the spirit oasis, proclaiming the fish he had caught to the sky, announcing his victory over the world. I am a legend now. His voice was low and quivering, still in disbelief over his fulfilled destiny. Tui the moon spirit shook and struggled feebly in the sack clutched in his fist, as helpless as the entire water tribe before him. The Fire Nation will for generations tell stories about the great Zhao who darkened the moon. They will call me Zhao the Conqueror, Zhao the Moonslayer, Zhao, the Invincible. His eyes were wide and filled with emotion as his men watched from behind him. Pride and everlasting glory were at his fingertips. And then a lemur pounced on his head, tugging at his face, pulling at his cheeks and sideburns. Get it off, Zhao bellowed, shaking his head rapidly. Get it off. As his men moved to help him, Momo flew away, landing on Aang's outstretched arm. Zhao's men and the Avatar's companions took fighting positions. Don't bother, Zhao said, holding his fist up to the bag of water. One blast of fire from his knuckles would end the moon's life forever. Aang dropped his staff and held his hands up in a gesture of surrender. Zhao, don't. It's my destiny, to destroy the moon and the water tribe. Destroying the moon won't just hurt the water tribe, Aang said to him. It will hurt everyone, including you. Zhao seemed to pause. Without the moon, everything would fall out of balance. The black fish, Le, swam frantically in the oasis water, missing its mate. You have no idea what kind of chaos that would unleash on the world. He is right, Zhao, a deeper, rougher voice said from the side. Iroh, clad in a red and gold cloak, revealed himself. General Iroh, Zhao mused. Why am I not surprised to discover your treachery? I'm no traitor, Zhao, Iroh said, taking off his hood. The Fire Nation needs the moon, too. We all depend on the balance. His voice turned aggressive as Zhao did nothing. He pointed at the other man. Whatever you do to that spirit, I'll unleash on you tenfold. Let it go, now. Zhao hesitated and tensed as Iroh took a fighting stance, but his features relaxed into defeat. He moved to lower the fish into the water, releasing it again. The sky turned bright with the light of the moon and Yin and Yang began their everlasting dance once more. Suddenly, Zhao's eyes widened with fury, and in a burst of uncontrollable anger, pulled his hand back and struck the pond with fire, which raged and swept over everyone before dying down. Lying in the center of the pool, with an intense burn along its side, Tui floated on the surface of the water as Le swam frantically around it. The moon and the night turned black. Iroh immediately went on the offensive, striking Zhao and his men with furious blasts of fire. Zhao fled as his men fell to the ground in pain. Shocked, Aang, Katara, Sokka, and Yu met Iroh at the front of the pond, staring down into the oasis. Iroh sorrowfully lifted the dead fish out of the water. Yu started to tear as she fell into Sokka's arms. There's no hope now, it's over. Full of anger and intense sorrow over the loss of a kindred spirit, the Avatar state shone with life and Aang's voice took on all of his past lives. No, it's not over. As always, Aang thought back to his nightmare the moment he woke up. It had become a morning ritual of his. This particular dream brought on a feeling of anger and helplessness, mostly directed at the spirits. His anger at the spirits was multiplied because they had dumped him into an alternate universe that always seemed to twist his insides into complicating, confusing bunches. Yu's loss was the first death Aang had suffered during the war, and because of that, it hit him hard. For the first time he could remember, he felt something akin to hatred towards Zhao, a feeling that he would soon become accustomed to in a year's time. Aang assumed that Zhao had died during his Avatar state rampage, along with all of the other Fire Nation soldiers. And Aang wanted him to die. Good morning, Angie. His contemplative viewing of the morning sky was blocked by a grinning, happy face. Hey, Ty Lee, he said to her, his voice monotone with tiredness. Her knees bent as she loomed over him with a prominent frown. Boy, you and Azula sure are boring in the morning. Sorry we can't be as exciting as you and Zuzu, Azula moaned into her pillow. But you're a firebender, aren't you supposed to rise with the sun, or something? When Ty Lee received no answer, she smiled to herself. Well, I'm glad Zuko's here to watch the sunrise with me. You guys really don't pay attention to him, that's why he's always up earliest in the morning. Ty Lee, Zuko moaned. You're not supposed to tell them that. Azula guffawed and sat up from her bedroll, stretching. Oh Zuzu, you're a hopeless romantic. Zuko deflated as he tended to their breakfast, absolutely miserable. Today it consisted of hard-boiled eggs and bamboo shoots in a spicy sweet sauce along with dried apricots on the side, more involved than usual, and Aang suspected Ty Lee might have had something to do with it, whether he cooked that much to impress her or she had unexpected skill in cooking and helped him. Either way, it made his mouth water. Aang smiled as he watched Ty Lee interact with his friends, happy that she was with them. She brought a whole new flavor to the group and her happiness in smiling was infectious. Maybe it would signal an end to overly salted dried meats. Even though Aang no longer had his vegetarian habits, he still didn't like the taste of most meats. In the Earth Kingdom, where the ground was scorched and destroyed by the Fire Nation during the comet, food was hard to come by, especially vegetation. He had to eat meat by necessity back then. You know what, I know just the thing that would brighten Azula's day, Ty Lee exclaimed, pointing a finger upwards. And, well, maybe Aang too, if he likes the result. Azula narrowed her eyes dangerously. What are you insinuating? Wheel, Ty Lee continued, I know about this enclave not far from here where you can get singing lessons. She dropped her voice to a conspiratorial whisper that clearly wasn't meant to be heard by Aang or Zuko, but they did anyway. Aang might really be impressed by your voice. You gotta have some cute trait that suitors would like. For me, it's my sense of style. Azula's eyes widened, and for the first time Aang had ever seen, she looked absolutely stunned. The expression quickly passed, however, and she spoke sharply to Ty Lee. I'm not going to learn something so useless like singing. If you bring this up again I'll burn every piece of clothing you own and you won't have any style. Ty Lee giggled. Why not? It'll be fun. And she thinks she won't follow through on that threat, Zuko whispered to Aang. Aang shrugged. Singing could be a great skill to learn, he said. I think it would suit you, Azula. Her head snapped to Aang like a whip, so fast it was a miracle she didn't hurt her neck. What? But Ty Lee, I really don't think we have time to waste. We need to get to the Golden City, Aang said, letting out a sigh. He affixed his new headband to cover his forehead, tightening it at the back. It's already taking us a lot longer than it should to traverse the Fire Nation. What? No, I want to go, she said, waving her hands frantically. We don't need to go to the Golden City so fast, do we? She chuckled nervously. I mean, it's not all that important. We've taken a lot of detours already, said Zuko, cleaning up the remains of their breakfast. Maybe it would be better to just go on to our destination. What is wrong with you two? Where's your sense of fun? Azula asked, finally getting irritated enough to butt in. The carnival turned out to be a good diversion. We're going to this enclave of singers, and that's final. Zuko slumped his shoulders and groaned. It was better not to cross Azula's final decisions, though Aang wondered what made her change her mind so abruptly. Contrarily, Ty Lee cheered on the spot. Aang wondered why she was so happy about diverting from their main destination. Did she not want to go to the Golden City anymore? Did she even want to go in the first place? He would have to ask her later, perhaps when Zuko and Azula were distracted by the singing lessons. The shadowy alley was dark and imposing as he walked, sending shivers up his spine with every step. He was tense and ready for any sign of attack, his blue eyes shifting in all directions. On the contrary, his grandmother walked beside him perfectly at ease. Brighten up, my grandson, she said to him, her blue eyes twinkling. Based on his reputation, this man will catch the Avatar for sure. If he doesn't kill him first, Sokka said with a roll of his eye. I can't believe I'm going through with this. The sound of the crunch of metal on stone halted both of them in their tracks. Sokka fell into a fighting stance, his hands grabbing his club and machete. Kanna didn't even flinch. As the man walked into their view, Sokka looked at him for the first time. He zeroed in on the man's metal arm, which ended in a sharp claw. His eye then fell to the man's leg, his second metal appendage. Lastly, he flicked his view to the man's face and the strange eye-shaped tattoo in the center of his forehead. He was the Combustion Man, the most feared assassin and bounty hunter throughout the world. I've heard a lot about you, Sokka said to the man, his gaze calculating and ready for any sudden movements. I know you're good at what you do and you never miss a target. But I want you to find the Avatar and capture him, alive. The man said nothing, which he could only assume meant an approval. Denial, he guessed, would have been much more of a statement. There it is, down there, Ty Lee shouted excitedly, her braid whipping the wind. More than once, the braid slapped Azula in the face, and each time that happened during their flight she got more and more irritated until she threatened to burn it off of Ty Lee's head and the latter slid away to the other side of the saddle. Aang was silent and on guard as the bison landed in the center of the paddock enclosed by a ring of sheltered walkways and wooden tiered buildings. It was an open-air pavilion, likely repurposed from an old sage's cloister, with vegetable gardens to sustain the singing instructors and roughly a dozen students. On the way here, Ty Lee had explained to them that this enclave was a highly selective school for singers and even stage performers. A couple alumni even went on to become members of the Ember Island Players. The instructors themselves were retired members of a renowned traveling singing group. Aang had the momentary fear that they were going to be the singing nomads he had met once, until Ty Lee explained that they were a treasure of the Fire Nation, native to the towns and villages of the inner islands. A few Komodo rhinos grazing in the paddock padded off when Appa landed, but several people of all ages came over in curiosity over Team Avatar's arrival. 5 stood at the front of the crowd. All of them were men, and one of them had a feather decoration in his hair that Aang vaguely recognized. Ty Lee jumped down from Appa and held her hands out. "Hello there," she called. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" "Ty Lee," said the man in front, grinning wide. "It has. It's good to see you. Have you come to put on your trapeze act again?" The students never stopped talking about it. Zuko blinked as they stepped down from Appa. "Ty Lee, you know these guys?" "Oh, yeah," she said. "I stopped by here once or twice with the circus. But I almost forgot to make introductions. Aang, Zuko, Azula, meet the Rhythmic Rhinos, the best singers in the Fire Nation." Aang had to suck in his lips to keep from laughing. Now he recognized these guys. The rough rhinos had been an occasional encounter he and his friends faced throughout the course of the war, but to his knowledge they fell in battle during a scuffle in the Southern Territories. "Pleased to meet you," said the leader, joining palm to fist together in a bow. "I'm Monk. Welcome to our enclave. This is the best of the best," Azula whispered, so only Aang and Zuko could hear. "Well, it can't be that hard. We're actually here to try out," said Ty Lee, putting her hands on her hips. The rest of their audience had begun to disperse, heading back to their lessons, but Monk and his fellow rhinos stuck around. "My friends here think they have what it takes." "No, we don't," said Zuko, grimacing. "I really don't." Aang scratched his head. "How long will this take? We don't really have the time to stay here long term." Azula waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, it won't be long. I'm sure I'll be able to dominate the opposition." Monk laughed. "Well, Ty Lee, you're certainly welcome to audition. But let us show you and your friends around first. You might find that the music will speak to you." Monk and the Rhythmic Rhinos led them to the central building. On the way, after getting told the rest of their names, Aang tried to piece together what he remembered of the other rough rhinos as Monk introduced them. Aang had never learned their names before, but he remembered Ogode, who was bald except for a long black braid off center from his head, and Kachi with his impressive beard. One of them in Aang's world kept his face concealed behind a helmet. Even here, Yelu covered his entire face with a draped cloth that had the character for beauty painted on it. Lastly, Vakir rounded out the group with tattoos around his eyes that made Aang wonder if the Yuyan archers existed in this world. All 5 of them demonstrated kindness and warm welcomes despite their intimidating exteriors, pointing out notable parts of the enclave with enthusiasm and encouragement for their passing students. All but Monk eventually departed to return to their students, but before going they made Aang and the others promise to attend their concert the following night. After they passed the halls where students had their room and board, Monk led them to an indoor atrium with tiered seating that provided excellent acoustics for anyone standing on stage. A scattering of instruments had been arranged on the stage, and even Ty Lee plucked the string of a lute as she passed, the sound reverberating through the rest of the atrium. Aang and Zuko sat in the seats with Monk while both Ty Lee and Azula prepared to demonstrate. Ty Lee stretched and trilled and cleared her throat, and when Monk called for her to sing something first, she strode to the center of the stage with the utmost solemnity, her eyes downcast in a display of somber emotion that made Aang, Zuko, and Monk lean forward with interest. La 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 la. The sound that issued from her throat sounded like a flock of Gila geese dying all at once, so terrible that Aang had to grit his teeth. La 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 la, la la. "Well, Ty Lee, that was certainly lively," said Monk, as soon as she finished. Aang tugged on his ear lobes to alleviate the ringing. "Though I think your true talents lie in acrobatics." She smiled sheepishly. "I figured as much. Oh well, gotta try everything once, you know." "What did you think, Zuko?" Zuko had covered his ears at one point during her performance, but he managed a weak smile. I never knew anyone could sing like that." Ty Lee laughed. "It's okay, you can say it was terrible. Is it my turn?" Azula asked, stepping up to Ty Lee's side at the center of the stage. I have a song ready. Ty Lee joined Aang and the others in their seats while Azula looked out at something beyond them and cleared her throat. Zuko chuckled as his sister prepared her voice. This should be good, he said. I don't think Azula knows any songs all the way through. And they're all our uncles. Azula took in a deep breath and held a hand to the center of her chest. Winter, fall, summer, and spring, she sang, drawing out the words more than Aang thought the song called for. Every year the birds take wing. 4 seasons, 4 loves. 4 seasons, for love. Return to the nest and never fly. Soar to the winds, the winter sings. Beyond the leaves, a keening cry. The sun or moon, which will it bring? Winter, fall, summer, and spring. 4 seasons, 4 loves. 4 seasons, for love. Once she finished, she put a hand on her hip and waited expectantly. Well, Zuko blinked in shock and whispered to Aang. Who would have guessed she listened to the whole song? Painfully average, said Monk, arms crossed and unimpressed. Stilted and emotionless. It is clear to me that you never practiced singing for a crowd in your life. Azula's brow rose, and for the second time that day she looked stunned. Excuse me, Aang sunk in his chair. Azula was better than he expected, but even he thought Monk was a bit harsh. Maybe one day you might get it if you work hard enough. Monk continued, but it's obvious that you lack the gift. Zuko let out a low whistle. It's been a long time since I've seen her direct that glare at someone other than me. Azula looked livid indeed. Aang, Zuko, Ty Lee, we're leaving, she said, stomping back up the atrium steps, barely slowing down to look at them. Right this instant. Already? Ty Lee asked, joining her hands together. But Azula, you're already perfect in so many other ways. That was way better than my singing. Azula looked as if she were about to retort when she stopped in her tracks, eyes fixed on the doorway. Aang followed her gaze and his blood ran cold. Zuko stood up and gaped. Zhao, is that you? Framed in the doorway, Zhao offered Azula a slow clap. Unlike every other time Aang had seen the man, all those years ago, this time he didn't wear armor. Instead, he had a gray robe draped over his shoulders and matching loose pants tied with a black sash. An opening in the robe displayed bandages wrapped around his torso. Otherwise, he still had the same proud topknot and bushy sideburns that Aang remembered. My, he said. Even his voice still oozed with the same condescending tone. What a surprise. Ozai's own children, in the flesh. I never thought I'd see the two of you here. Aang remembered how much Prince Zuko hated Zhao. But now, Zuko's surprise turned into a wide grin. Zhao, it's good to see you. Both Zuko and Azula stood at Zhao's side as the latter spread his arms to encompass their shoulders. You two have grown, Zhao said. Your father will be pleased to see you. Father? Azula asked, eyes wide. Aang felt his heart pound against his chest. He couldn't be here. He prepared to leap away if Ozai walked through that door next, panic rising so much that he felt like he could be sick. He's here. No, said Zhao, letting out a low chuckle under his breath, and at his words Aang felt his tense legs loosen. Zhao turned Zuko and Azula away from Aang, Ty Lee, and Monk as if he didn't even notice them. Not at this circus. Come, my tent is outside. I'll fill you two in on all the exciting details. Aang and Ty Lee found themselves sitting in the corner of Zhao's tent, picking at their sour dumpling soup bowls while Zhao regaled all of them with the details of the horrific battle that ended with him being wounded and all of their waterbender enemies devastated. He gestured to his weapon rack, which had broadswords, longswords, a bow and a quiver of arrows, a guandao, and several daggers all polished and free of dust as he told the story of how he gutted an enemy warrior with that very knife, wrested the sword from another warrior's grip, used the spear as a crutch while enemies chased him through the wilderness. All the gory details started to make even Zuko look green, but Azula listened with rapt attention. Now, Azula, imagine the terror on his face as I used his own sword against him. Obviously, I also wielded it with much more skill than he did, but it might be harder to imagine that kind of skill without much reference for real sword fighting to go off of. Zhao gave a meaningful glance toward Zuko as he said it. There's no substitute for the skill and training of a real soldier. Zuko frowned. What about Lu Ten? We've seen his demonstrations plenty of times. Azula cut across Zuko, eager for more details. So how'd you get wounded? And why did father and the others leave you here? Aang scowled at the dig toward Zuko, but kept to himself as Zhao went on to explain that he had been outnumbered and stayed back to hold off enemy forces while Ozai and the rest of his soldiers retreated. He'd been left at a singing enclave, of all places, because it was the nearest safe place for Zhao to rest and recover. So is your dad still nearby? Ty Lee asked. She lowered her bowl to her lap and averted her eyes. Maybe you'll get to see him. At her question, Aang found himself feeling a familiar ache at the idea of Zuko and Azula leaving for their father's side. He knew how she felt. They're going up and down the eastern coasts, Zhao answered. But they should be returning soon to pick me up again before we head across the sea to the Earth Kingdom. So if you want to see him, it'd be your last chance. Not just father, but Lu Ten, too, Zuko said, leaning back. It'll be strange. Zhao gestured toward Aang with his chopsticks. And if you bring the Avatar to present to your father, he'd surely reward you. You'd be in his good favor. Aang felt heat stirring in his gut. I'm not a prize. I can see right through you. You just want that recognition for yourself, don't you? It came out harsher than he intended. Zhao's voice deepened as he smirked and his words came out like a drawl. You've got a sharp mouth on you, boy, he said. I'm already one of Lord Ozai's favored soldiers. What use could I have for you? Aang, your aura's turning really red, Ty Lee pointed out with a timid voice. Emboldened by Aang's silence, who bit his tongue to avoid saying something that would offend Zuko or Azula, Zhao continued. You should respect your elders. Did they forget to teach you that at monk school? I expected the Avatar to be much more disciplined than this. Azula furrowed her brow as she looked between them both. What is going on here? Aang, we know you're not just a prize to present to our father. Aang was about to retort to Zhao when Zuko stood and grasped Aang by the shoulder. Come on, let's go outside. Taken aback by Zuko's action, Aang shot one last glare at Zhao before getting up and following Zuko outside of the tent. Part of him felt like Zhao would attempt a sneak attack at Aang's turn back, and the thought left a tingling at the back of his neck. You need to cool off, Zuko said. What's bothering you? What's bothering me? Aang asked, incredulous, as he looked back at the tent. Looking at Zhao, he could only picture the arrogant, destructive man who nearly wiped out the moon and made Aang lose a friend. But even further than that, he recognized a similar event with his friends back home, when Aang did something stupid and both Sokka and Katara left him behind to reunite with their father. He turned away from the tent, facing the Rhythmic Rhino's enclave across the field. Zhao's a jerk. Zuko shrugged and hesitated before responding, letting the singing cicadas fill the silence. He can be. Didn't you notice the way he was talking about you? Sort of, Zuko admitted. But he's always been like that. I'm used to it. Azula always had most of the village's attention. But that doesn't mean you should just put up with it. Aang said, how is that fair? We were always taught to show respect and discipline, especially to our elders and particularly to those outside of our family, Zuko said. He kicked at a loose stone in the grass. That's just always how it's been. Speaking up and speaking out reflected badly on our father. And, well, now that you're with us, you're our responsibility. You'd disrespect me and Azula, and by extension, our father, if you offended Zhao or dishonored him. Aang crossed his arms and looked away. I'm no one's responsibility, he said, but even he knew it sounded petulant. Even so, he didn't miss the implication behind Zuko's words, that he was part of their family. Zuko sighed but then he smiled. If you say so, he said. His eyes focused on the tent flap as it opened and Azula and Ty Lee climbed out to head toward the enclave. I'm going back inside, but I have a bad feeling about Azula and Ty Lee. Sneaking off into the night, why don't you go see what they're up to? Glad for any excuse not to go back into Zhao's tent, Aang nodded and followed after the two girls toward the pavilion in the center of the paddock. He crept low when he heard them talking, and stopped short when Azula started to vocalize. She didn't use words, but she changed the pitch and volume of her voice at Ty Lee's direction. Even though it still wasn't that good, Aang found himself sitting in the grass and listening. He supposed that she took Monkey's words to heart even if she tried to make it appear otherwise. For reasons he couldn't say, he let the sound carry him into pleasant, nostalgic memories. Oh, Aang, what are you doing here? Ty Lee noticed him while he was caught up in the sight of Azula practicing and he leapt to his feet. Oh, I was, just curious to see what you two were doing. Oh, said Ty Lee, waving a hand. Azula's just trying to impress. Azula clamped a sharp-taloned hand over Ty Lee's lips. Not another word. Ty Lee nodded fearfully but Aang grinned as he tugged at the back of his headband. I think you're getting better, Azula. She pointed at Aang with her free hand. That goes for you, too. You didn't see anything, Sokka didn't know what to think about the combustion man. He seemed to know where to go, how to find the Avatar, all without saying a word to him or his grandmother. They left Sokka's ship and it was just the three of them now traveling over land. The trio had stopped to take a short break and let the buffalo yaks rest, but when Sokka pulled the mounts by their reins toward his grandmother and the combustion man, he found that they weren't ready to go at all. His grandmother and the combustion man were seated around a short, wooden table playing a game of Pai Sho. Sokka raised his eyebrows and then furrowed them. "What are you two doing?" he asked, his voice sharp. He didn't even know where his grandmother had gotten the table or the Pai Sho board. Kanna seemed as innocent as ever as she moved a tile across the board. "We're just playing a short Pai Sho game. Prince Sokka, would you like to join us?" Sokka clenched his fists. "No, we have to find the Avatar. I've come up with a plan. But me and this nice gentleman were having such pleasant conversation," Kanna said with a pout. Sokka highly doubted the man spoke to her. He never did. Even now, his face was as blank as it always was. Sokka could only grasp his forehead and sigh in exasperation. They spent most of the next day helping out at the enclave and listening to more of Zhao's stories. The whole time, Aang withstood Zhao's condescending attitude, his dismissal of Zuko, and even his occasional rudeness to Ty Lee, who failed to notice the slights each time he made them. Eventually Aang realized that Zhao saw Azula as Ozai's favorite, and by staying on her good side it ensured Zhao would remain on Ozai's. The whole concept made Aang angry on Zuko's behalf. Even here, Azula got better treatment than her brother. And just because she could firebend and he couldn't. This continued all the way until it was time to attend the Rhythmic Rhinos concert. The gathering outside the pavilion had grown to include even members from a village half a day's walk away. As the warm, clear night descended on them all, the rhinos and a handful of their students prepared their performance, some using instruments while the rhinos themselves sang without accompaniment. All 5 men vocalized in harmony with each other, with one singing from the throat, his rumbling guiding them along. Aang had never heard anything like it, and at the end of their performance he found himself clapping as hard as everyone else. After they finished, Zhao scowled at the stage and lurked off toward his tent. Azula, Zuko, and Ty Lee didn't seem to notice, but Aang watched Zhao leave with a frown. The whole reason Azula and Zuko wanted to stay an extra day was for the chance to spend extra time with him, for some unexplainable reason, so why was he leaving? Monk approached Aang and stopped at his side, watching Zhao. "I won't be sad to see his back for the last time when he leaves. His sense of pride is too great to stay here." Ty Lee slid closer to Aang and Monk, perhaps so Zuko and Azula wouldn't hear her. Sabi clung to her back, her giant ears peeking over Ty Lee's shoulders. "He's being kinda rude, isn't he? He was shot in the back by an arrow," said Monk, his face darkening in the shadows of nearby torches. "It leads me to believe he fled during a battle in an attempt to abandon his comrades. So, of course, he is bitter about being left here to recover, a place he thinks to be beneath him. I've had enough of him," Aang muttered under his breath. With Monkey's words, it had all come together. He walked off into the night, pursuing Zhao to give him a piece of his mind. With each step, Aang found himself getting angrier and angrier. He thought of the man's arrogance and his capability for destruction. He thought of Yu, and the monster that Zhao's actions had forced Aang to become. He thought of the devastation he had wrought on Zhao's fleet at the North Pole, and how he hated and feared himself for so long afterward. It began with Zhao. It was his fault. He caught up to Zhao at the outside of his tent. Zhao's shoulders tensed as he turned to regard Aang. "What is it you want, little boy?" "I've figured you out," Aang said, gripping his staff tight. "You've been disgraced, dishonored. You fled from battle like a coward and got shot in the back, and now you want Zuko and Azula so you can restore yourself to glory in your superior's eyes." He couldn't bring himself to say Ozai's name. "Not yet. You want me, the Avatar. I really am just a prize to you." Zhao's face twisted. "You watch your mouth. You have no idea what you're talking about." "I don't." Aang spread his arms. "All you care about is yourself and your status." He heard footsteps padding in the grass behind him. Azula caught up first and gripped Aang's shoulder. "Aang, what is the meaning of this?" "Zhao's a coward," Aang said with vehemence, enjoying the way Zhao flinched at the word. "He was shot in the back after trying to run away." Zuko's eyes widened. "What? Aang, that's a serious accusation." "I was shot in the back," Zhao said. His voice had turned cold. "But not because I tried to run." He inclined his head toward Azula and Zuko. Your father had fallen off of his Komodo rhino during a battle with Water Tribe warriors and lost consciousness. Their archers lined up and I did the first thing that came to mind, I shielded his body with my own. Miraculously, most of the arrows grazed me and only one hit. He squared his shoulders and drew himself to his full height. So don't you dare call me a coward, Avatar. Aang felt a pain in his chest when his heart dropped. No way, that's a lie. You made it up to make yourself look good, like all your other stories. But even he knew he didn't sound convincing. I don't know, Aang. Ty Lee said, biting her fingers. You've been horrible to Zhao ever since we got here, said Azula, her fist clenched. We've known him our whole lives. Honestly, I don't care whether or not he's lying. You may not like him, you don't have to, but this is the first news we've gotten about our father and his soldiers ever since they left our village. Aang looked to Zuko, who only frowned and shook his head and said nothing. Why are you defending him? Look at the way he treated us all, especially Zuko. Azula slapped him in the face. It was hard enough for his face to sting, for him to feel her long nails scratch his cheek. Enough, Aang. He saw her again, the same Azula that had killed everyone close to him. And it was as if he was seeing her for the first time. We've known Zhao a lot longer than we've known you, Zuko said, his voice hard. I think you keep forgetting that. But I've known you a lot longer than you think, he wanted to say, but the words wouldn't come. We're going with Zhao, Azula said finally. She didn't look Aang in the eyes as she said it. We're going to meet with our father again. So you should leave. Aang's shoulders fell. After everything, he allowed the same thing to happen. He messed up, pushed his two friends away with his own selfishness. But the anger at Zhao remained, like it was lodged in his throat so he couldn't say anything else. Anger at Zhao, anger at worse evils. Ty Lee, are you coming? Zuko asked. Or are you going with Aang? Ty Lee lowered her eyes and wrung her fingers. Aang's going to the Golden City. And, well, I have to go, too. Zuko closed his eyes for a moment before he went back into Zhao's tent. Fine, then, he said, before disappearing into its folds. Azula followed him in without a word of farewell. Angry, consuming flames blasted from Aang's fists with each pump of his arms. Arcs flew from every kick. Sweat gathered on his brow, causing his hair to stick to his head. The White Lotus headband had been discarded. The night wore on, but Aang's anger never diminished. Ty Lee was a wreck. She huddled close to the fire, arms wrapped around her knees. Somehow, she got the notion into her head that everything was her fault, that this would have never happened if she joined the Avatar's group. She was the one who brought them to the Enclave, after all. Aang's energy was finally spent, and darkness surrounded him once he extinguished his flames. The two had left the Enclave grounds right after the confrontation with Zhao and now they camped on the island's beach. The waves washed up against the shore, but Ty Lee and the fire were just out of their range. Aang sat down next to her with his legs crossed, sighing. His staff lay next to the fire, his headband wrapped around it. Appa was close enough to the fire to feel its heat, and Sabi was wrapped around Ty Lee's head, cooing softly to her. Why were you so angry? Ty Lee suddenly asked him, not taking her eyes off of the fire. Her fingers drew pictures in the sand. I never thought you could become like that. You wouldn't understand. No one would, he said. Why won't you let them? She asked. Aang didn't answer for a few moments. What does it matter? They left of their own choice. I don't care anymore, he finally said. I think you do, she replied quietly. Aang's thoughts brought him back to a similar moment with Sokka and Katara. They left him, too, but it wasn't nearly as bad as this was. Would Zuko and Azula ever come back? But this time, he had Ty Lee. He wasn't alone. Ty Lee chose to stay. He felt a surge of affection for her. He was really thankful. They care about you. I know they do, Ty Lee said. They're loyal. I don't think they'd ever abandon you. She was so naive, so optimistic. It was just the way he used to be. I'm glad you're my friend, Ty Lee. I'm happy that you're here with me, at least. She smiled. Me too, Aang. Over an hour later, Azula found herself glancing down at her palm. She could have sworn it still tingled from when she slapped Aang. You two made the right choice, Zhao said, disconcerted by Azula and Zuko's glum demeanors. You're going to reunite with your family again. Only danger awaited you down the Avatar's path. He doesn't deserve you to. You got that right, Azula agreed. I thought I understood him perfectly. Well, you miscalculated, Zuko said with a shrug. That's all there is to it. He did have a lot of secrets he hid from us, Azula said. See, he isn't trustworthy, Zhao butted in. You two need to be surrounded by people you trust. He tensed when a loud noise hammered somewhere outside, frequent and almost rhythmic, getting louder and louder like it was coming toward them. It sounded like something metal. Both Azula and Zuko stood to go outside and face whatever it was, but Zhao held out his arm and blocked the tent's entrance, waiting. The sound stopped. A metal claw suddenly ripped through the tent's fabric, cutting a swath and revealing a bald, bearded man to them with a strange tattoo on his head. Zhao, Zuko, and Azula jumped backwards, picking up their weapons and taking fighting stances. With a few quick swipes of his arm, the metal man tore away the tent, making its posts clatter to the ground and exposing them all to the night. Prince Sokka revealed himself behind the strange metal-limbed man, ducking underneath the giant man's outstretched arm and looking around. Where is he? Why isn't the Avatar with you? Sokka asked. You missed him. He's long gone, said Zuko, tightening his grip on his broadswords. You know where he is. Tell me, Sokka demanded. We left him hours ago, said Azula, her eyes narrowed. Leave us. Sokka gestured to the metal man, who stepped up to Azula and grabbed her by the arm. His grip was unbearably tight and cold in his iron hand. Azula couldn't wrench herself free. I'm not afraid of you, she said fiercely. The man said nothing. Show them your power, Sokka said, his arms crossed. A smirk grew on his face. The metal man concentrated his gaze somewhere above Azula, inhaled, and a beam of pure light shot from the tattoo on his forehead. The beam collided with the trees surrounding them, which exploded in a maelstrom of fire and wood. Azula instinctually moved closer to the giant of a man for protection, who unflinchingly risked being hit by debris as everyone else shielded themselves. Well, that was unnecessary, the old woman next to Sokka said. Next to the metal man, she looked tiny. Now do you fear him? Sokka asked. Zhao, let me go. Zuko suddenly yelled, trying to wrestle himself free of Zhao's grip. We need to get out of here. That man is too strong for us to handle. I'm not leaving my sister. That's cute, the water prince said with a dark grin. With a yell, Zhao unsheathed his own straight, long sword and ran at Sokka, holding his weapon behind him as he prepared to swing. Sokka brought up his machete to block the attack. That was foolish, Sokka said to him through grit teeth as their weapons were locked. Oh dear, Kanna mumbled to herself. The combustion man did nothing except continue to hold Azula. Zhao broke free of the locked weapons first, bringing his sword around to swing again and again, grunting with each strike against Sokka's machete. He was unleashing all of his fury in uncontrolled attacks. I've never lost a fight against an opponent, Zhao said between breaths. Well, they were stupid opponents then, Sokka said with a narrowed eye. You failed to account for one thing, Sokka, Azula noted suddenly, gaining a clever smirk. Fighting like this, you've lost the advantage of your mind-blowing companion. He's a long-distance fighter who damages anyone and anything, regardless of friend or foe. Sokka growled and pulled his club from a strap on his back, using the crisscrossed weapons to block Zhao's attacks. He was dodging when necessary, rolling around to strike the man with his club. One hit was all it took. Zhao took a strike to the gut and doubled over. Zuko, whose swords were already unsheathed, moved to help Zhao before Sokka could deal a finishing blow, but they were interrupted by the voice of someone they didn't expect. Sokka, don't do it. Aang had come. A moment later, a pink blur took advantage of the distraction and hopped from the trees, striking the combustion man's arm in an attempt to release Azula. The man lost control of his arm, but the metal hand was still clamped around her. Oops, Ty Lee said. The man's flesh hand backhanded her and sent the girl flying into one of the near, undestroyed trees. Ty Lee, Zuko shouted, leaving the issue of Sokka to Aang. He rushed to the girl and lifted her upper body into his hands. She barely clung onto consciousness, her gaze bleary as she tried to blink away the pain. Ty Lee, talk to me. Are you alright? Ow, that hurt, she moaned, rubbing her back and her head. She kept alternating between the two, apparently, she couldn't decide what to nurse at the moment. She was dazed, but otherwise fine. Do you know how to stop that man from using his mind explosions? He asked her quickly. What? One of said explosions erupted just above them, not aimed directly at them for fear of the combustion man killing himself, but far enough from the two to cause potential damage. Zuko flung himself protectively over Ty Lee, shielding her body from further harm. Shards of wood landed on him. Azula frequently tried to wrench herself free of the man's stony grip, but he didn't relent. She stopped struggling for a moment, finally deciding to resort to permanently hurting the man. She narrowed her eyes as a fireball came to life in her palm. She was ready to hurl it at his face, but he disrupted her concentration and flung her away, causing her to roll across the ground. Her wavy hair flowed across her back, matted with dirt. She pushed herself off of the ground and took a fighting stance, her amber gaze locked on the man in front of her. Sokka stood in front of Aang, ready to defeat Zhao, but was interrupted when Aang inhaled deeply. Sokka expected a rush of air, but before Aang unleashed it, he held his finger up in front of his mouth and streamed fire from it, letting the air carry it to make it grow. The massive amount of fire collided with the ground and swept heat over them all, but Sokka avoided the attack. Aang was pleasantly surprised with the result of the attack he had just invented, using the combination of his air and firebending. Since, for some reason, he couldn't remember how to breathe fire, he had to do the firebending with his hands. Sokka didn't jump far enough away from Zhao. Aang jumped towards him and hurled his staff, letting the wind spin around it to throw Sokka further away from the other man. Aang's staff faithfully came back to him and his ploy worked. Zhao stood. "I'm willing to fight on your side against a common enemy," Aang said through grit teeth. "Do not think of this as a hand of friendship. It is not. I really don't like you, but for what it's worth I'm sorry about what I said." Zhao seemed mildly surprised at his frankness, but smirked. "Then we are allies for this one time only. And don't worry, the dislike is mutual." "Agreed," said Aang. He examined Sokka. "I think he'll waterbend now. Stay on guard." Aang was correct. Sokka used both his club and his machete to lift water from the stream alongside Zhao's camp and sent it at the two. A club and a machete were surprisingly good mediums for waterbending. The club used the hard, bludgeoning power of water pressure while the machete used its cutting ability effectively. Sokka was skilled enough to utilize both at once. Aang pointed his staff at the torrent of water heading their way and released a stream of fire, maintaining it through the attack. While the steam cleared, Sokka chose to run up to him, swinging his weapons in tandem. Water trailed behind them, ready to strike Aang. Aang bent into a kick and released a horizontal arc of air to trip him up, but the Water Tribe warrior jumped over the attack and consecutively sent the water at him. It struck Aang in the midsection and threw him off his feet. As he landed, Zhao rushed to his aid and swung his sword at Sokka, who blocked it with his machete and attacked Zhao's open defense with his club. Aang returned quickly, striking Sokka in the gut with a short blast of air, giving Zhao enough time to recover. Aang gathered more wind at the tip of his staff and swung it underhandedly at Sokka, who simply stepped to the side and let it pass. However, the combustion man, busy with Azula, Zuko, and Ty Lee, was right behind him and it struck him instead. It barely deterred him, but the giant of a man turned and went towards Aang instead. Sokka turned to him at the same time. Aang quickly realized that his staff would be useless against Sokka's two weapons, so he threw it away. Kanna, who was standing off to the side, was hit with the thrown staff. She scowled. "Hey bye, forgive them. They're going to burn down the whole forest. But forgive me too," she said. She gathered water from the stream and built it up into a large wave, washing it over everyone on the battlefield. They all paused in their fighting as they became drenched, and looked at her with anger written on their faces. Everyone except for the combustion man, because his face was always blank. "You're going to destroy the whole forest," Kanna shouted at them. Sokka ignored her and used the water all over the ground at his disposal, exhaling a breath of frosty air towards Aang. Before it reached him, however, he was forced to block a pair of broadswords from Zuko. Zuko's curved weapons parried Sokka's own weapons easily, and both continually swung them, coming to a standstill. It was only broken when Sokka hit Zuko in the gut with a broad piece of ice. Azula hurled a large, charged fireball at the combustion man's exposed backside, but the fire simply raged over him and barely harmed the huge man. He turned around, enraged, and sent an explosion at her and Ty Lee, who were next to each other. Ty Lee somersaulted out of the way, while Azula simply ducked. A tree behind her went up in flames. She smirked and sent continuous, short blasts at him, always on the move. He did not move from his position, but instead tried to shoot her incessantly, bringing the blasts closer and closer to himself. The ground shook and for a moment Aang thought the combustion man was on the move, but instead he saw 5 rhinos barreling toward them from the enclave. They all did their best to encircle the fight, and Aang recognized the rhythmic rhinos as their riders, all of which wielded the same weapons Aang remembered as from his world. "Let's go, boys," Monk shouted to his companions. "Let's show him how much we used to be feared." Vakir held his bow ready while Ogode hurled his chains around the combustion man, who caught them with his metal claw. Yelu tried to throw his bombs, but the combustion man noticed them in time and detonated them himself, causing the masked rhino to hurl himself away. Kachi and Monk attacked together while the combustion man was distracted by the explosives, the former with his spear and the latter barehanded, giving Azula time to catch her breath. Aang, Sokka, and Zuko were locked in a battle of complicated footwork and finesse, ducking under each other's attacks. Zuko slashed at Sokka, Sokka ripped through Aang's shawl, and Aang circled around them both at the speed of wind, shooting Sokka from all sides with blasts of fire. As he fought, his mind struggled to come up with a plan to defeat the combustion man. Back in his own world, he and his friends were barely able to even touch him, and now, their numbers were reduced and nobody was a master bender. Aang kept the assassin's only weakness in mind, but they didn't have any bludgeoning weapons or an earthbender. He was getting annoyed with the increased uselessness of his own bending. And then Aang's eyes locked on Sokka's club. Quick as lightning, the airbender's hand shot out at Sokka's left wrist, which was holding the Water Tribe club. Zuko took the chance and tried to restrain Sokka, wrapping his arms around the waterbender's torso and held him in a lock, pushing his arms up into the air. Aang wrenched the club out of Sokka's hands, and then went to help Azula. Zuko managed to get Sokka's machete out of his hands, but the waterbender freed himself. Since Zuko was now weaponless, he tackled the other boy and they both tumbled to the ground in a heap, kicking, punching, and slamming each other into the mud. Sokka kicked Zuko off of him and rolled around onto the swordsman's back, his hands on the back of his head as he forced the other boy's face into the mud. Zuko struggled to be free, but Sokka held him there, waiting for him to fall unconscious from the lack of air. Zuko's struggling became weaker and weaker, but more frantic as he panicked. And then a flying knee struck Sokka in the ribs and threw him off of Zuko. Ty Lee skillfully landed on her feet and moved to help Zuko, who was completely covered in mud. Sokka used waterbending to get the mud off of his own clothes and held his fists up to Ty Lee, ready to fight. Zuko was still dazed and gulped in lungfuls of air. Ty Lee regarded Sokka with disdain. "Oh, police, you won't be able to do a thing against me hand to hand." She performed a round off to near the waterbender and sprung into the air, landing at Sokka's side and punching him with her fingers. Knowing of her unique ability, Sokka tried to dodge her attacks. "Ooh, looks like we're dancing together," Ty Lee said. "Too bad I'm not really into bad boys, though." Since she was getting nowhere against him, she performed a leg sweep to knock the boy off of his feet and struck his pressure points while he was still in the air. Ty Lee avoided his splash of mud with a back flip, grinned, and ran over to Zuko even as Sokka let out anguished shouts. Aang slid across the ground to avoid the combustion man's attack, trying to best the man together with Azula, who ran around the other side of him, and the rhinos that kept their distance. The metal man was spinning to try and hit them all, but Aang and Azula hurled blasts of fire to disrupt the explosions and protect their allies. They struggled to get close to him. Suddenly, Aang was once again struck with inspiration from Sokka, recalling how Sokka threw his boomerangs. He'd be able to do the same with the club, but it wouldn't come back. Besides, he didn't want it to. While Kachi engaged the combustion man and kept him distracted, Aang took careful aim and threw the club. It spun through the air, painfully slowly, almost as if the combustion man would simply be able to step out of the way. He was currently distracted by Azula and Kachi and unable to block it, and the club collided right with his head. It was the first attack that really seemed to hurt him, knocking him back slightly. "Everyone, run away," Aang yelled. He quickly spun both of his arms, gathering air around the combustion man. It circled him at furious speeds, definitely unable to stop one of his explosions, but that wasn't its purpose. Aang expanded the tornado to reach them all, including Sokka and Kanna, to blow them all away from the man's uncontrolled blast. Aang didn't look long enough to see if the combustion man still stood after that, but instead reached for his bison whistle. And called Appa. The noise of the explosions deterred Appa, but when he heard the whistle he came to their aid. He landed with Sabi right next to the creek, and Azula and Zuko were the first to climb on his back. Ty Lee was next, handing Aang's staff back to him. She glanced back worriedly at Sokka and Kanna. Sokka was on the ground, completely covered in mud, but saved from the blast. Aang glanced at him once last time before jumping on Appa's head, shouting, "Yip yip." The mud, trees, and fire became smaller and smaller as Appa ascended higher and higher, and the four exhaled together when they realized they were safe. Ty Lee leaned over the back of the saddle as she looked at the scene far below them. Wow, who would have guessed the rhythmic rhinos were that tough? Wait, where did Zhao go? Zuko asked, alarmed. I saw him run away during the fight, Aang said guardedly. He wasn't sure if Zuko and Azula would take his words as truth or not. He did help me, but I think he was the one who called the rhinos for help. Azula shrugged half-heartedly. Well, he was never the most courageous of men. The saddle was filled with an awkward silence as Sabi flew over to Aang's head and coiled around his neck. Zuko and Azula finally spoke at exactly the same time. Aang, we're sorry, they said forcefully. And then the two glared at each other. We shouldn't have left you so readily, said Azula. Our quest is with you, said Zuko. Ty Lee grinned. Yay, I'm so happy we're a big, happy family again, she said to them all. Group hug. They all stared at her, alarmed, and denied. The idea brought sadness back into Aang's heart. I'm sorry, too, Aang admitted. You've known Zhao your whole life and it wasn't my right to judge him. He was kind of a jerk, but it wouldn't have been so bad if I wasn't a jerk to begin with, myself. I'm just upset that we missed out on a chance to see father again, said Azula, sighing. Don't worry about that, said Aang, and chills shook his spine. I'm sure we'll run into him one of these days. Chameleon Bay, perhaps, he wondered. Perhaps, Zuko mused. Zhao's probably on his way to father. They grew silent again. Azula quietly observed Aang, but he couldn't tell what she was thinking. Ty Lee broke the silence by groaning and slapping her forehead. Oh, no, we're not going to be able to finish our singing lessons. Azula, we can totally keep practicing, so don't worry. No, said Azula, cutting her off. I think that was enough singing. I myself have come to accept that I truly can't be perfect at every single little thing I try. I was a little annoyed when he called me average at best, but that is far better than completely tone deaf, so I'll take it. It's a useless skill, all things considered, and I don't have the desire to truly keep practicing it. She really can't handle criticism, Zuko whispered to Ty Lee as Azula continued, unabated. Ty Lee laughed. She'll rationalize her way around it for hours. It's honestly pretty impressive. Aang let her continue on and he smiled to himself as he crawled toward the reins. He liked Azula's singing, but this was more like her. She was ethereal, glistening, shining, illuminating. He could sit there for hours using all different words to describe her, yet none of them seemed to do her justice. Her pond was clear in the moonlight, giving the impression she was some kind of nature spirit. He hid in the bushes, leaning his head against his arm, just watching with a faint smile on his face. He missed simple enjoyments like these. She never knew he was there, but it was better this way. She wouldn't have to know the depth of his feelings. Not yet, and yet, Toph knew. She sensed his heartbeat whenever Katara was around. She knew when he walked off to find her training alone. He used to go under the pretense to protect her, since it was dangerous for them to be alone these days. Toph didn't buy it. Of course she didn't. It didn't take the Master Earthbender to know that Katara could handle any trouble by herself, especially under the light of the moon. They were a little older now, each day a battle of survival in the world ridden with war. The memory of her lips on his felt like so long ago. It had only been once, an impulse, but ever since the first kiss on the day of Black Sun, she never mentioned it again. The war took precedence in their lives. They had no time for love anymore. All of them, and most importantly Sokka, had learned the hard way with the loss of Suki and everyone else they cared for. As his mind wandered, Katara seemed to have spotted him. From her position on the pond, she touched one of her many ribbons of water and attacked the figure in the bushes with a twirl so smooth she could have still been dancing. She had grown clever as much as she became more beautiful over the years. With a cry, Aang fell back as she doused him with the water. Katara seemed to glide over to him, ready to attack again, but her water fell when she saw the person's identity. Aang, she tilted her head, confused. Her almost luminescent blue eyes came into his view, and he grinned weakly. Hello, he said, in an attempt to be nonchalant. Katara gave him a curious, amused smile. I was just coming to check up on you. Well, somehow, I caught the almighty Avatar off guard. You should have been more careful. I thought you were someone else, and I could have seriously hurt you. That's okay, he said, standing up with a smile. He seemed to reserve them only for her these days. He trusted her waterbending. It would never, ever harm him, she was much too gentle and caring. He had seen her fierceness in battle, but with her family, she was a different person. For Katara, waterbending was something to be cherished. It was part of the reason why he didn't bend water as much as the other elements. That element belonged to her. Come on, let's get back to camp. You're all dirty now, she said to him. And together, they returned to the rest of their family, walking side by side. He wasn't shorter than her anymore. Aang woke up happier that morning. His sleep was much more pleasant than usual, but he couldn't remember for the life of him what he had dreamt that night. His better mood didn't go unnoticed by the other members of his traveling group. You're looking unusually chipper this morning, Ty Lee chirped, handing him a bowl of sweet grains for breakfast. Did you sleep well? He laughed as Sabi jumped all over him, licking his face. Ty Lee took that as an answer and smiled. Aang seems so strange today, Zuko commented to Ty Lee and Azula, just barely within Aang's earshot. He didn't mind them talking about him. He seems like a regular kid. Ever since he met them, Aang knew parts of his personality sometimes unnerved them. He was 12 but acted much older than he appeared. He pretended not to listen as they watched him shower affection on Appa, who was groaning appreciatively from the attention. It's a nice change, Ty Lee said. When Aang finally sat down next to the cooking fire to take his food, the smells of morning ginkgo tea filling his nostrils, Azula sprung a question on him. So where are we going next? Aang paused for a moment as he lifted his teacup to his mouth, then turned thoughtful. Well, we should keep heading north, he said. The Fire Nation really isn't that large, so we should reach the Golden City in just a few days. Ty Lee, who was in the middle of shoveling a portion of tofu pudding into her mouth, choked and her gray eyes became wide. Ty Lee, are you all right? Zuko asked her hurriedly, moving to help her. With one almighty gulp, Ty Lee swallowed her breakfast and took a deep breath. Yes, I'm fine, thanks, she said through her coughing. We're going to be there in just a few days. I think so, Zuko said, unraveling one of the maps he kept close at hand. Our detour through the outer island slowed us down a bit, but we're back on track and in the mainland again, directly north of the old capital. This part of the mainland was dry and volcanic, the heart of the Fire Nation between Jia-Duan and the Golden City that had been claimed by the Water Tribes. They had made camp the night before on a flat piece of otherwise sloped ground, the shallow shell of a dormant volcano. Aang's expression returned to normal, his levity vanishing as his suspicion dragged him back down to earth. Why do you seem so nervous about going to the Golden City? He asked Ty Lee. Me, nervous? What do you mean? She asked, twiddling her fingers together and shifting her eyes quickly from side to side. Let me see that map. She snatched the old piece of parchment from Zuko and quickly scanned it with her eyes and fingertip. Oh, look, right there. That's what I wanted to show you guys before we got to the Golden City. What is it? Azula asked, her eyes narrowed. She was just as suspicious as Aang was, and they shared a glance with each other. He saw the apprehension in her eyes. The acrobat handed the map to her. Not too far away from here are the Water Gardens, Ty Lee explained. It's one of the most beautiful places in the Fire Nation. What is it? Zuko asked, a hint of distaste in his voice. It's a rainforest with a ton of rivers flowing through it, she responded. I've been there once. There's so much water around because of all the rivers intersecting with each other. The plant life makes the place look so magical, especially at night. There are so many glowy bugs, and the rainforest is full of the most beautiful flowers. And why would we want to go there? Aang asked with his arms crossed. Yes, that seems pointless, said Azula. It's one of the Fire Nation's most romantic locales, she said, elbowing Azula. I wanted to bring Zuko there. Zuko flushed. Well, I don't mind, he managed to say, his face burning. It could be worth seeing. But we'll have to wait around until nighttime. It's the best then, said Ty Lee. All right, I suppose, Azula said. It won't hurt to take a look, and it doesn't seem too far out of the way. What? Aang exclaimed, turning to her. A second ago you were on my side. Then it's decided. Ty Lee clapped her hands together. As the others began to pack up camp, Aang glanced at Ty Lee again, noticing her face fall. But when she noticed him staring at her, she beamed again. That time, though, her smile didn't look as convincing. There is no doubt about it now, said Sokka, poring over his maps with his lieutenant, Kinto. The Avatar is definitely heading to the Golden City to find a firebending teacher. He must have thought he could throw me off with his detour. Or he was lost, but this time he's going in that direction for sure. Doesn't he already have a firebender with him, sir? That girl, Kinto asked. Sokka's fingers automatically moved to the flame headpiece in his pocket, rubbing the delicate piece of jewelry. She's weak, Sokka said. I've observed her closely in battle. She also has to be searching for a master. Aside from the Avatar, the only member of their little team worth worrying about would be the other girl, and she doesn't even have any weapons. Kanna entered the galley with a tray of seal biscuits. Do not underestimate her, Prince Sokka. She already messed with your plans twice. I don't plan to, grandmother, he said coldly, refusing to stare into her direction. She's a formidable Kai blocker. I've studied her too. He knew the basis of her fighting style. There were some among the water tribes who practiced a similar martial art. Her fighting style was rare, but not impenetrable. Kanna looked over Sokka's shoulder at his map and let out a hum of appreciation, but then she almost pushed him out of the way to get a closer look. She bent her wrinkled face close to the parchment, a grin growing on her face. We're near the water gardens. Can we please go see them? Her eyes twinkled as she turned back to her grandson. We've got to beat the Avatar to the Golden City, said Sokka. One of the Water Nation's strongholds are at the gardens. I don't want to risk running into Bato again. He pulled his machete from his sheath and twirled it in his fingers, then grasped it tightly and stared at his reflection in the blade. He's been in my way this whole time. But the water gardens are magical, said Kanna. At night, the spirits light up all of the water and the plants in the air. It draws many tourists, and there are plenty of places to waterbend, but best of all, there will be plenty of girls there that are your age, sighing romantically in their loneliness. I said no, Sokka said sternly. It is a good place to look, and from what we've learned of the Avatar's movements, he surely likes to visit these tourist spots. He didn't reply, he just rolled his eye and looked back down at the map. It was potentially in the Avatar's route from the outer islands. Bato's going to get the Avatar first if we don't go. Sokka tapped his foot, and then scratched his chin, and then crossed his arms and frowned and furrowed his brow. You'll get an extra helping of seal biscuits, she crooned. Sokka groaned and hung his head. Someone tell the captain to set a course for the water gardens, he said, finally. Below the galley, in the ship's dark cargo hold, a masked figure leaned forward into the light coming from the limber hole, listening to the conversation above. Appa's tail lapped against the clear blue water as he swam through the narrow river system with the passengers on his back. Sabi batted at gnats in the air. Ty Lee was hanging off of Appa's horn, lowering herself as far as she could into the water and staring at her reflection, her fingers trailing in the river. Zuko kept looking all around to take in all the sights around them, while Aang gave Ty Lee a suspicious stare and Azula seemed uninterested. Aang could see why the water gardens were well known. Although it was unpleasantly hot and his clothes and hair stuck to his skin, the water was refreshingly clear and blue, and giant plants lined the sides of the river, a thick barrier of vivid green. The rainforest had tall, leafy trees, some thin and some fat, but Aang saw mostly mangroves along the water. Many of them hung over the river and some branches reached almost all the way to the other side, draping a curtain of leaves that Aang parted with his staff for Appa. The river was calm, but it occasionally intersected with others that fed into it that were shallower and more rapid. Enormous, colorful flowers stood out from the greenery. He saw spotted blue orchids and carnivorous pitcher plants, pink water lilies and passion flowers, and many stranger ones with dozens of petals that he couldn't identify. One even looked like a fierce monkey's face. He could have sworn it had made a noise at one point, but that could have been the hog monkeys howling somewhere in the distance. Even though little of his attention was on his surroundings, being in an area where life was hitting him with all of its intensity was truly amazing. He was used to war-torn lands, fire, and destruction, and it was a rarity in this world. 2. According to Zuko and Azula, as well as Haru back in the Earth Kingdom military outpost outside Jia Duan, much of the Earth Kingdom had become a dry, dead wasteland or a sprawling desert. Does anyone wanna go swimming? Ty Lee suddenly asked, turning her head to them. The water is so clear and cool. Zuko gave the water a look of distaste. I don't know, back home, the deepest rivers in the jungle had all kinds of flesh-eating fish or venomous eel snakes. Appa probably has nothing to worry about, though. Ty Lee promptly pulled her fingers out of the water. Oh, well, hey, just a suggestion. As Aang directed his stare to the pristine water, he seemed to feel the coolness calling to him. If only he could waterbend again, he thought momentarily about going for a swim, despite Zuko's warning. It would be fun. Sokka. Azula leapt up out of her seat, staring avidly down the river. Aang's gaze shot to that direction, spotting a ship turn a bend to head right toward them. How do you know it's him? Zuko asked, jumping to Appa's head to grab the reins. All the times we've faced him, you don't recognize his ship yet. Azula rolled her eyes, turning to Aang. Are we running or fighting? There's really no point to fighting him when we can just fly away, Aang mused, leaning over the saddle to stare deeper into the water. Oh, said Ty Lee, staring in the totally opposite direction. As Aang watched, the river seemed to be halting its flow, even moving in the other direction. He looked up as a shadow passed over the bison and they drifted underneath a canopy of vines and flowers. Sabi squeaked with fear. 3 skiffs sailed towards them, coming from one of the many rivers that forked into the main one behind them. Several waterbenders stood on each, moving as one to gather a large wave to topple the Avatar's bison. Fly, Aang shouted. I'm on it, Zuko returned, snapping the reins. Appa, yip yip, the bison needed no further encouragement, sensing the fear and danger that quickly approached them. With a mighty flap of its tail, which splashed water everywhere, the bison leapt into the sky and Aang blasted the canopy of vines out of the way. Ty Lee sat back into the saddle with a sigh of relief. Oh man, that was a close one. Were those Bato's men? Azula wondered aloud. What were they doing here? Sokka and Bato would never work together. She trailed off as her question was answered. From the sky, they could all see the Water Tribe encampment in the center of a deforested section of the Water Gardens. Trees had been dried out and withered. Sleek, narrow ships docked along the river's banks, many of the largest rivers seemed to converge there. The flag of the Water Tribes was proudly displayed over the landscape. This was territory claimed by the enemy. Both Zuko and Azula gasped. Azula rounded on Ty Lee, who was silent with her shoulders hunched. You knew. Her tone came out accusatory and harsh. On the other side of the saddle, totally removed from what was going on around him, Aang stared over the side of Appa toward the ship below them. His gray, stormy eyes met Sokka's angry blue one. After contemplating his decision for a moment, he jumped. The wind ripped at his clothes and hair as he fell towards the ground and the water, his arms and legs sprawled out on all sides. His companions' panicked shouts were lost to him as he soared, feeling free of all troubles, captured wholly by the pure exhilaration of falling. Aang unfurled his glider and seemed to float the rest of the short distance, landing right in the middle of Sokka's deck in a crouch. He swept his staff out in a circle, knocking several of the warriors away with a blast of wind. Sokka was on his toes and quick to retaliate, gathering streams of water from the river below him and sending them at the Avatar, constant and unwavering. Aang dodged the spear of another offending warrior, swung his staff upwards once, and then brought up the other side and slammed the man into the deck with air-powered strikes. The force of the attacks knocked him unconscious, but Aang moved again before the warrior even hit the ground. He kicked off of the balustrade, swept the floor of warriors, rode the wind, and came crashing down again with astounding force. He ducked under a vicious boomerang attack and turned to his only remaining opponent. Sokka deftly caught the weapon as it returned obediently to him, staring the Avatar resolutely in the eye. Aang, to the prince's surprise, dropped his staff in a gesture of surrender. I don't want to fight you. We need to talk. You should listen to him, Prince Sokka, said the voice of an old woman, arriving on the slippery wet deck. Bato's ship slowly but surely approached, only an arrow's shot away. A hand of diplomacy is a welcome one. Maybe for you, Sokka shot at her. Leave me. This is our business. Aang nodded his head in acknowledgement of the old woman, glad that she didn't advise Sokka to attack. Perhaps she was a good influence on him. She nodded back to Aang, disregarding Sokka's order. What is it that you'd like to say? She asked. Sokka, I know that, somewhere, there is good in you. You are a naive fool. Bato interrupted them, his ship was now close enough to speak and be heard. Sokka didn't move, didn't even look at the other waterbender. Our most esteemed prince exiled himself out of an arrogant, selfish need to prove himself. He sought glory at the expense of his countrymen. Good? No, he never used to be good. He used to be great, the prodigal son. A genius in the making. But then he failed his manhood ceremony and now he's been whittled down to a simple boy who doesn't do anything except chase his latest obsessions like a child who can't decide on his favorite toy. Girls, inventions, food, the Avatar, which is it, Prince Sokka. Aang's eyes widened. He didn't know Sokka in this world. But maybe, underneath the scowls and the anger, the waterbending, the loss of one of his eyes, could parts of the Sokka he knew be buried? Was there a chance he could bring that Sokka back? He had to try. Bato's words, his description of Sokka, made him think the two versions of his friend had more in common than he thought. Though scathing, it told Aang something valuable. His heart swelled in elation. I would tell you to get away from here, Kanna said, fists clenched. But since you formally defeated him in Sedna. Stop it, Sokka growled, his voice low and dangerous. Don't say another word. Nobody had a chance to. Suddenly, arrows, men, and weapons flew from the trees surrounding them, dirty brown and green and blue cloaked figures swinging by vines to land on either of the two ships. Bato's soldiers immediately responded to the attack, brandishing their weapons, but the assailants felled them quickly. The mysterious fighters swarmed the two ships with concentrated skill, helping Aang out of a situation he was disgruntled to see interrupted. One of the fighters, a boy scarcely older than Zuko or Sokka and wielding a ball of water, spoke to him. Follow us, he said in a rush, hurling the concentrated sphere. Your friends are safe. That was all the confirmation he needed. As soon as most of the soldiers were down, the attackers fled from the scene. Aang followed with equal speed, which was saying a lot. Theirs was astounding. Their carefully practiced feet stepped over any knot in the uneven ground, around any rogue branch, through the swampy ground. The sounds of battle were lost behind them as the cloaked men rushed back into the foliage. Aang was heavily reminded of the Swambenders back in his own world. Was this the new representation of them here? Why were they in the Fire Nation? Suddenly, without warning, the group was thrown into a clearing. Aang, who met no more resistance from the rainforest, almost stumbled and fell. He caught himself just in time and looked around. He spotted Appa first, with Zuko, Azula, and Ty Lee still sitting upon him, looking tense and wary. His eyes passed over them quickly, wanting to get a feel of the terrain around him just in case they needed a quick escape. It was just a small clearing with a fierce river cutting right through the middle and dense forest on all sides. A meager camp had been set up all around them, filled with waterbenders in brown cloaks and tents made for quick construction and collapse. What is this place? Aang asked the waterbender who rescued him. Who are you guys? We're all deserters from the Water Nation Navy, the young man said proudly. Of course, we're not the first. Our leader, Master Pakku, is. He's a great man and a powerful waterbender. A jolt of excitement burned through his veins, and Aang smiled. Another old friend, and this time, he was on Aang's side. My name's Sangok, the young man continued. I'm the second person to desert the Water Navy and survive, and the youngest, by far. I think I should get some notoriety for that. My name's Aang, he said. Can I meet Master Pakku? Of course, we already know you're the Avatar. Did you come here to master waterbending? I would be honored, Aang said hurriedly. He had great respect for the man. He, too, died during the war for Aang. It would be nice to see Pakku again. I'll go get him, the excited youth said. Aang watched him run off to one of the tents and he walked over to his friends. Guys, we're safe here. You can come down now, he said. Aang, they're waterbenders, Azula said, which she thought explained everything. I know, but they're on our side, he replied. How'd you guys get here? We were going back to help you after you made your stupid move, but they caught us and told us to come here, Azula said sharply, emphasizing the word stupid. We just found out they were waterbenders. Yes, which is why they're going to teach me, he said with a grin. Zuko almost fell over with shock, but Ty Lee looked relieved. Won't that take a lot of time? Ty Lee asked. She seemed almost hopeful. As Aang gave her a calculating glare, two men emerged from a tent. One was Sangok with an expectant grin. The other was an old man with a sour expression. The top of his head was bald and scarred, but the hair that he had was white. He wore faded blue skins and walked with the experience that came with age. Pakku was almost exactly as Aang remembered him. You are a strange boy, Avatar Aang, said the old waterbender, who looked at him with a scrutinizing eye. You are a child and you claim you don't know how to bend the other three elements, yet you walk as if you were a fully realized avatar, one with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Your eyes have seen pain and destruction. You have lost people who were important to you. I do not believe that you have not mastered waterbending. You are as perceptive as ever, Master Pakku, Aang thought to himself, trying not to smile. And you are skeptical. I'm glad you haven't lost that. Oh, but I have, Aang responded with the same tone, to the surprise of his friends. I have mastered waterbending 1,000 times over. I have lived 1,000 lives worth of pain and loss. Yet I'm doing it again, and again, and again. That is the way of the Avatar, Master Paku. Now there is not a doubt in my mind, you even speak with the deflective tones of a master waterbender. Despite that fact, I will teach you as you wish. Aang's facade was lost as surprise flooded into his expression. What? That's it? You aren't even going to lecture me about mastering the elements in the wrong order? I shouldn't I? He wondered aloud, stroking his beard. Why bother? You must already know this. Besides, Avatar Karuk visited me in a dream very recently, and told me of your situation. It is imperative that you master waterbending, for the 1001st time. Thousands of years of tradition thrown out the window, just like that. I wonder if the order that the Avatar is supposed to master the elements matters at all, in the grand scheme of things. Aang's eyebrows went into his hair and his mouth hung open. Was Paku insinuating that he knew about the arrival of Seryu's moon, or that he knew Aang was from a different world? Paku was staring at him knowingly. Aang nodded to the old man. That's all well and good, but if you're running from the Navy, why are you hiding in their territory? Azula interjected. It seems stupid to me. Paku smirked. Because they would never think to search for us here. We are located next to the roughest river in all of the water gardens, treacherous for any of their ships, nobody ever follows it. Decoys led the officers pursuing you to an area outside of the water gardens. We are perfectly safe, for now. This place has been under control of the Water Navy for almost 5 years. He gestured for Sangok to go away. The young man nodded and left. We move frequently enough, but we've been in the water gardens for the last month or so. That was exactly what Azula wanted to know. She rounded on Ty Lee. You must have known this place was under control of the enemy. She hissed. You've been here before. You brought us into danger, knowing full well what would happen. That's right, Aang said, having forgotten about Ty Lee. You have been hiding something from us. Before, I respected your privacy. Now, since your secret is endangering us, I'd prefer that you tell us. He suppressed the small part of him that wanted to shout out his own secrets, fully aware of his hypocrisy. But his secrets weren't a danger to anyone. Ty Lee looked so small and afraid, staring at her feet and holding her braid close. Her lip quivered and her eyes looked wet. I can't tell you. Aang didn't look at her eyes as he spoke, a weight in his chest that felt heavier when he remembered how she stood by him when Zuko and Azula almost left him for Zhao. Then you can't stay with us. No, she shouted, leaning forward to hold his gaze. Don't make me leave. You guys are my friends. You have to trust me on this. What reason do we have to trust you? Zuko finally spoke, his head turned toward the river. Ty Lee looked as if she had been slapped in the face. Paku stared at Ty Lee with his usual scrutiny before he yawned. Are we going to start your training or what? He interrupted the knot of friends. I apologize, Master Paku. Ty Lee's been with us for a while, but she is hiding things, Aang explained. And I know exactly what she's hiding, the old man responded. All 4 faces looked up at him in shock. Ty Lee's was the greatest. But that is her secret to keep. It is not a terrible burden, I'll tell you that much. And then he crossed his arms and Aang knew him well enough that he'd stubbornly refuse to say anything else. Look, Ty Lee started. I promise, that I'll tell you once we get to the Golden City. Okay, Aang, knowing that was as far as they would get with her, nodded reluctantly. Fine, you can stay. But as long as your secret doesn't endanger us again. Ty Lee nodded, letting out a deep breath of relief even as Zuko turned away from her with his shoulders slackened and Azula glared at her back. Luckily, when learning waterbending, Aang did not have to suffer through any tedious breathing exercises or strict discipline. Paku simply taught of the movement and grace and cutting ability of waterbenders, the power to adapt, redirect, and balance. Waterbending was the element of change. The master waterbender began the same way Katara did, all those years ago. They first tried the simplest of all waterbending moves, shifting the water up and down the riverbank, like ocean surf washing up on a beach. It was on a much smaller scale, and Aang grasped it well the first time around, but something happened this time that surprised him. He exhaled, and the coldness in his heart seemed to manifest itself as the water froze solid beneath him, anchoring his own feet into the ground. However, as they progressed further, something didn't quite feel right. He still felt rigid and hesitant with his movements, and whenever a bending form reminded him of Katara he felt his grasp of the water quiver and splash at his feet. He had hoped that whatever happened when he initially learned firebending in this world would happen again, that an empty bowl would fill with his memories of water. Nonetheless, Aang smiled. Ice was enough for now. He was a waterbender again. Pakku and his men did not plan to move from the middle of the lion turtle's den anytime soon. They hadn't been discovered yet, they reasoned, and they seemed reasonably confident that they could make an escape quickly enough to avoid danger if necessary. As a result, Team Avatar made the same decision to stay. At around noon the next day, Pakku decided to leave Aang and the others alone along the riverbank that ran through the camp. Zuko and Ty Lee relaxed together on the lip of a rock that jutted out above the river while Aang and Azula practicing their firebending. He was forbidden to try waterbending without Pakku around, which caused Aang's firebending to be more aggressive and angry than normal. He hated being treated like a child. "You're not concentrating," Azula snapped at him after a few minutes. "You nearly burned me. I want to waterbend," he said frankly. His gray eyes peered at the rough river, deep in foreboding. A single rock poked out of the foam near the center. Azula rolled her eyes. "Don't tell me you're thinking about going there. You can waterbend perfectly fine from over here." "Not for what I have in mind," he said with a very Azula-like smirk. He took a few steps backward, carefully calculated the distance to the tiny rock, and jumped. The air currents easily brought him over the distance safely, but when he landed his feet almost slipped. He turned back to Azula once he stabilized himself and gave her a triumphant grin. She rolled her eyes again. Occasionally, water lapped up over the surface of the rock and threatened to pull him along with the river. He quickly remedied this by freezing his feet to the rock. Satisfied and facing against the flow of the river, he held out his hand to divert the flow. Instead of wielding it himself, it was easier for him to slightly nudge the river's path. Next, he tried to lift a short, circular wall of water that surrounded him on all sides, but it quivered and looked shapeless before falling back into the water. He lowered his hands and let the water fall around him as he prepared another move in his mind, trying to picture Katara doing it in his place. Getting more and more frustrated at his lack of progress, he slapped the water with his hands. Ty Lee waved at him from the lip of rock she was seated on, and she shouted something, but he couldn't hear her over the roar of the river. Just as he was about to try something else, he heard a shout from much closer. Ty Lee ran toward the riverbank, looking panicked and pointing frantically, and it took him seconds too long to notice what had happened. Behind him, Azula's form had been ripped downriver and she did all she could to keep her head above the water. Aang yelled out to her and tried to jump after her, but his frozen feet anchored him in place and he almost fell into the river himself. He wrenched his feet free and was prepared to follow her before she was lost, but he didn't have his glider. His breaths came hard and fast as he thought of the best way to go rescue her. Despite the fact that he would never make it in time, he jumped across the river back to shore to find his glider and follow her through the air, but was distracted by Master Pakku swooping into the river and surfing down it on a board of ice faster than he could follow. As Aang landed on solid ground, Zuko and Ty Lee rushed over to him. "Why weren't you paying attention?" Zuko demanded of the boy. "Your waterbending pulled my sister into the river." "Stop shouting, I'm sure it was an accident," Ty Lee tried to intervene. "She could be drowning," Zuko roared, and he seemed ready to jump into the river himself. "Zuko, she's going to be fine," Aang yelled over him. He had no idea how that happened, his waterbending wasn't strong enough for that, there was no way he could have done that. Especially once he remembered a distant, similar shame regarding Katara. He never would have let something like that happen a second time. "Pakku's going after her, she's safe now." Zuko ran along the riverbank regardless, pushing past Aang. "She's all I have left." Hidden among the forest undergrowth, Bato smirked as he watched the group of close-knit friends clash. This could be advantageous, he thought aloud. He was the one who had thrust his hand out and swallowed the girl in the river. It had been so easy. The Avatar's pitiful waterbending display was the perfect culprit for splitting up his merry band. He knew they were strong together, but they could be broken. And it would be just as easy as finding them in the first place. His old master's attempt at deceit came as no surprise. And above him, on the branch of a tree, the blue spirit stared. Pakku caught up to her quickly, seeing the girl's raven black hair among the white foam of the river. Before he even reached her, he lifted one of his hands and thrust the water up from under her, throwing her onto solid ground. He skidded across the ice and landed next to her as she sputtered on her knees. "That boy is a fool," Pakku said immediately, not even asking if she was all right. Just as he showed no compassion, she offered no gratitude. "Tell me about it," Azula coughed. She brought her hands up to both sides of her mouth and expelled small bits of fire, both to warm her up and clear her lungs. It sounded much like a violent cough. Paku regarded her, examining her features while she distracted herself with her coughing. Something about her seemed familiar. Or maybe he just spent too long in the Fire Nation. Without knowing why, he found himself speaking. I always wanted to be a firebender. She looked up at him, eyeing him with a curious, penetrating stare. That look made him wonder again if they had somehow met before. She uttered one word, "Why, water and ice are cold. As you just witnessed, it can be fierce and dangerous. Fire burns with warmth and life." Azula snorted and stood. "Fire is life itself," she said. "It breathes and grows and eats just like a living being, to the point of being out of control, sometimes. I always thought fire was the most dangerous. But I love it for that." She laughed in a way that seemed almost derisive. "And Aang told me you were wise." Normally, Paku would have scolded her for being so disrespectful. When he was younger, he might have scolded her for speaking out of line. But instead, he said nothing. Aang kicked a loose stone on the ground as he trooped off from the camp and away from the others. Zuko was still angry. Instead of going off into the rainforest, he had taken to pacing back and forth by the riverbank. Azula and Paku weren't back yet, but it had only been a few minutes. And Ty Lee was keeping Zuko company. As Aang walked, he had only one thing on his mind. Sokka didn't hold grudges as long as Zuko. And it made him miss his old friends even more. "What's wrong, Avatar?" Aang's head snapped to the voice, easily recognizing the derisive tone as Bato's. Before he could move, vines snaked up his hands and feet, binding him in place. "What do you want, Bato?" He wore a snarl, but he wasn't fazed by the man who was hiding in the trees. He did not make an effort to escape, but the vines crawled further around his body, completely constricting him. Then he became unbalanced and fell. This was all he could do. "Just some conversation," the waterbender replied from the dense foliage. "Now if you'd come with me." The man began to use his waterbending to drag Aang across the ground, pulling him in the direction of the river. If he thought he could drown Aang easily, he was in for a surprise. If it was an ambush, he could escape. He was not concerned. "Why are you separated from your friends?" "Well, I wanted some time alone, but I was rudely interrupted," Aang replied without batting an eye. "Your friends no longer trust you, do they?" Bato dragged him to the open riverside and Aang was suddenly blinded by the bright sunlight, but his eyes adjusted quickly. He felt the heat on his face, and after a few deep breaths he felt the vines around his wrists grow hotter. "What makes you think that?" Aang asked him face to face, now that he was visible. Bato folded his hands behind his back and now Aang could see that he smirked. "There is no peace among your little group. You all have your secrets." "What do you know?" Aang asked him, anger seeping into his voice. "You've been spying, haven't you? That may be so, but why don't you leave them? They don't want you nor need you. They don't care. Why train with the disgraced Master Paku when I could train you instead? I'm a better warrior and waterbender than he is. Wait, you really want me to join you or something like that?" "Sorry, but I'm not about to fall for something so stupid, Bato." "That's Chief Bato, you little brat." The waterbender's eyes narrowed to slits. "So, I see that as your decision. Loyal to your friends like a good little avatar, aren't you?" Bato took a step back and clenched his hand, causing the vines around Aang to tighten. "You have no choice. You're my prisoner now." "You wish," Aang replied, straining against the force of the vines. He breathed in and out, centering the heat of the sun on his hands and torso. Concentrating, he threw his hands from his constraints in a burst of fire which burnt the vines to crisps. He took a firebending stance, but went on the attack quickly, hurling a fireball at the older man. "Fighting head-on just isn't my style," said Bato, drawing water from the river into a shield, absorbing the attack. He returned it back to Aang and jumped towards the water, walking across it like a waterbending master. Before Aang could unleash another fireball from his fingertips, Bato raised both of his hands and water washed all around them both, coiling around the two and shielding Bato from Aang's view. Then, it froze. "Welcome to my domain, Avatar. Lesson 1. Ice can be molded into whatever shape you wish, as long as your imagination allows it." Aang looked straight up at the only opening in the ice and jumped toward it, but it sealed together and froze quickly. Aang smirked and waved his hand over it, unfreezing the ice himself. The water splashed onto him, but he jumped out of the ice prison and looked around him. Bato had constructed a large dome of ice with few holes interspersed throughout the surface, designating small tunnels underneath. Well, if he wanted to play that game, then let's play, Aang said quietly to himself, a grin growing on his face. He loved games. He dove headfirst into one of the holes. It was a narrow fit, but using a combination of both his firebending and his very limited waterbending, he was able to melt most of the ice around him and continue whenever there was a block in the tunnel. Very rarely were they large enough for him to stand. Sharp-toothed fish glared at him from in the ice as if it was his fault they had been immobilized like this. Under here, Bato had frozen a whole forest of round, leafy plants, and at one point when unfreezing part of it one of the eel snakes Zuko had mentioned earlier almost fell on Aang's head. Finally, he reached solid ground, the river bottom, and was able to stand up straight. There was no sign of Bato, and then an ice spike shot from the wall, nearly impaling his shoulder. He narrowly dodged, but both sides of the tunnel closed, imprisoning him. He used what little airbending he could in the tight space to jump near the ceiling, where he dug his hand into the ice to hold himself. Next, he blasted the ceiling away with a concentrated burst of fire, where he emerged into open air once again. Immediately, he noticed that the dome was constructed of many walls. The ceiling ice was taken away to form even more of a maze. As such, he was able to see Bato through some of the spires of ice. The chief moved quickly through the walls he had made, sealing them back up again and sending concentrated water blasts or spikes of ice at the airbender. Aang dodged each of them or countered with as much fire as he could muster, but Bato quickly stopped his movement by melting the ice he was standing on instantly and freezing his legs inside up to his thighs. Aang struggled to move, condensing heat on his feet while he simultaneously sent small fireballs at Bato or generated winds with his hands. The ice around him melted further and the water dragged the avatar in until he was completely submerged. The surface of the water froze, sealing off his only escape and trapping him in a globe of water and ice. Aang held his breath, as it was the only thing he could do. He couldn't even see through the murk kicked up from the riverbed, past the plants and weeds. A jolt of fear when he saw a movement that made him think of one of the flesh-eating fish almost made him gasp in a panic. He wanted to curse Bato and his deceptive style of fighting. It was something he definitely wasn't used to. Even Fire Lord Azula was more direct when she fought. The ice cutting off his escape froze and thickened further, rapidly limiting what little space he had. Instead of trying to shout at Bato, he concentrated on his chances of survival, which were getting slimmer. Airbending was useless underwater, earthbending wasn't an option, firebending, the ice was too thick to melt, and without his breath his options were limited. And his own meager waterbending would never work against Bato's superior power. If only he had a sword, he remembered Sokka's weapon cutting through steel. That would have been useful here. Unfortunately, he had never picked up a sword in either of his lives. Aang was beginning to feel lightheaded. His chest began to pump. His eyelids became heavier, his space became smaller and smaller. Unable to hold it in anymore, he opened his mouth as if to scream. And suddenly, he was thrust up and out of the water, meeting warm air once again. He gulped in huge breaths, but forgot about the water in his system and began to hack it out. When he was able, he managed to look up to see the brown-cloaked form of Pakku. But Pakku wasn't looking at Aang. Aang looked behind him, following Pakku's gaze, noticing for the first time the place where two rivers came into one. They were feeding into the main, large, vicious river where Pakku's camp had been secretly nestled. And two water tribe riverboats followed the flow of the river. Aang spotted Sokka at the helm of one. The other ship must have belonged to Bato. Aang stood on shaky legs, keeping his balance on the ice as Bato smirked. Bato had only been distracting him. "Step back and go with your friends," Pakku said to Aang, his voice stern. "They are safe behind us. But what about you?" Aang asked. "I'll deal with the warriors," the old man said with a characteristic smirk. The ice prison all around them melted except for the small platform they were on, which simply lowered to ground level. Pakku raised his arms and summoned all of the melted water which rose into a great orb around the two and blasted it toward the two ships. The boats were instantly swept up by the torrent, but at least a dozen warriors, plus Sokka and his aged companion, jumped from each. With water constantly feeding his arsenal, Pakku rode upon tall, spinning water snakes and blasted water at the dozens of warriors below him, wiping several out with each wave. Pakku's arms moved with the grace only a full master could acquire, bending his wrists and washing the warriors repeatedly, switching between the states of water at a whim. Finally, He froze down most of Sokka and Bado's men in an expansive snowfield or prisons of ice. Aang spent no time being awed by the display of power, but Zuko, Azula, and Ty Lee did. He snapped them out of their trances by calling to them. "Azula, help me take care of Bado and Sokka," he yelled to the firebender. She tore her eyes away from the spectacle and nodded, her face set in an expression that told Aang she was ready to make things burn. He wanted to apologize to her, but that would wait. Seconds later, their two targets arrived as if expecting this fight to happen. Or perhaps they were racing to get Aang. He didn't care, either way. This time, Aang took his refined airbending stance while Azula readied her own. Quickly calculating the strength of his opponents with his eyes, Aang decided how this battle would turn out. To win, he would have to fight Bado and leave Sokka up to Azula. Aang built up inertia with a quick circular motion and unleashed the winds on Bado, sending the man flying away from Sokka. Aang followed relentlessly, flicking his wrists to send blasts of air at Bado, but he rolled to the side to avoid it, kicking out his feet. Meanwhile, Sokka attacked Azula first, as if to get her out of the way so he could claim his prize. She blocked the water attack with a hastily constructed wall of fire, circling around Sokka and shooting a fireball from her fingertips in a counterattack. Her thick, black hair whipped at her face, nearly blocking her view. Sokka absorbed the attack and retaliated with a concentrated sphere of water, which she dodged by rolling to the side. "You fight like an airbender," Sokka said, his eye narrowing. "You clearly don't know your own art. Just mimicking the avatar in the absence of an actual master." "Shut up," she shot back, lunging forward with the force of her own punch. A wave of fire launched from her fists, but he used the water on the ground around him to construct a wall that deflected it. He then condensed that wall into ice and shot the spikes at her. She ducked, lacking the power to stop the attack. Since her method wasn't working, she decided to try and distract him with words. "I'm getting my headpiece back today," she growled at him, bent low. She was ready to move at a moment's notice. "I'd like to see you try," he responded to the challenge. He pulled the flamed headpiece out of his pocket and stuck it into his warrior's wolf tail, openly mocking her. "There, try and take it." Azula jumped up into a kick and sent an arc of burning fire his way, but he ran to the side and used puddles from the ground to launch discs of water at her. Azula took a move from Ty Lee's book and cartwheeled out of the way of each one. She smirked. "You can't hit me," she taunted. She shot small daggers of fire at him next and charged forward right behind them, gathering more fire at the tips of her fingers. As Sokka concentrated on blocking the small projectiles, she pulled the fire up and seemed to slash at him, leaving a tail of fire like a whip in its wake. Sokka barely managed to block the attack, but she reached her hand up and wrapped her fingers around the pronged headpiece. But she had left her midsection open. Sokka blasted her in the gut with a ball of water, hurling her several feet away. She landed on the ground, gasping in pain. Sokka smirked in victory and was about to go over to defeat Aang, but he felt a lack of weight on his head. His face turned to one of shock. The flame crown was gone. From the ground, despite being beaten, Azula smirked. She held her prized possession in her hands once again. "You got lucky," he hissed. "Doesn't matter. That's a small loss. Keep it." Azula, totally spent, couldn't find the energy to stop him as he went toward Aang. "How the heck did I get matched up with the old lady?" Ty Lee asked, in a loose combat stance as they faced each other on the mud. Mangrove roots made a tangled wall on Ty Lee's right side and a few fish flopped around their feet. She tried not to think of any eel snakes slithering through the mud. Kanna held her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and smiled. "You must never underestimate old ladies," Kanna responded, giving the girl a smile that reached her eyes. "I know plenty of powerful ones. Though even that old man over there is something of an old friend. If you wouldn't underestimate him, you shouldn't underestimate me, either." "Okay, stand there like a nice old lady," Ty Lee said, slowly approaching her. She seemed to ignore every word Kanna said. "You're a cute little thing, you know that. Anyways, this won't hurt. Just stand still. I gotta stop your bending, just in case." "Oh?" Kanna asked, interested. Ty Lee raised her hand to strike the woman's shoulder, but was stopped abruptly when Kanna flicked her hand forward, gathering all the water and frost on the ground and locking her in a great pillar of ice. "What? Hey." Ty Lee tried to struggle, her arms and legs sprawled. She couldn't move. "Darn you, old ladies," she cried to the sky. Kanna just laughed into her hand. Pakku surfed downstream, escaping the notice of the Avatar and his friends as he fled back to his camp. His followers, not knowing of the battle, would be waiting. Now that they had been found, they had to leave. He had confidence in the Avatar's abilities, they would escape from Chief Bado and Prince Sokka without too much issue. Besides, it wasn't right to disrupt the balance and teach the Avatar waterbending before fire or earth, no matter what a vision claimed. A black-clad figure jumped from the trees to his left, gliding through the air on columns of water that froze into a solid wall of ice that split the river completely. This happened so fast that Pakku nearly collided with the wall. The figure skidded across the top with apparent ease. As soon as the unknown waterbender stopped, balancing precariously atop the wall, Pakku observed her figure. And blue Oni mask. Aside from the mask, she was dressed completely in black. Any hair that she might have had was concealed inside of her hood, and her hand was loosely grasping a sheathed sword on her back. Standing on the surface of the water, Pakku spoke to her. "And who might you be?" he asked, as if someone had simply approached him on the road. The figure lifted her fingers to the chin of her mask, pulling away the hood and lifting the mask at the same time. Tanned skin, mahogany hair, and blue eyes met him at once. Her hair was pulled back by a clasp, and her eyes settled in a fierce gaze. "Hello, Elder," she said. "Or should I just call you Pakku? It is good to see you again, Katara. No need to be so formal. I was almost your master at one time, wasn't I?" "Almost." The princess of the Water Nation stared at him coldly. "Where do you think you're going? Still have a grudge about that, do you? You already had 2 other teachers at the time. I didn't see a need to add any more ingredients to the soup." She tightened her grip around the sword at her back. "Answer the question. You know me, I flow wherever the water decides to take me," he replied with a grin. "I can't let you do that." The young woman tied her demon mask to her hood and let it rest on her back. "You are a wanted criminal, after all. Where is the old Katara? I didn't teach you to be as cold and impolite as the ice you wield," he responded. "Oh, wait, I didn't. If it is a fight you want, you'll get it." Before he could even gather water beneath him, Katara sprung from her perch, twisting in the air and lifting water far beneath her to fly at the old man. He rose above the attack on a water snake, unleashing razor blades of water on her. They didn't faze her. She slid to a stop on the muddy riverbed, using her hands to steady herself as well as call up a flood of water which he blocked, but she circled it around and struck him again with it. The princess called up great amounts of water with all of her attacks, which she used to crush her foes under the sheer amount of weight. But she could be quick and precise when she desired, as he well knew. She unsheathed the short blade from her back and swung it at Pakku, gathering water along the blade's length which sharpened like an elongation of her sword. When the attack missed, she held her sword and let the stream of water hang from it like a whip, which she used to lash at him from a distance. Pakku was not about to let her dominate the fight. He whipped up a wall of water and flung it at her, turning it into ice spikes while it was in the air. She simply raised her other hand and stopped them in midair, reversing the points and sending them right back at her master. She stood rigid, her mouth in a grim line, her eyes solid and steady. She broke this pattern as Pakku neared, spinning rapidly with her arms extended on a slant, and calling up ice spikes from the moisture in the ground. She spun 3 quick times, summoning ice with each one. Water snaked up her arms, coiling into whips which extended towards the other waterbending master. The roar of an animal above her seemed to distract Katara long enough to look at it. Her eyes followed the Avatar's bison, most likely going to where the Avatar fought her brother and Bado. When she looked back at her opponent, he made sure to disappear into the trees. What a turn of events, he thought as he retreated. To meet both Bado and Katara again in a single day, and there had been a certain someone on Sokka's ship, one he didn't dare hope to see again. But it couldn't have been her. Katara reached for the mask on her back and pulled it back on, hiding her identity once again. Aang returned the 2 consecutive water jets with a rain of fire, expanding it and letting it grow with a soft breeze. Sokka and Bado both covered their faces and immediately went onto the attack again. They were both fighting viciously, as if competing against each other to see who could defeat the Avatar first. Well, Aang wouldn't let either of them win. He jumped up onto one of the tree branches surrounding him and took a look over the site of battle. Bado and Sokka's warriors were still frozen to the ground. Azula and Zuko continued trying to chip Ty Lee out of a pillar of ice. Pakku was nowhere to be seen. This battle had ended. Before either of his opponents could attack him, he pulled out his bison whistle and blew. It did not faze the two, In fact, they seemed to be moving faster. Aang put on a burst of speed and shot from the tree, running across the barren river, its flow of water still blocked, with speed only an airbender possessed. He reached Zuko, Azula, and Ty Lee on the other side before Sokka and Bato made it to the mud. Zuko handed Aang his glider staff. "We're done here. Appa's coming," he said. He melted the rest of the ice with a wave of his hand and freed Ty Lee, much to her gratitude. Aang noticed the fire crown prominently displayed on Azula's head, but he didn't get a chance to say anything as Bato and Sokka neared, both gathering water in their hands. Aang jumped forward and swung his staff with all his might, striking Bato with a powerful blast of wind. Sokka managed to throw himself to the ground just in time, but as he moved to get up, another blast of wind flattened him, courtesy of Appa. Aang kept an eye on Sokka as Appa landed on the ground and the other three boarded. The prince's head was face down in the mud, but as Aang watched, he lifted his face to him slowly. Then, without warning, Sokka shot his hand out and pulled an ice spike from the mud under Aang, but with his quick reflexes, Aang was able to avoid it and jump into Appa's saddle. The bison flew away, leaving this mess of a visit behind them. Aang looked regretfully down at his old friend, but knew he couldn't do anything now. He vowed to himself to help Sokka later, somehow. However he could. Sabi curled around Ty Lee once she sat in the saddle, who looked miserable and angry at the same time. "Well, that was eventful," Aang said to them. "I'll say," said Ty Lee, "I got beaten up by an old lady." "An old lady? I won my fight," Azula said proudly, gesturing to her newly returned headpiece. Even covered in mud, it did little to damper her victorious smirk. Ty Lee awed at it. "And we did get to see quite a bit." "You were right, Ty Lee. These gardens were beautiful at night." "What happened to Pakku?" "He'll be okay," said Aang. "He needed to do other things, I'm sure. Try as he might, it was not his time to learn waterbending yet." Zuko crossed his arms from Appa's head. They were able to hear the anger in his voice. "At least you guys got to fight someone. I had to do all the cleanup work." "It's okay, Zuzu. I'm sure there will be plenty of other water tribe heads to knock," said his sister, smirking. "I feel useless," the older boy said in a low tone. "I don't even have the excuse of not being able to bend." "Ty Lee can't, and she's amazing at fighting," Zuko went on. Ty Lee lowered her head. "We're sorry," she said to him. "Don't be," he replied, albeit a little harshly. As Sabi switched over to Aang's shoulder and nibbled on some of their food, Aang looked over to the horizon ahead of them as Zuko brooded. Try as he might to feel sorry for his friend, his mind was elsewhere. That whole time, he couldn't stop wondering where Katara could be in this world. She should have been here to teach him waterbending instead. His gaze focused to the back of Ty Lee's head, her braid whipping the air behind her. She seemed to be staring reluctantly to the north, toward the direction of the Golden City. What will await us there, I wonder? He couldn't breathe, he couldn't move, he couldn't bend, and he was so cold. Unable to take it any longer, he opened his mouth and reflexively took a deep breath, sucking in whole mouthfuls of water. He was going to die. Once out of his dream, the boy shot up and took a deep breath, sucking in mouthfuls of air. As soon as he realized he could breathe, he calmed himself. Aang fell back into his pillow on the ground, thinking about how helpless he was when Bato imprisoned him in a cube of ice, filled completely with water. The man had tried to drown him. The whole time he was in this world, he has never come closer to dying. His airbending was useless underwater. His firebending wasn't hot enough. His limited waterbending wasn't good enough to break Bato's hold. And earthbending wasn't even available to him. Only a solid, material object could have ripped, through that thick ice. Aang didn't want to admit it to himself then, but he was scared. Even in his home world, his own bending never failed him. The night was dark and quiet. The only thing Aang heard was the wind shaking the trees and the steady crackle of their fire. Deep in thought, contemplating his weaknesses, Aang fell back into an uneasy sleep. His dreams were filled with numerous moments of Sokka, the Sokka he knew, his best friend, wielding his meteorite sword like a master, cutting through metal with ease. On the other side of the camp, Zuko's eyes were wide open as he was turned away from the fire. He heard Aang's deep breaths as he awoke, one of the telltale signs of Aang having a nightmare, but he did not do anything to indicate to the younger boy that he was awake. Zuko's eyes were fixed on his sheathed swords laying an arm's length away from him. Little did Aang or Zuko know, their contemplations were the same, but Zuko's were noticeably darker. He was incompetent with his blades. He was weaker than the rest of them, unable to do anything to help his friends in a fight. Aang, Azula, and Ty Lee all had skills to call their own. He could not fight on par with Sokka or Bato, constantly being removed from the fights. He was always forced to watch from the side as Aang or Azula were bending. His sister didn't even have a formal master and her skills were growing at a prodigious rate. And he couldn't even use his lack of bending as an excuse. Ty Lee was one of the strongest fighters he knew. The light training he received from Mai, the Shuriken Jutsu master, did little to help. She also wasn't a bender, yet she threw her knives with deadly precision. He still had all of her knives, darts, and needles, and he was even able to buy some of his own. She was another example of a non-bender who still managed to fight well. Zuko pounded his fist into the hard ground. He was angry. He was jealous. "This is it, our last town before the Golden City," Zuko announced moodily to the others as they came to the crest of a hill overlooking a mid-sized town. "It's kind of sad, isn't it?" Azula contemplated for a moment, which quickly passed. "Oh well, I'm just that much closer to mastering firebending." Ty Lee chuckled nervously, hunching her figure and slinging a bag over her shoulder. Hey, yeah. Unlike most of the other Fire Nation towns, this one was relatively well kept. Being so close to the Golden City, it was well protected from the Water Navy. The town had neat, stone roads and orderly houses, a school, and even a small temple. Overlooking the town, however, was a gigantic castle of stone. To the north, across the sea, a great island was visible. On that island, amidst a volcanic range, lied the Golden City. Aang gripped his staff. Sabashi the lemur coiled around it, as he looked down on the town like an omnipresent being. "We'll get supplies and we're leaving. I plan to reach the Golden City by tomorrow afternoon." Aang gave a parting glance to Appa, who was grazing in the fields, as they left. "So who do you think lives in that castle?" Azula asked as they walked through the grass, scanning the imperious building. "Think it could be royalty?" "Nah," said Ty Lee. "The closest royalty lives in the Golden City. It's most likely just a feudal lord or something." "A feudal lord?" Zuko asked quizzically. "Yeah, a wealthy landowner. He's probably rich enough to get authoritative power in the town. Or, more likely, the town was built around his estate," Ty Lee replied informatively. "However, since this is under the Golden City's protection, he still bows down to their royalty." "You seem to know a lot about the political system here, Ty Lee," Azula speculated, giving her a mistrusting glare. "How do you know about all of this?" Ty Lee just grinned sweetly in her direction. "Oh, it's just stuff I picked up on my travels. What do you think about this, Aang?" "Aang," Azula asked the boy, garnering for his support. "I don't care about politics," the Avatar replied. In his experience, the leaders of the nations were not worthy of his trust. The Earth Kingdom government was corrupt. The Fire Nations was all about absolute power. The Water Tribes was too traditional and primeval. Even the Air Monks of old based their decisions off of loose philosophy and, in some cases, misguided beliefs. Ty Lee continued to fend off Azula's arguments as they entered the town without trouble. This kept going so long that the shopping for supplies was left up to Zuko and Aang as they split from the two squabbling girls. Aang paid a shopkeeper with as many copper pieces as they could manage for supplies while Zuko brooded about something and was leaning against the counter. "Hey, kid," a man said gruffly from behind Aang. The Avatar turned around hurriedly, either expecting an attack or some strange conversation from the man, but was mildly surprised when the smiling man's eyes were on Zuko. "What?" Zuko responded monotonously. "You any good with them swords?" the man asked, gesturing to the dual blades on Zuko's back. Zuko paused. "I guess." He handed him a flyer. "Then come and participate in the swordsmanship tournament, taking place tomorrow at the arena. All of the best swordsmen in the Fire Nation are attending. It's even rumored to be overseen by the great Master Piandao himself." That struck Aang's interest. He stood up straighter and listened. "It's just a rumor?" Aang asked skeptically. "Yeah, it is said that Master Piandao never comes out of his castle and into the public." The man looked to the castle standing tall over the city amidst the bustling people. Few have ever seen his face. Aang and Zuko followed his stare, now identifying the castle as Piandao's. "Well, see you at the tournament." The two were silent for a moment while the man walked away. Then, Zuko turned to Aang, standing as tall as he could over Aang. "I want to participate," he said. "I already told you. We're getting to the Golden City tomorrow," Aang repeated sternly. We have no time for that. Zuko thrust the flyer into his face. Look, the winner of the tournament will get professional training. I can't pass up this opportunity. It's also 10 copper pieces to enter. We can't afford that. Zuko sighed and shook his head, hanging it dejectedly. You don't understand. I don't understand what? His question sounded just as interrogative as Azula's normally did, which he prided himself on. The three of you have your flashy skills in bending. I have nothing. I can't do anything to contribute to the fighting. He laughed to himself, mocking Aang in a high-pitched voice. Look at me, I'm tough and I can bend. Whoopee. He nearly shoved Aang into the wall and brought his face up near the shorter boys, accentuating his next words. Now it's my turn to shine. Aang was almost amused, but angry at Zuko for being so daring. The inexperienced swordsman took a step back from Aang and turned away, looking down at the flyer. Aang stared at the piece of paper. If Piandao was said to be there, Aang would have liked to see another familiar face, one that, like many others, died in the war for the Avatar's cause. Fine, we'll go since you feel so strongly about it, Aang conceded. Zuko nodded his head, allowing the smallest of a smirk on his face. Later that day, after Ty Lee somehow managed to scrounge up enough copper pieces, Zuko went to the arena to register for the tournament. As Zuko entered the arena, he scoped out the area and the competition. There were all kinds of swordsmen. Some looked weak and shy and barely old enough to hold a sword. Some seemed as if they never touched a weapon in their life. Others, however, walked with the steady grace of a grown warrior and held their weapons with experience. Everyone was standing around plainly, either checking out the other competition as he was or waiting for a chance to see Master Piandao, if the opportunity presented itself. And others were just there to boast, which Zuko quickly noticed as an eager crowd began to gather around a young, loud, boisterous man who was trying to gain as much attention and laughs as possible. Zuko was one of the few standing off to the side, arms crossed, showing absolutely no interest in the other boy. The whole arena was ovular in shape, with the stands all around and arranged like a stadium, the seats growing higher and higher as they spread outward. The ring was square and built from stone, providing plenty of room for the combatants to fight. The whole arena was covered with an expansive roof. Hey, who are you? Zuko sighed as he turned to the source of the voice, recognizing it as the big-headed warrior from moments ago. Are you some kind of newbie? Zuko simply glanced in his direction, giving the only acknowledgement he felt he deserved. He wasn't here to socialize. He was wearing a cocky grin. Do you know who I am? Sensing where this was heading, Zuko tried to edge away. I'm not from around here. Big Head's fans started to congregate around the two. Well, I'm Chan, the greatest swordsman here, he said boastfully, jerking a thumb at his chest. And I'm the one who's gonna win the tournament and get training from Master Piandao. You're awfully confident, Zuko said as a means to stall him, his golden eyes flickering from side to side, trying to find a gap in their growing audience. Of course he is. He's stronger than any man in the Golden City, dude. He came all the way from there, said another boy, casually flipping his hair out of his eyes. Ron Jien, no need to brag, said Chan, waving him off with his hand. He turned his attention back to Zuko. Well, anyway, there's no need for such an inexperienced fighter like you to enter this tournament, since you're probably just a weakling from one of the poor villages in the south or something. Save yourself the embarrassment. I wouldn't be surprised if you drew the wrong end of your sword. Zuko's hand reached to his broadswords on his back. Want to see just how strong I am? He challenged, bending his knees into a stance. Chan's own hand went to his hip. Break it up, yelled one of the officiators, pushing past the people in the crowd. Save it for the tournament. You lucked out, newbie, Chan said with narrowed eyes. After that, he simply turned his back to Zuko and threw up a hand, gesturing for his fans to follow him away. Yeah, lucky newbie, Ron Jien added as he left. They're just rich pretty boys, Zuko chuckled to himself. Neither of the two looked like they could use a sword properly. Standing away from the dispersed crowd, leaning silently against a wall, a man in a hooded brown cloak watched the confrontation, his eyes obscured from any watchful competitors. I don't see why you let him do this, Aang. I could have found a firebending master by the end of today. Azula complained to him the next morning, putting her hair up in her regular, constricting top knot, now adorned with her flamed headpiece. They were getting ready to go to the tournament. Zuko had left earlier, but Ty Lee was happy about the unexpected delay. Oh, let him have his fun, the other girl said with a cheery smile. He deserves it. To that, Azula just snorted and otherwise ignored her. Even when we're away from home, Zuzu doesn't fail to annoy me as much as he can, Azula said with a snarl. And I can't believe we're going to watch him. If it weren't for him, we'd be sitting in a luxurious Golden City suite instead of camping out here in this filth. I'm tired of it. Just one more day, Azula, Aang said to her tiredly, beginning the walk back to town. All of the inns were packed with visitors coming to see the annual tourney, forcing them to camp outside for the night. And what if Zuzu gets lucky and wins? We are not staying for the finals, the firebender replied staunchly. Aang honestly doubted Zuko would make it that far, but he didn't answer. They managed to beat most of the crowd as they headed to the large arena in the center of town, finding seats without too much trouble. Aang took a seat between Azula and Ty Lee, waiting for the matches to start. Azula crossed her legs boredly and examined her nails, showing absolutely no interest in the things going on around her. In contrast, Ty Lee was perky and alert on the other side of Aang. The boys squinted ahead, spotting the order of the matches and opponents on the other side of the arena. Zuko's one of the first matches, Aang proclaimed. Thank Agni, said Azula. Once he loses, we can get out of here quickly. You're so supportive of your brother, Ty Lee noted. Almost an hour later, when the stands were filled, a gong sounded and an announcer announced the start of the tournament and wished luck to all the competitors, but not before strictly outlining the rules, which were simple: knock your opponent down without killing them. He shouted thanks to the person who sponsored this tournament, Master Piandao, who was sitting on the other side of the arena in boxed seats, hidden behind drawn shades. However, Aang could make out the silhouette of a man sitting. Would Piandao show himself tonight? It seemed to be the question on everybody's minds. 3 matches passed by without too much excitement. It was mostly the slightly more experienced warriors weeding out the weaklings. According to Aang, some showed potential, but nobody so far had a chance of measuring up to Sokka, who was quite possibly the greatest swordsman alive in Aang's own world. Zuko's match was 4th. Azula did not seem to care, but on the other hand, Ty Lee had somehow procured a number 1 sign and was waving it enthusiastically, shouting out her boyfriend's name. Zuko reached the middle of the arena first. His opponent took his time getting there, walking with a swagger and lazily accepting the cheers of his fans. He was apparently well known. Ty Lee suddenly dropped what she was doing and jumped behind Aang, squeaking. Hide me, hide me. What, why, from who? Aang asked, perplexed. Ty Lee poked her head above his shoulder, revealing only her eyes. Just stay here and hide. Me. Oh okay, Aang said uneasily, turning back to the match about to start. The two exchanged verbal banter for a moment before fighting. Azula huffed, showing her obvious displeasure at being there. Oh, hey, look at that. I was lucky enough to face the newbie, Chan said with an arrogant smirk, drawing his straight, silver sword and twirling it in his hand. The audience yelled, let's see if the rookie is any good. Chan bent his legs into a stance and held his sword with one hand, beckoning Zuko on. In response, Zuko sighed and unsheathed his dual broadswords, spun them once, and let them settle into his calloused palms. I'm ready to go. At those words, the battle was begun. Zuko attacked first, eager to wipe Chan's smirk off his face, dashing up to him and bringing his left blade up into an overhand chop. Predictably, Chan raised his blade fast enough to block, and Zuko attacked his exposed side with the other sword. Chan jumped backwards in a dodge, then resumed the attack just as quickly. Chan launched a barrage of sword swings at his opponent, clumsy and aggressive, but Zuko was finding them increasingly hard to block as Chan's speed increased. Zuko realized the futility of outright defending against Chan's attacks. It was doing nothing but sending painful vibrations down his arms and making them weaker. It was at that moment that Zuko remembered the distinctive curve his broadswords had, so he angled the weapons with the time of Chan's strikes so that his straighter sword rode down upon the curve upon impact, a parry. Zuko immediately took the chance and went at Chan's slackened defense, but the other boy brought up his knee and struck him in the gut. Zuko doubled over, but before Chan could slice him in the back, an illegal move, Zuko swept out his left broadsword at his exposed midriff, forcing him to dodge. Instead, as Zuko straightened, Chan took the chance and swatted Zuko's left sword aside, knocking the weapon right out of his hands. The weapon clattered to the floor. What are you gonna do without your other broadsword? Chan taunted, panting. You're weak. Zuko didn't answer. He didn't think the shot to his gut was fair, but if the officials didn't call it, then it must have been legal. He gripped his remaining broadsword with both hands, ready to put as much power as possible behind each swing. Chan swung at Zuko, who blocked it over his head. Chan's blade rode along his own, and once it was free, Zuko flipped it around in a hack at his opponent's left side. However, Chan jumped backwards again and chose a different strategy, which was to repeatedly stab at Zuko. His wider broadsword was able to block a good amount of the blows. Somehow, he managed to catch one in his blade and twist it so that Chan's sword rode along the edge again, this time locking it near the hilt. Zuko and Chan pushed their blades against each other, straining as it became a contest of strength. Their faces were close, both were able to see the sweat on the other's face. Realizing they were going nowhere, Zuko simply twisted his weapon aside and brought up his right elbow, slamming it into Chan's face. The crowd favorite let out a cry of pain at the impact, doubled over and clutched his face. From there, Zuko jabbed the hilt of his lonely sword into Chan's shoulder, knocking him to the ground. The stands were quiet. Their favorite had been defeated by a rookie. Azula moaned, "So now we have to stay here longer." A few hours later, and after the crowd calmed down, Zuko was preparing for his next match against a name Aang didn't recognize. The Avatar, his sister, and Ty Lee joined him down next to the ring, giving him a bit of moral support before his next match. This came in the form of solely Ty Lee, as Azula picked out all his mistakes and generally tried to make him feel worse. "That was amazing, you're sure to do great. That was absolutely pathetic. I can't believe you lost your sword. Pow wow, that was you when you knocked him in the face with your elbow. Our aging uncle could fight better." And then, wham, he fell to the ground. "Your grip was weak, your muscles were all bulgy. You stood still like a statue." "Shut up," Aang shouted to the two of them. There was a short moment of silence, and then they continued. "Good luck on your next match. You're up now. I'll be looking forward to your horrendous failure. Just get going," Aang said quietly to Zuko, pushing him forward onto the arena. Zuko nodded, gripping his broadswords in his hands as he walked to the center, barely listening to the announcer as he shouted out the next match. This match's combatants are Zuko and Lee. Zuko watched his opponent walk to meet him in the center, gulping down his nervousness. This man looked much more experienced with a sword than Chan did. He walked with a warrior's grace. He was garbed in a tattered brown cloak, his hood drawn up and covering his eyes, shadowing the man's full face. He unsheathed a Jian longsword from somewhere within the folds of his cloak, gripping the hilt tightly without a word to Zuko. The younger boy settled into a stance. "Begin." Just as in the first battle, Zuko commenced the match by rushing forward with his dual blades, sweeping them both out horizontally. Lee skillfully blocked them both, stepping backwards and lunging forward with his sword, as if experimentally testing Zuko's defenses. Zuko caught the blade between both of his, but Lee slid it along the edge and freed his own weapon in a shower of sparks. "You're as still as a statue. Use some footwork," Lee whispered to him, slashing diagonally with his sword. Zuko raised an eyebrow in surprise, but sidestepped the blow and tried to cut toward Lee's shoulder. Somehow, Lee brought his sword up fast enough to block, bouncing Zuko back. Following up the attack, Lee jabbed him in the gut with the sword's hilt. "Ouch, that didn't look too pleasant," Ty Lee cringed from the sidelines. "Go for the neck." "The neck, she's crazy," Aang mentioned to Azula, edging away from the acrobat. "No, go for the eyes," Azula shouted to her brother. Recovering quickly, Zuko brought up his left sword just in time to block another blow with the base of his blade. However, he was holding that weapon upside down now and it was hard to twist it fast enough to follow up on another attack. Lee attacked again, forcing the hindered blade back towards Zuko's arm, making it seem like an elongated tonfa. Once Lee paused long enough, Zuko switched to offense again, trying to get his opponent into a pincer attack with both of his weapons. The maneuver seemed to surprise him, nearly slicing off his head. Lee was just able to bend backwards quickly enough to see the blades crossing where his head was mere moments before. Taking advantage of his bent position, Lee thrust out one of his feet, kicking Zuko away from him. Once they were far enough apart, Lee apparently decided to get serious. He pulled off his brown cloak, revealing surprisingly tanned skin and brown hair tied back into a top knot, with a matching goatee. Aang stood quickly from his seat on the ground. "That's Piandao," he muttered quietly. Azula glanced at him inquisitively, but no one else seemed to care about the man's revealed identity. Was there truly no one who had seen his face in public before? "Zuko is going to lose," Aang said flatly. What was Piandao doing, entering his own tournament under an alias? It obviously had to be someone else who was up in the boxed seats. Surprising move, boy, Lee said just loudly enough for Zuko to hear. You nearly won the match. Time for me to get serious. You're awfully confident, old man, Zuko replied wryly. Lee simply smirked, replying with 3 simple jabs of his blade, 2 of which were blocked by Zuko's swords. He jumped backwards to avoid the last one. Good, good, you're using your feet, Lee complimented. What was going on with this guy? As they continuously traded attacks, Lee kept speaking. Time your attacks carefully, you just missed a flaw in my defense. With Lee's next block, he pushed forward on the locked blades with all of his strength, a surprising amount, and knocking Zuko backwards. As he stumbled, Lee continued on the offense, rushing forward with his blades toward Zuko's open front. Zuko did the only thing he could to dodge, he fell backwards. Lee jumped at him with a stab directed at the ground, which Zuko barely managed to avoid with wide eyes. If he didn't roll out of the way in time, he would have been impaled. Zuko stood again, balancing on the tips of his toes for a moment. Since most bladed weapons were legal in the fights, he hastily reached into a pouch at his hip and threw a barrage of Mai's kunai at the older fighter, which were parried deftly. Daggers, what a curious way to fight someone, Lee commented, twisting his sword around to slash at Zuko. He managed to block the blow, but Lee's blade danced around the edges and scored an attack on Zuko's face with the full force of the hilt, knocking him backwards and causing him to see stars. Lee took the chance and palmed him in the chest, sending the boy skidding to the edge of the ring, where he crumpled to the ground. Zuko groaned in pain, clutching his aching head. Ready to give up, boy, Lee taunted. This isn't the kind of place for you. Go back to your village where you belong. Angered by his words, Zuko staggered to his feet, panting all the while. He pulled his hands from his head to his swords, gripping them between white knuckles. I'm not gonna fall to you so easily, he replied through clenched teeth. Good, Lee replied with a grim smile, running at Zuko and swinging his sword with both hands. In response, Zuko joined his swords together into a single blade, swinging it to avoid Lee's attacks. When Zuko attacked with a horizontal slash, Lee ducked clean under the blow and swept out his foot, knocking Zuko to the ground once again. He landed in a heap as Lee stood. You are too tired to fight now. This match is over, Lee called to the announcer. Wait, Zuko yelled, clearly in agonized pain. His brow was stained with sweat, his lip was puffy and bleeding, and his cheek was darkly bruised. I'm not done yet. Lee stared at him critically, as if asking the boy if he was sure. When Zuko did not back down, Lee readied his blade again. Very well. Determined to end the match quickly in sake of the boy's health, Lee lightly cut him in the arms, legs, face, and abdomen, drawing shockingly red blood. It only seemed to spur Zuko on further, driving him into a furious attack, swinging his conjoined sword with all of his strength. You're fighting recklessly, Lee said between strikes, his voice beginning to show strain. Calm your mind in order to fight victoriously, he thought to himself. Finally, after several more swings of his sword, Zuko's arms began to weigh down and his movements became sluggish. His eyes seemed about to glaze over, his knees were giving out. He was ready to collapse. He had been fighting all day. Lee simply stopped attacking, and Zuko fell to his knees, unable to fight any longer. Lee himself was out of breath. You fought well, the older man said to him. Thanks, you're good for an old man, Zuko managed to say between breaths. It was an honor to fight you. As soon as the match ended the announcer proclaimed the winner, Aang, Azula, and Ty Lee rushed onto the fighting arena as the crowd erupted into cheers. Ty Lee went to Zuko's aid and Aang went to meet Piandao, while Azula stood by idly. The old sword master was examining a set of cuts on his arms that seemed to surprise him when he noticed Aang. Good evening, Avatar, the man greeted him, showing just as much knowledge that he wasn't supposed to know as he used to. He knelt down and offered a hand to Zuko and spoke to him. I am Master Piandao, and I'm extending an offer to teach you the ways of the sword. Zuko steeled himself as he walked up to Piandao's estate at the top of the hill, concentrating on the uneven ground at his feet. The grass in the fields all around him swayed with the wind. It was a calming presence. Unconsciously, he looked to the horizon for the sea, but Piandao's castle blocked his view. He gulped. For some reason, he felt inexplicably nervous. He needed this. He had to prove himself to his friends. That thought pushed him forward. His boots patted against the rocky path as he climbed the slight slope. As he neared the gigantic doors, he examined the design etched into the rock. It was a white lotus carved beautifully on the doors, made out of white stone but outlined in gold. For some strange reason, the design seemed to match the one on Aang's headband. As he approached the door, Zuko took a deep, calming breath, and raised his hand to the ornate gold knocker. A sudden rush of wind took him by surprise, ruffling his hair and clothes. The next moment, Aang was there, skidding to a halt at Zuko's side. He was panting. "I came here as fast as I could," Aang said, straightening. He patted his orange clothing, cleaning it of dirt and wrinkles. "Why, what's wrong?" Zuko asked, his eyes narrowing in concern. "Had something happened?" "Nothing's wrong. I'd also like to train with Master Piandao." Aang's words rushed through his head like a gust of wind, clearing his mind of any other thought. Aang, the Avatar, wanted to learn how to wield a sword. More importantly, he was taking it away from Zuko. Mastering the way of the sword was his way of helping his friends. It was supposed to make him unique and helpful. Aang could not learn it. It was the way of non-benders, like him. "Why?" Zuko asked darkly. Aang, apparently, did not expect this reaction. "I thought it would be helpful," he replied, giving Zuko a significant stare. It clearly said not to cross him. Without another word, Aang banged the knocker against the heavy doors. It was opened by one of Piandao's servants right before Zuko opened his mouth to argue. "Yes?" the man asked. He seemed snobbish to Aang. However, he saw Zuko. "Ah, you must be the new student. You may come inside." Zuko smirked victoriously at Aang as he was let in. "Wait, I'd also like to train under the master," Aang said hurriedly. The butler sighed. "Fine, let's get this over with." The butler led the two down long, fanciful hallways, all of which depicted ornate white lotus designs or murals of ancient, long-forgotten lion turtles. Aang peered at all of these curiously while Zuko spent the whole time glaring at him. The Avatar refused to look in his direction. Finally, the group of three stopped in front of another set of large doors. "I think this goes without saying, but show respect to the master," the butler yawned, pushing open the doors. Both Aang and Zuko gasped at the sheer size of the room and a whole wall that seemed to be made of windows, overlooking the calm ocean below. Piandao stood at this window with his back to them, his hands folded behind his back, staring at the rising sun, almost at its zenith. "Zuko, how good to see you," the sword master greeted, turning to face him. His eyes calmly wandered over to Aang, fixed for a moment on his white lotus headband, and then spoke again. "I see you have brought a friend." Aang greeted him with a traditional Fire Nation bow. "My name is Aang. I would also like to learn the ways of the sword." "Zuko, did you think I would take on a second student just because he was your friend?" Piandao questioned. "No, master," Zuko said, glancing at Aang. "I just found out he wanted to learn under you, too." "I am curious as to why the Avatar would want to pick up a blade," he said calmly. "Is bending not enough for you? Swordsmanship is a much more delicate art." Aang's eyes widened. How was Piandao always able to figure out he was the Avatar before they even met? To answer his question, Aang thought back to his dream the day before an incarceration in Bato's water-filled ice prison. He had nearly died, and bending had failed him. His own strength had failed him. He could not let something like that happen again. He needed to be prepared for all situations. He remembered how easily Sokka was able to use his sword to cut through ice and metal. And if one of his enemies wanted to fight near him in close quarters, a staff would not be enough. He was also interested to see how his bending could be augmented with a weapon such as a Jian, and, like always, he was curious about something he had never done before. The more he changed, the more he stayed the same. Finally, Aang answered him. "Bending, it is a part of me. It's what I rely on," he said carefully. "But when it fails me, that's the worst feeling in the world. I almost died recently and I realized something, I cannot rely solely on my bending. I felt so helpless. I'm willing to do anything that will help me defeat the Water Emperor." Piandao stared at him for a long time, as if trying to see if he was sincere. Aang did not falter under his scrutinizing gaze. "Very well," he said finally. He walked around his desk, putting both of his hands on each of their shoulders. "I will make you two into worthy warriors." They went to their training immediately, but very quickly, Aang decided that it was the strangest training he had ever undertaken. Aang and Zuko were to wear identical, black uniforms trimmed in gold, but otherwise, they were plain and loose-fitting. They started with calligraphy. The students sat next to each other at their master's desk, brushes poised over scrolls of parchment. Aang dipped it into black paint and pulled back his sleeve, preparing to write about several things, as they were instructed to. After mulling it over for a moment, he began with a short poem often recited to him by Monk Gyatso, and one he heard a few times by Iroh before he was killed. Unfortunately for Aang, he had not written any calligraphy in an extremely long time, probably since he was with the monks many years ago, but he remembered most of it and his writing was neat enough. Zuko, evidently, was not educated much in the ways of calligraphy, which Aang noticed upon peering at his paper. He struggled with simple words and carefully held his brush straight. He knew Zuko was literate, because Iroh doubtlessly educated him and his sister, but he was still having trouble. Next, they were told to arrange rock gardens outside. Apparently, it was supposed to teach one how to use their environment to their advantage. After Piandao gave him a strict warning not to use any earthbending, which Aang matter-of-factly replied that he did not yet know how, Aang and Zuko went to work. Here, too, Aang had to think long and hard. He much preferred to have rocks revolving around him, ready to strike at his foes, but Aang pushed several tall rocks toward his side of the garden, because Zuko drew a line cutting right through the middle, strictly telling him not to go near his own side. After arranging his rocks as he saw fit, Aang had several spires shooting out of the ground, creating a wind tunnel effect. He proudly displayed it to Piandao, even shooting a long, continuous blast of air, which was greatly enhanced by the placement of the rocks. The master seemed to disapprove of it slightly, but Aang dryly informed him that airbending was not against the rules. Zuko ended with a measly pile of rocks and boulders, which he claimed gave him the high ground against his foes. Aang smiled proudly. He was doing better than his friend, when he had no previous knowledge of sword fighting. Unnoticed by him, Zuko was silently fuming in anger at the Avatar. Azula moaned, I can't believe the two of them left me to babysit you. Very much annoyed, the firebender lounged around in the camp with only Ty Lee for company. The acrobat was flipping around, constantly chattering about Zuko and steadily giving Azula a headache. Hey, I'm not a baby. And you're not sitting on me. The other girl protested. Why are you so grumpy lately? She propped her head up on her elbows, stretching her feet around to scratch her forehead. Because I'm supposed to have a firebending master by now, she said angrily, her fingertips smoking. We should have left this place already. Knowing Zuzu, it'll take him months to master that piece of metal, if he even can. Honestly, it'll be up to Aang to train him so we can leave quickly. What makes you think Aang will master swordsmanship first? Ty Lee pondered. You seem to hold him in high regard. What, you don't think he can? He is the Avatar and he is not a bumbling idiot, most of the time, Azula said, waving her hand at the obvious. I don't think that's your real reason, Ty Lee said, edging up to her slyly. You like Aang, don't you? Azula sputtered for a moment, which was something Ty Lee found absurdly funny. What are you talking about? I don't like anybody. I dunno, Azula, you make it very obvious. Ha, Azula scoffed, you're about as perceptive as a child. You know, they always say children are the most perceptive. Well, then you are a fool, Azula replied, examining her nails. I'm done with this subject. Stop edging around it, Azula. This isn't like you. Do you want Aang to like you or not? I can get him to like you. When Azula didn't answer, Ty Lee continued. I mean, I can see why you like him. He's pretty cute, if you get over how short he is. And he's noble, and strong and brave, he seems like the sorta guy for you. You said, you can get him to like me? Azula asked, barely glancing up at Ty Lee. The girl's face broke out into one of the largest smiles she had ever seen. Of course, I'm a pro at that. Acknowledging her victory, Ty Lee proceeded to give Azula some more boy advice. Zuko was fuming. He was so angry at Aang. Why would he want to learn how to use a sword? It didn't make sense to him, not when Aang was so talented already. Zuko wanted his own skill to make himself look better in his friend's eyes, but Aang was taking that away. Piandao noticed his frustrations as Aang walked off. You are jealous, Piandao noted, staring at Aang's back. Yeah, Zuko agreed, glaring at his friend. Dismiss it, the older man said. A feeling such as jealousy is not helpful on the battlefield. But everything always comes so easily to him, Zuko said dejectedly. The kid's so strong. In me, I'm just a failure. I always have been. Give yourself some credit. You were the one fighting so well in the tournament, not Aang, the master said to him. Self-loathing is also not a useful trait to have on the battlefield. I know, but, Piandao cut him off, I initially chose you as my student above all the other competition. Not because you won, but because of your fierce determination and willingness to fight. You had much more potential than any other person there. Zuko was stunned into silence, and Piandao's mouth curved. Just think on that. Piandao was surprisingly lenient. After the rock garden arrangements, he allowed the two to have a break. The three of them were seated around a table in the swordsman's beautiful courtyard, the sun beating down on them warmly. They were served tea and small vanilla cream cakes by the butler. Aang especially loved the sweet dessert. After that, they were finally handed practice swords. Right in the back of Piandao's castle was an even square made of stone, which served as Piandao's personal practice ring. Zuko was fighting first in a duel against the butler, Fat, who was surprisingly a skilled swordsman. Both were in padded armor, fighting with dulled blades. Zuko held up well against the butler, but once he was disarmed, Piandao immediately gave him critiques. He commented on Zuko's horrible footwork yet again, but noted his superior speed and advantage of youth. Zuko was fast at blocking and quick to resume the attack. He had skill with a sword, but it was not yet refined. Zuko smirked at Aang as he passed, as if daring him to do better. The boy did not back down from the challenge. He held the sword protectively in front of him in a clumsy stance, unused to the strange weight in his hands. When Piandao asked if they were ready, Fat and Aang nodded. When they did, Fat waited for Aang to attack. The avatar started off with a swipe to the man's midsection, which was very easily blocked. The butler slid his blade along his opponent's and sent it spinning out of his hand. It clattered to the ground. Aang smiled sheepishly at Piandao. You've never held a sword in your life, have you? Piandao asked him, raising an eyebrow. Nope, Aang said truthfully. Zuko was snickering, but he ignored him. First, you've got to start on your grip. Second, watch your stance. It was horribly flawed and you would have fallen easily if Fat attacked you first. Piandao showed him appropriate offensive and defensive stances, which Aang copied until he memorized. Then, like a young child, Fat impatiently taught him easy blocking and attacking techniques, the correct way to hold his sword, and Piandao told him that it was his own duty to make a proper judgment in battle. Aang nodded, absorbing as much information as he could into his head. Over the course of the training, Aang improved slightly, and Piandao noticed his vastly superior agility even without the use of his airbending which, as before, he was forbidden to use. Piandao strictly told him not to use any bending. So far, Aang's only expertise was in his dodging. Don't think you're getting any special treatment because you're the Avatar, Piandao once said to him. Finally, Aang and Zuko were paired up to duel each other. It was an event Aang had foreseen since the beginning of the training, and he was not looking forward to it. Zuko was still angry at him, but slightly arrogant because of the fact that he was a more experienced swordsman than Aang. The two took identical stances. Before Piandao officially started the fight, Zuko and Aang attacked each other. For them, it was more than just a friendly duel now. It was an all-out competition. It was a battle of honor. Their swords met right in between the two, clashing with a flash of sparks. Zuko immediately brought his sword around to try and strike Aang's shoulder, but he was able to block it in time. Aang back-flipped away from him, getting distance, and then rushed toward his opponent again with his sword held high. Again, they met in the middle of their rushes, colliding with surprising force that sent quivers down Aang's arm. Quickly, Zuko moved to attack Aang with several quick stabs, very few of which he managed to swat out of the way. Using only one hand to hold his sword, Aang jumped out of the way of Zuko's furious barrage. His opponent's sword followed him, and at that moment Aang realized the only advantage he had, his speed. Good, Aang, use your advantages, Piandao said. The boy used his reflexes to duck under Zuko's horizontal swings, to jump to the right of his vertical ones. He rarely used his sword to block, instead preferring to strike lightly where it would matter. Fighting one-handedly gave him more speed, two hands gave him power. As was usual, he preferred speed, so getting in quick bites with his sword suited his style. Aang was using the circular motions of an airbender, constantly revolving around Zuko in an attempt to confuse him. Make the right judgments, their master spoke. Soon, Zuko figured out his pattern and cut off Aang's movements with a sharp stab of his blunt sword, then walked forward aggressively, backing Aang to the edge of the ring. Aang was forced to jump off of it and into the grass, but Zuko continued the attack, utilizing the high ground. Aang was able to block some of his swings, but was unluckily bruised on his sword arm when Zuko managed to hit him. He was being quickly overwhelmed and forced to fight defensively. He tried to parry once, but Zuko didn't fall for it. Zuko, go for the finish, Aang, nice try on the parrying. With one last powerful swing, Zuko knocked Aang's sword out of his hand. The Avatar was defeated. Aang gracefully accepted the defeat, bowing to Zuko. The teenager returned the bow, as was custom. Azula would never have pictured this scene. She and Ty Lee continued to talk about herself and Aang, and the acrobat gave her tons of advice. First of all, she was expected to be nicer. Second, Ty Lee seemed to have a problem with her looks. You have so much hair, Azula. Let it be free. When your hair is up, you make yourself seem strict and intimidating. Boys don't like that. Be more laid back, the girl said. Smile a bit more. And Aang's eyes were on the meteorite sword, still without a sheath. He felt slightly guilty for stealing it, but he kept remembering who it belonged to. The sword was Sokka's, and one day, he would get it back. Aang vowed to give it to him once Sokka was on his side. He was willing to do anything for the greater good. As they always said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Even with Fire Lord Azula far away in the Fire Nation, her presence in Ba Sing Se could still be keenly felt. Aang kept his head down as he walked with Suki and Haru through the lower ring. Dai Li agents stood in front of a blazing building, the light from the fire casting them in long shadows. House burnings were a favorite pastime of Azula's, her way of smoking out dissidents who fought for a free Earth kingdom. With all the buildings in this ring so close together, the fires spread to the whole city block, devouring her enemies and many more besides. If the city was a pie show board, then Azula was the destructive child who swept away all of her opponent's tiles. Aang and his companions had found it easy to enter the city after the destruction of the outer walls during Sozin's comet. Ozai's destruction had been stopped right at the walls of the lower ring, but everything outside of it had been burnt to ash. Vast fields of farmland vanished in the span of a single day, and starvation choked the people of Ba Sing Se just as much as the smoke from all of Azula's burnings. He felt its heat as he walked the perimeter of the city block. Sokka, Katara, Toph, and Zuko had gone into the maze of apartments built on top of each other over the years to find people stuck inside the burning building, and it was the job of Aang, Suki, and Haru to make sure the Dai Li didn't notice. Refugees of the lower ring watched the burning with defeated looks on their faces. This had become a common occurrence for them. Their expressions made Aang feel a dull ache in his chest. He hoped they would succeed in their ultimate reason for coming back to this city, to free it from Fire Nation rule. Suki squeezed Aang's wrist, a sharp pain to grab his attention. His head shot in the direction she faced and his heart pounded with dread when he spotted Ty Lee among the crowd. She stared into the fire, the light gone from her eyes. She hadn't even noticed them as the trio dispersed into the alleyways surrounding this city block. By the time they got a safe distance away, Haru turned to them, panting. What is it? What happened? We saw Ty Lee, said Suki, her face grim. Sokka and the others need to get out of there. We can't fight her here, not with all these Dai Li. And all these people. Worse than Ty Lee was the portent of what her presence meant. Azula can't be far. She wasn't supposed to come to Ba Sing Se this month, Aang said. They had to get out, but it would be tricky. The most dangerous part of Ba Sing Se was that they couldn't bring Appa there for a quick getaway. Black smoke churned into the sky and the light from the fire cast a shade of crimson into the sunset that reminded Aang of blood. But even far away from it, with several buildings between them, Aang could feel its heat. And then the burning turned blue. According to Ty Lee, the northern tip of the Fire Nation had been born entirely from volcanic activity, layer upon layer building up over thousands of years. A good majority of the small continent was a volcanic field, constantly spewing ash into the sky and lava all over the ground and into the water, consistently creating new land and covering the old. As a result, the island was relatively new compared to the rest of the Fire Nation, and the soil was perhaps the most fertile in the world, untouched by the war with the Water Empire. With volcanoes covering the whole island, the Golden City was safely protected, nestled in the caldera of a grand dormant one even bigger than the old Fire Nation capital. Agni himself was said to protect his people from the poisonous fumes of the surrounding giants. The first dragon blessed them with eternal crops in the light of the sun, keeping the people of the Golden City self-sufficient and safe from the war. The heat of the sun and the warm wind on his face made Aang grin. He tried to forget the remnants of last night's dream and shared in the delight of Azula at the end of their quest to find a firebending master. The Golden City was finally in front of them. Azula, barely able to contain her enthusiasm, used her only outlets to let it all out, Zuko in her firebending. She incessantly teased her brother with blasts of fire from her knuckles, trying to scare him into jumping in the ocean. On the other side of the saddle, Ty Lee sat with her knees folded tightly, biting her thumb as she stared blankly ahead of them with wide, gray eyes. Aang adjusted his headband and moved from Appa's head to sit by her side. "So you're finally going to tell us your secret, aren't you?" Aang asked her. He didn't want to pressure her, not least because of his own secrets he kept from his friends, but he worried even now that her secret had the potential to endanger them. For a moment, she didn't say anything. Instead, she continued to stare into space. Finally, she nodded. I think it was a mistake coming with you," she said, her voice quavering. "Don't say that," Aang said, frowning slightly. "You had a great time traveling with us. We enjoy your company." Zuko finally managed to edge away from Azula, crawling across Appa's saddle to sit behind Ty Lee. "Yeah, you're part of our family now. Well, it's awkward for me to call you family, but, you know, it's by association." He shrugged awkwardly, his face burning a bright red. "Now even I kinda like you," Azula said, sliding over to sit in front of her. The firebender kept her new hairstyle. It was now flying freely in the wind, part of it held in a golden topknot which shined in the sun. "No matter what happens there, you're always welcome to stay with us, wherever we go," Aang said. Ty Lee gave them all a wistful smile and her eye began to tear. She hurriedly wiped it away with her palm. "Thanks, guys," she said. "Really, I don't deserve this." Sabi cooed and soared over to Ty Lee's shoulder, licking her face. "Even Sabi loves you," Zuko said, grinning. Ty Lee sat up and gave a real smile, one of her brightest ones yet. She held out her arms and grabbed Zuko and Azula around the neck, pulling them into a hug. "You join us too, Aang." Aang looked at the three of his friends. Azula was stunned but Zuko had one arm around Ty Lee. Slowly, he extended his arms around Zuko and Azula, completing the circle. Ty Lee squeezed them all happily, bringing memories back to Aang of older hugs with his other family. The thought had settled onto him like a heavy mantle weighing him down. Sabi scurried into the middle of them all, nuzzling against their legs. For a few seconds, they stayed that way. Azula was the first to pull away, followed by Aang and Zuko. "That was strange. This doesn't leave the saddle, okay?" Azula murmured awkwardly. Ty Lee giggled and Zuko grinned, but Aang said nothing. Aang still felt Katara's, Sokka's, Toph's, and Zuko's arms embracing him. He wished Momo could be there, too. Azula left the saddle to grab Appa's reins, while Ty Lee lay down on her stomach and kicked her legs into the air, approaching the Golden City with a happier outlook. Zuko seemed to notice Aang's change. "What is it, Aang?" "Nothing. I just remembered some things," he gave as his only response. Zuko looked as if he would push the issue but Aang was saved by a declaration from Azula. "We're here." As Aang, Zuko, and Ty Lee looked over the saddle, they noticed the ocean vanishing and solid ground appearing beneath them. The imposing mountain range that seemed so far away for so long had come more clearly into view, dwarfing them on all sides, while smoke belched from the volcanic field somewhere on the other side of the island. Each peak was enormously wide, with smooth slopes that reminded Aang of old ink paintings and the occasional vein of glowing magma cascading down the mountainsides. It made him think of the warmth and wonder of the Fire Nation from before his time in the iceberg. "So where's the city?" Zuko asked for a moment after they were finished being awed by the landscape. Azula's smile vanished as she considered the question. "It's that way," Ty Lee said, pointing ahead and slightly to their right. "Right behind this mountain." "You've been here before," Azula stated. "Yes," Ty Lee confirmed with a quick nod. "All the better for us." She smirked. Azula directed Appa to fly around the ashen mountain in front of them, only to reveal another one, slightly larger. However, down in the valley, Aang spotted hundreds of reddish pagodas similar to the ones in the rest of the Fire Nation archipelago. Aang leaned over the side of the saddle. That's it?" Azula asked, barely masking her disappointment. "Nope. That's just the outskirts," Ty Lee said. "Look, did you see that plume of flame? That's our signal. Go down to them." "A firebender," Azula exclaimed. Almost directly below them, seeming to cleave the rows of houses in half, was a gigantic, narrow stone bridge. It led into a tunnel decorated with a gilded archway and blocky carvings etched into it that made Aang think of his adventure in the Sun Warrior City. Several figures stood outside the tunnel and buildings, tiny dots looking up at the flying bison. It was them who shot the signal flame into the air. Appa began to descend. Ty Lee fidgeted, and then shouted out a high-pitched squeal. She shot toward their luggage behind the saddle and dug through the clothing, losing a shirt or two into the sky. "What are you doing?" Zuko yelped in panic, seeing some of his clothes fly away. Ty Lee gave no answer. In another moment, she found what she was looking for and drew out a long, rich red cloak trimmed in gold. "Where'd we get that?" Aang wondered aloud. Ty Lee hurriedly put it over her head and drew the hood, concealing her features. "You're not a fugitive here, are you?" She didn't get a chance to answer because they landed on the bridge, its stonework and construction a rival for Earth Kingdom artisans on the other side of the world. It looked almost ominous, carved from the pumice of the surrounding mountains, but the black rock made the striking gold and marble stand out all the more. "Who are you?" said one of the men who unleashed the signal fire. With his hair done up in a phoenix tail and an open vest with no shirt, Aang gasped when he recognized the man as a member of the Sun Warriors. "The Avatar is traveling to the Golden City for a firebending master." Chief Bado let his words sink into the captains and other chiefs before him, most of which wore formal wolf armor or the other accoutrements of their clans. Seated around a council table, Bado had removed his buffalo yak helm so they could see his face clearly. As the leader of this expedition, he wanted them to read his face, his eyes full of passion. Great speakers and storytellers were highly respected in the water tribes, and revealing his face clearly allowed his audience to relate to him better. It was a favored tactic of Hakoda's to speak not as a superior or overlord as his forefathers did, but as one of them. Almost like an equal, rather than an emperor chosen by the spirits. The Fire Nation is strong. They are passionate, willful, and wild. A massive invasion force will be required to topple them, Bado continued. This presents us with, pardon the pun, a golden opportunity. "Then let's get the full navy and flood their city," said one captain, clenching a fist. "No, no," said Bado, leaning forward in his chair. He gestured over the map spread across the table. "The people of the Fire Nation are powerful. Their very landscape is a vicious enemy to us, it is all volcanic fields and mountains. Our water would be difficult to wield in that sort of place. There is a reason why they've stood for 100 years. Then what should we do?" asked a thoughtful chief. "The firebenders seek honorable, head-on fights. We will use that to our advantage, with a sneak attack in the night. They will not be ready. Very soon, the Fire Nation will fall just like the air nomads." Though the soldiers and guardians of the city looked exactly like the Sun Warriors, Aang noticed regular civilians on the city's outskirts dressed exactly like noblemen and women of the Fire Nation, each wearing long robes of red, black, and occasionally pink with one or two shoulder spikes. Each person had their hair in a customary topknot or tied back, decorated with a red or gold headpiece. Some even had bald heads with long phoenix tails, like their escort, reminding Aang of a banished Prince Zuko. As they passed, the civilians bowed their heads in greeting, bobbing like turtle ducks in a pond. Aang and the others were led into the dark tunnel, large enough to fit Appa, their only source of light being fireballs held in the palms of the soldiers. Aang and Azula quickly mimicked them, which caused the guards to elicit exclamations of surprise at the two new firebenders in their midst. "This mountain is huge," Zuko said, looking at the tunnel walls splashed with firelight. They were carved with ancient murals of dragons in fire, decorated occasionally with inlaid glittering sunstones. "Is the city underground?" "No," one of the guards stated. "This mountain used to be a volcano, so the city is situated in the crater. This is the largest volcano in the Fire Nation, and perhaps the world. It is known as Agni's Eye," one of the other guards continued. "From above, the circular rim of the volcano and the golden inside makes it look like the sun's great eye." "That's amazing," Azula said. "The island is even shaped like a sun," Ty Lee stated, drawing all attention to her. Her features were still hidden by her hood. The fires in the palms of the firebenders cast a shadow over her face. "Almost round, with peninsulas spiraling outward almost like coronas." "Indeed," said the first guard, giving her a sideways glance. Double stone doors appeared out of the darkness, marking the end of the tunnel. They were decorated with two entwined dragons circling a brilliant red sunstone. One of the guards took a step back and thrust a flaming fist into the stone, causing the doors to slowly grind open. "Welcome," he said, as Aang and the others covered their eyes, to the Golden City. Warm, golden light shined into the tunnel as the doors opened, expanding to present the beautiful city in all of its splendor. The four were nearly blinded by the gold revealed to them. Each building was a piece of artwork, every rooftop gilded to look like dragon claws. The roads had been delicately tiled and made straight and even, inlaid with occasional gold blocks. The white sandstone almost gleamed as much as the gold, but it paled in comparison to the rest of the city's majesty. Aang didn't think he'd ever seen so much wealth in one place before. The Avatar, his friends, and their escorts all walked around Appa as delighted children poked their heads out at the new arrivals, laughing and squealing with joy when they saw Appa. Aang wished he had at least 3 more heads to take in everything all around him. Palm trees lined the roadways and greenery tumbled down from the sides of some buildings like waterfalls. Ivy coiled around gold and bright flowers grew with gemstones. Even the water, spread throughout the city in wide, shallow pools, seemed like molten gold in the sunlight. Only Ty Lee's head was faced forward, her frame looked smaller than usual under her large cloak. A grand statue stood in the middle of the road before them, raised up on a dais. It was a golden figure of a powerful, shirtless man with his hands outstretched, streaming constant fire from his hands into the sky. Small twin golden dragons twisted around his torso, spewing 2 more streams of fire. This seemed to be the central gathering place of the city, its core, everything circled around this statue. People were everywhere, but they all gave the bison and his companions a wide berth. It didn't take long for Aang to realize that their escort meant to bring them straight to the palace as guests of honor. Far ahead, he could see the palace shining like a sun, visible to all of the inhabitants. Azula's eyes shone as bright as the gold around them as she took it all in. At last, she said. She turned to Aang with a smirk. Think they'll throw us a big festival? I could use a festival. An island of ice floated in the middle of the ocean, freezing a dozen of Bato's ships together as they waited in place and prepared for their infiltration. In 3 days' time, Bato's plan would begin. He paced across the deck of his ship, his boots patting against the wooden floorboards. All of the ships creaked and groaned with the ice binding them together, but it made the transference of supplies between ships easier. We're going hunting, men, Bato announced to his sailors. As such, I'll need the best hunters from each clan present. Under the cover of night, we'll sneak into their city and take it from the inside. Volunteers, stand and step forward, and I will mark you with courage and skill. And now Prince Sokka's crew was under his command for the siege, so that obstacle was out of the way. Lady Kanna was worried about her grandson. He spent hours holed up in his room among his maps, furs, and inventions, brooding and planning and drawing up schematics for various new toys. It was unhealthy, she thought. He needed sunlight and fresh air. He only came out in the evenings for food and training. Hunting the Avatar had become an obsession for Sokka, and it wasn't improving now that the Avatar had returned after 100 years. So with a pie show board tucked under her arm and a tray of his favorite cookies, Kanna marched through the ship's short hallway and into the prince's room after briefly knocking on his door. I thought my orders were clear, Sokka said plainly. Don't disturb me. He was sitting lazily upon his chair, spinning a small wooden contraption in his hands as he stared blankly at the world map pinned to his mahogany table. Thankfully, he allowed sunlight to stream into the room through a window, but besides that there was only a dim lantern to illuminate him. As always, his polar bear furs, Arctic hen feathers, and numerous weapons were displayed on his walls. What are you doing? Kanna inquired, closing the door behind her. Trying to think of a plan, he replied. Please leave. A plan to do what? Now that my crew has left me for Bato, I have to infiltrate the Golden City alone. What? She exclaimed. No grandson of mine is going into something that dangerous. I have a plan forming, he shot back. Just let me think. Before I lose it. When she didn't budge, he glowered at her. Gran, come on. It's drifting away. Bato won't let you join the invasion since you denied being under his command, Kanna said, taking a bite out of one of her cookies. But the beginnings of his fleet are still nearby. He is watching you. Then I will take his eye off of me, he said, kicking up his feet and leaning forward with an almost feral grin. I've got an idea. How? Send out this letter, he said, grabbing a brush and ink. He drew out his brushstrokes with a flourish, his excitement evident. When he finished, he waved it dry and handed it to Kanna with a smirk. I will fake my own death. The palace throne room was chillingly similar to the one in the old Fire Nation capital that Aang remembered. The sight of the monolithic pillars, the flame burning behind the throne, and the cold marble floors brought back horrible memories that Aang never wanted surfaced again. The only difference this time, though, was the man seated on the throne and the people seated at his sides. One of these people Aang recognized. His pure white hair was neater than usual and tied back into a topknot, but the scrutinizing gaze was unmistakable. Master Zheng Zheng, Aang, Zuko, Azula, and Ty Lee were led into the throne room where they bowed before the Fire Lord. Aang quivered with each step, full of unexpected rage and fear. Ty Lee gave him a furtive glance and it made him wonder if his aura boiled off of him in waves. Luckily, this Fire Lord was not Ozai, so Aang didn't spring on him in uncontrollable, righteous fury. "The Avatar does not need to bow to me," said the Fire Lord. "You are an honored guest." "Thank you. It's great to finally be here," Aang replied respectfully. The sight of the man calmed him. He looked stern but strong, with a fire in his eyes that signified him as a worthy leader of these people. His black hair was tied back in a topknot like the others, but he only had a triple-pronged red headpiece, different from the five-pronged gold one that Aang normally saw on Ozai. Before Aang could say anything further, the Fire Lord's eyes widened. "What is it, Fire Lord?" Aang asked him, trying to follow his gaze. Was he looking at Azula? "I am not the Fire Lord," the leader said, glancing back at Aang. "I am simply High Chief Zujin, but that girl is more royalty than I am." And then, he bowed to Azula, closely imitated by Zheng Zheng and the 2 or 3 other men and women behind him. "She is the rightful heir of the Fire Nation." Azula yawned. "No, I'm not. My uncle technically is." "How did you know?" "Your golden headpiece," the High Chief said, blinking. "It was the symbol of royalty in the old Fire Nation." "Yes, now it's simply a family heirloom and unfortunately I am not a princess," said Azula. "And my brother isn't a prince." Aang remembered them mentioning this to him before, several weeks ago when he first learned of her headpiece. In a different world, if things happened a certain way, Azula would have been a royal tyrant. This thing means nothing now. "Our place is not in the Golden City to rule." An interesting group was brought before us, the High Chief mused. The Avatar, the prince and princess of an ancient bloodline, and a hooded figure. "I will not allow such rudeness in my throne room." Ty Lee froze in place. Azula crossed her arms. "Just do it and listen to him," she said to the other girl. "Stop being a wimp. I bet they won't even know or care who you are." "If you say so, Azula," Ty Lee sighed, lifting off her hood. There was silence. "See, I told you she was nobody important," Azula said smugly to nobody in particular. "Princess Ty Lee." 3 sets of eyes widened and turned to their companion as one. Ty Lee fidgeted under their gaze. "Hi, Dad," she said meekly. Zuko grasped his forehead as if unable to comprehend the words circling around him. Ty Lee is a princess. Aang's own head was spinning with the irony of the situation. "I did not expect to see you return," Zujin said, his visage suddenly becoming cold and detached. Zheng Zheng and the others were silent, calmly regarding the princess before them. "Why did you run away?" "The same reason all my other sisters did," she shouted at the older man, standing at her full height. "I didn't want to rule. I wasn't ready. I was never ready." "That is your duty, Ty Lee," Zheng Zheng finally spoke. "As a princess and heir, your duty is to your people." "But I was the youngest of 7. She quivered, trying to suppress her conflicting emotions and pains, finally fighting to come to the surface. "I never expected having to rule, but when everyone else ran away from home, the responsibility was suddenly thrust on you," Zuko realized, staring at Ty Lee with realization and understanding. "It was the same for me and Azula once Mom died and Dad went away." "Why did all your other sisters run away?" Aang asked softly. "Same reason I did, they weren't ready to rule. First my oldest sister ran away, and the responsibility kept getting passed on to each of us down the line, until it came to me. I couldn't handle it." Hot tears were streaming down her face. Her head was bowed, trying to hide them from her father. "But then you wanted to come back, with us," Azula said. "That doesn't make sense." "I don't know, I didn't think about what I did until after I left with you guys. It seemed like a perfect opportunity at the time. Go home, see if any of my sisters returned, try to fix things with Dad," her voice faltered. "But I knew it was a mistake." She ran from the chamber. "Ty Lee, wait," Zuko shouted, running after her. Aang turned back to High Chief Zujin and his fire sages. "I'm sorry, we didn't know she even lived in the Golden City." "That is quite all right," the High Chief said with a sigh, rubbing his temples. I just hope she doesn't run away again. His voice trailed off. Perhaps I was being unfair to her. Thank you for returning her home. Well, enough of that, Azula said, waving her hand dismissively in Ty Lee's vague direction. Aang and I came to find a firebending teacher. Have any in mind? Well, Zhu Jun started. How about him? Aang questioned, pointing directly at Zheng Zheng. He seems powerful. Master Zheng Zheng is the strongest firebender in the whole city, the High Chief said. Azula's eyes lit up, but he does not teach. Doesn't teach who? Aang asked, worried. Would he get into the same fiasco as he did with Pakku and Katara? I do not teach anybody, Zheng Zheng spoke, his voice as tense as ever. Why not? Azula asked, sounding somewhat insulted. I have not yet found a worthy student, said the master firebender. Well, he's the Avatar, Azula gestured to Aang, and I'm his best friend, she reasoned. Aang inwardly chuckled. He decided to sit back and let this event run its course. We are quite worthy. No, Zheng Zheng said flatly. Azula sent one of her piercing gazes at the master. She opened her mouth to speak. As princess of the Fire Nation. You are no princess, Zheng Zheng interrupted, straightening his vest of red, white, and gold. You have admitted as much. Now Azula was starting to get angry. Chief Zhu Jun, command him to teach me. I am sure you can find another teacher, the High Chief tried to reconcile. Azula set her jaw with determination. I will only learn from the best. You lack patience and discipline, said Zheng Zheng. Go with the other trainees and learn simple breathing and meditation exercises first. Azula fully glared at the firebending master. Very well, she said tensely. I will dominate all the other competition and then return for your further judgment. She turned around briskly and left the throne room without a backwards glance. Sorry about her, too, Aang said with a grin. Zhu Jun chuckled. Be sure to return to the palace tonight. A festival will be thrown in your honor, the High Chief replied. We'll find you a master. Actually, I share Azula's state of mind, Aang stated. I think only Zheng Zheng will do. He noticed the master's slightly amused expression, but he didn't comment. Until tonight, sir, master, Aang said to the chief and the firebender. They nodded and he left. He made a mental note to praise Azula later. Ty Lee. Zuko sprinted down the stone steps in front of the palace after the distraught girl. The sun had started to set behind the lip of the caldera, casting the city in shadow. Ty Lee, wait, she finally stopped at the base of the steps and sat down, putting her head in her hands. You probably think I'm just a spoiled little rich kid now, don't you? Zuko came to a stop and sat down at her side. That's not true, she laughed. Look at me, I'm crying over nothing. This whole city would be mine. She held out her hands as if to encompass the sea of gold before her. I'm supposed to be happy. But instead you ran away, said Zuko. It's okay, I kind of understand where you're coming from. You do. It was like I said inside, he continued. After Mom died and Dad went off to war, all the responsibility of the village was thrust on the two of us. We had to do all the hunting, the protecting, and even the letting. All we had to help us was our Uncle Iroh. Yes, but apparently you two were doing fine, said Ty Lee. I lived a sheltered palace life ever since I was born. I don't really know how to lead such a huge city. At least you caught a glimpse of the real world, Zuko said. How long ago did you run away? It's almost a year now, she said, letting out a deep exhale. And I guess I was the first one to come back. Maybe I was a little homesick. How many sisters do you have? Did they all go? Zuko asked, surprise edging its way into his voice. Yes, the oldest was Tai Loka, she ran away first. Then it was Tai Luko, and Tai Zula followed her. Next was Tai Ru, and Mai Li, and then Su-san. Do you know where any of them are? Zuko asked with a frown. No, she curled up into a ball. I mean, I guess I can hope that someone will come home before it's my time to rule. But they don't write or anything. And I know Dad's really worried about all of them. He put his arm around her as a source of comfort. Well, maybe you can stay with us until it's time for you to rule, then we'll come back and support you, he whispered into her ear. She got caught up into his words and turned her head to look into his sincere eyes. They moved as one to kiss each other. Before their lips touched, she pulled away. No, I can't. Why not? I thought you liked me, he said. He couldn't pretend that he wasn't hurt, especially when she stood and stepped away from him. I do, Zuko. Then why can't we be together? Everything was fine before we came here. She'd always been the one to make her feelings known. He couldn't help but run the events of the past few days through his mind, wondering where he might have messed up, but her next word stopped him cold. Because, I'm engaged. I'm going to get married. And then she ran away again, but he was unable to follow. The half-metal figure released smashing sounds with every one of his steps, crushing twigs and stone underneath his feet. He walked calmly and openly under the cover of night, ready to complete his assignment. His mission led him to a port city on the edge of the Fire Nation, specifically, a Water Tribe Navy dock. He stopped in front of Prince Sokka's ship, and suddenly, from the eye-shaped tattoo on his forehead, a single ray of light shot to the wooden ship, obliterating a large part of it in an explosion. A second and a third ray followed, engulfing the ship in flames, reducing the ship and anyone on it to ashes and kindling. His mission completed, the Combustion Man left the scene to collect his pay. The entire Golden City was alive under the nighttime sky, celebrating a festival in honor of the Avatar and their kin from the south. The golden rooftops glittered from the light of the bonfires all around the city, lighting it up even with the dark sky overhead. Zujin, Aang, Ty Lee, Zuko, and Azula sat at the head of a gigantic table filled with more spicy foods of the Fire Nation than Aang could name. He saw fried squid and fish, rice dishes sizzling in bowls of meat, their juices and spices making his nose sting. Someone heaped a helping of chicken pig adobo braised in soy sauce onto his plate while another spooned oxtail and vegetables in a peanut sauce for him. Others offered him sweeter foods made from pineapple or banana. Master Zheng Zheng and two Sun Warriors performed a three-way duel on a raised platform. Azula was entranced by their firebending might. Rings of fire circled around each of the three benders. There were theatric flares and sparks, fireballs, acrobatic maneuvers, punches and kicks, and fireworks lit to scream into the air behind them in dazzling displays of color. They ended the show by feeding streams of fire into the center of the platform, causing them to clash in a fiery red inferno. Azula ignored Zuko's brooding, Aang's careful observations, and Ty Lee's uncharacteristic depression. The princess and the High Chief's relationship seemed to be detached and polite in the wake of the day's events. They no longer spoke of Ty Lee's flight or ascension to the throne when she came of age. As Azula watched the mock fire duel on the platform, her eyes widened as she came up with a sudden, if crazy, idea. Unable to wait for the duel to end, she stood up from her seat and approached the platform, speaking loudly to Zheng Zheng and interrupting the duel. "I challenge you to a duel," she bellowed. Everything fell silent as the firebenders halted their performance and looked at her below them, as stunned as anyone else. Only Zheng Zheng, now in a vest with pointed gold shoulders for the show, looked unfazed. Ty Lee dropped her chopsticks into her dish with a clatter. "Azula, don't," she called to her friend. "Are you aware of the rules of an Agni Kai?" Zheng Zheng spoke to her coldly. Azula didn't answer, and Aang wondered if she'd ever heard of the term in this world. "In an Agni Kai, we fight to the death. They are not taken lightly. If I win, I only want you to teach Aang and me," Azula said proudly. "However, if you are the victor, you may uphold the rules as you wish." Zuko slapped his forehead. "My sister is really smart, but sometimes she's an idiot." Aang rose and jumped clear over the table to Azula's side. "Azula, I'm not letting you fight a battle for me. We'll duel him together." "Aang, this is a battle of honor. You don't understand our customs. Stay out of it," she said to him a bit harshly, her eyes fixed on the firebending master. "Very well," said Zheng Zheng, gesturing to the other Sun Warriors to clear the platform. Azula jumped up to take their place, falling into a firebending stance. "I accept your challenge. If I lose, I will take on firebending students again." The man's face hardened. "Begin." Azula wasted no time, immediately becoming aggressive with two quick punches and a kick, releasing two fireballs and an arc of flame. Zheng Zheng bent below the balls and cleaved the arc in half with his hand, consecutively releasing a constant stream of fire that circled around Azula and enshrouded her in flames. She thrust her joined hands into the inferno and spread them out, dispersing the attack as she ran closer to her opponent, firing a wave from her palms. Zheng Zheng answered with a colossal wall of fire that covered the whole arena and more easily. Absorbing the attack, his younger opponent took him by surprise when she jumped through the wall with a fist of flame, nearly striking him in the face, but he redirected her arm and pushed her to the side. He sent a sweeping kick of fire at her as she fumbled, but she pushed herself off the ground and spun her legs in the air, almost blasting him with a windmill of fire. "Training with her paid off, Aang," Zuko said to the amused Avatar. "Has that been enough to show you how good I am?" Azula asked the old man, smirking. No, he answered flatly. You do not exert any control. Several times you came close to harming our audience. Fire is alive, I know that, she interrupted him. He cupped a ball of fire in his hands and hurled it at Azula, who crossed her arms to block the attack, but it still succeeded in pushing her back. Jung tucked his arms into his body for a moment and gathered an immense amount of heat, releasing a spinning inferno that covered him in a shield of fire and shot a bolt of flame at Azula. She summoned enough fire to protect herself from the bulk of the attack, but the force still pushed her back again and she went tumbling off of the platform. However, she recovered quickly and jumped back at him, shooting a continuous blaze from her joined fists. Her topknot came undone and her headpiece clattered to the ground. The firebending master held both of his hands in front of him, protecting himself from the power of the attack as the fire streamed to his sides, making Aang feel the heat of her attack as he drew in as close to the battle as he dared. Azula didn't stop with the stream of fire, so Jung walked closer to her. The heat was becoming more intense for Aang as he came, but the master pushed against her power with fire of his own. She finally cut off the surge of energy as he neared, but he gathered a fireball in his hands from the remnants of her attack and hurled it at her. The concussive attack struck and knocked her backwards again, but this time she was in too much pain to stand and fight more. She groaned from the ground, expecting him to deal the finishing blow. Instead, the firebending master was distracted by a glint of gold on the ground and knelt to pick up her headpiece. His eyes widened as he recognized the artifact. I don't believe it, Jung said, his voice full of shock. What don't you believe? You already know about my heritage, Azula shot at him. She slowly sat up, cringing in pain. He gave her one of his characteristic stoic expressions. Quite honestly, I thought it was a fake. Many counterfeits of this crown have been made over the years, but this specific one has a scratch on the inside from misuse that I know well. You are not only descended from Fire Nation royalty, I know the last person that this headpiece belonged to. I've seen it before. Yeah, earlier, when we first entered the palace, she said scathingly. Are you going to kill me or not? He ignored her. I haven't just seen it. I used to own it. This headpiece used to belong to a man named Iroh, and it was customary back in the days of Fire Nation royalty for the crown prince to give to a trusted friend for safekeeping. It was a form of brotherhood. What, you know my uncle? The young firebender asked. Aang's eyes widened as he recognized the scene. Were the worlds really so similar? At their core, that similar events would play out with entirely different people. You're from the southern archipelago, yes. I lived in your village many years ago. Iroh was my best friend when we were young, but when it was time for us to go off to war when we became of age, I was afraid. I did not believe in the war or our reasons for fighting in it, said Jung, staring at the golden headpiece in his palm. What happened? Azula asked, standing. Zuko, Ty Lee, Zujin, and all the other people at the party were transfixed and silent. Iroh helped me desert and come here, Jung continued. I fled in dishonor, but he didn't judge me for a moment. I owe him my life. The soldiers in the village would have beaten me if I refused to join them. I left this headpiece behind, returned to its rightful hands, for I did not believe that I deserved Iroh's brotherhood. I never knew Uncle fought in the war, Zuko said, awed. I have decided, Jung said, standing up straight. I will teach you, Azula. I owe your uncle that much. And the Avatar, if he still desires to learn from me. Of course, Master Jung, Aang said, bowing respectfully. Jung's fiery death rained heavily on his mind. He died in the battle on the day of Sozin's comet, but he had slain many firebenders with his power. This time, he hoped to make it up to him. Azula accepted her headpiece from the master, and surprisingly, she also bowed low. It will be an honor to learn under you. Kanna was led into Bato's chambers in his ship with a mournful expression on her face. The clan chief was seated at a small table sipping tea as she arrived. Lady Kanna, it is a pleasure, he said. Have you accepted my offer? She made a show of sniffling into her handkerchief. I'm sorry, Chief Bato, she croaked. The grief from Sokka's death is still heavy on me. Then you should join the invasion and witness my glorious victory over the remnants of the Fire Nation out of revenge for our lost wolf. Your healing skills are renowned throughout the Water Nation, and your help would be imperative to victory. Heal all of our wounded and prevent any lives from being lost, in honor of our venerable prince, he said as she sat down at the table. She drank a warm cup of tea which helped to settle her nerves. Do you know anything of the attack? He asked her. Or who was behind it? You have my deepest sympathies. The Emperor will not take this lightly. Yes, the assassin known as the Combustion Man was behind it. We've run into him before, she said softly. However, I will help you in your conquest in the name of my beloved grandson. She raised her cup of tea in a toast. To the Water Nation, to victory. Aang and Zheng Zheng were in silent meditation as the sun rose, centering the heat in their bodies. They sat together on a dais overlooking the city, stylized golden statues of blocky dragons flanking them on either side. Aang felt some trepidation about the prospect of learning from Zheng Zheng again, but he hoped he was more patient this time. Azula burst onto the scene with fire raging in her hands, kicking and whirling as she practiced forms from their old firebending scroll. Zheng Zheng sighed. You really do not know the value of quiet meditation, do you? Not right now, she said. I feel the fire burning within me. It wants out. Don't you feel it too, Aang? I do, said Aang, opening one eye and trying to hide his grin. But, Master Zheng Zheng is a big fan of sitting still and breathing. We should probably follow his lesson. She rolled her eyes, but grinned and sat down next to him. Very well, but when are we starting with complex firebending forms? He bent backwards under the crimson stream of fire as it passed dangerously close to his face, the heat rolling over his body and ruffling his clothes like wind. He curved his back and rolled to his feet, retaliating with a similarly powerful blast from his fists. He managed to make it curve, which was quite possible from the distance. His opponent charged fire at her two fingertips and exploded the inferno at him, eating up his smaller attack and proceeding to charge toward him. The young man, in defense, summoned a thick wall of fire that circled around him and acted as a shield, protecting him from the blast. You are being too flashy. Use precision, their teacher yelled at them. A normal-sized fireball burst from the girl's fingertips as she heeded her master's advice, centering on the younger man before her. She sent a smaller, quicker flame at him, hoping to disorient her opponent. However, he leapt high above both blasts and retaliated from the air. Hey, not fair, he's using airbending, Azula shouted. Aang landed and kept his firebending stance. No, I'm not, I just jumped high, he answered with a smirk. She glared at him, hurling a fireball meant for distance and power. Aang thrust his palm forward in response at the fireball, shooting a continuous, powerful stream of fire from his hands. He followed his own attack as it was flying toward her, jumping forward into a double front flip and shooting another blast from his joined feet. Azula managed to create a shield of fire in time, but the force of the blast still caused her to slide backwards. She retaliated quickly, firing another shot that exploded at his feet. He was thrown back, but recovered by back-flipping in the air, landing neatly on the ground. She spun twice, following up on the attack and kicking two arcs of flame at him. Aang responded with complex hand movements and a lifting motion, summoning a wall of fire that easily absorbed her attacks. He then converted it into an attack and pushed it at her, but she poked her hands through it and dissipated the wall. She rushed at the avatar with daggers of fire in her hands, swinging them as if she practiced fighting with knives all her life. He was taking a further step back with each dodge, but he managed to jump far enough away to attack her with a blazing disc of fire. She dodged, extending her daggers into whips and swinging them at Aang from a longer range. He was able to jump and dodge around them, but a massive blast of fire destroyed her whips. That is enough, said Zheng Zheng, interrupting their practice session. Both Azula and Aang gratefully accepted the brief respite, hunching over and drawing deep breaths. You two have progressed further than any student I ever taught in the past. Because of your fierce determination, you are both almost ready to become masters. Almost, Azula sighed. We've been working so hard. She was forced to tie her hair back up into a restricting topknot. She was sweating too much from all the firebending. Aang fell flat on the ground, staring up at the clear blue sky. His chest was rising and falling with his continued deep breaths. He was mastering firebending far quicker than he mastered waterbending in his own world, but this time he had the advantage of foreknowledge. All of his previous skills and techniques were coming back to him. It was as if he had to exercise his bending muscles to get all of his strength to return. It was why he was mastering firebending so fast. But Azula, she didn't have that foreknowledge. She was progressing this quickly from her own skill. She was a true prodigy. The two of you have been harnessing the destructive powers of firebending, their master explained. Fire is the element of harmony and life. Well, there are two sides to it, Aang said. He knew this already. There's the destructive side and the life harmony, sighed. We're just using, both. Jung Jung sent him a piercing glare with his hands folded behind his back. Are you trying to tell me about my own art? Have you witnessed the true destruction that fire can bring? If you allow your firebending to go out of control, it can consume you. Aang glared right back at him. He had seen both sides of firebending. It wasn't his master's right to assume. Azula sighed. Again. But we're better than that. It was Jung Jung's turn to sigh. This is why I have not accepted a firebending student in many years. They are all concerned about dominating their enemies with pure power. You must understand the warmth and life of fire before you can become true masters. Jung Jung began to walk away. Now meditate on that. Azula rolled her eyes. He's just going to leave us here for another 3 hours again, isn't he? Meditate. Zuko and Ty Lee were walking together in circles around the golden fire fountain. However, the acrobat was balancing on the stone basin, standing slightly taller than him. Isn't this fun? Ty Lee asked. We're just hanging out, as friends. Yup, as friends, Zuko confirmed, though he didn't enjoy saying it. Only as friends, Ty Lee stated. Just a platonic relationship, Zuko reaffirmed. No romantic feelings whatsoever, nah. Yeah, because you're engaged and all. They both stared at each other. This isn't going to work, they said at the same time. Ty Lee sighed and sat, downcast. I'm sorry, Zuko, it's fine, but I don't fully understand, he said, though he was lying. He wasn't fine. Aren't arranged marriages a water tribe tradition? Yeah, she said, but I'm royalty. My dad needs to marry me off someday, so I can rule the city with my husband. Zuko sat down next to her. I don't get the freedom of choice like everybody else does. That's part of the reason why you ran away, isn't it? Zuko asked. You don't even love him, do you? That's not the point, Ty Lee said, shaking her head. It's my duty. I've been engaged to the guy ever since I was born. Who is he? Zuko asked. Just the son of some nobleman. Do you even like him? He questioned, frowning. He is so full of himself, Ty Lee admitted. Our parents tried to get us to play together once or twice when we were kids, but he was sorta annoying and immature and we kind of fought a lot. Now, we barely even talk. Sounds like it'll be a happy marriage, Zuko commented sarcastically. Well, I'm not marrying him until I'm old enough, said Ty Lee. I'm only 14 now. They sighed together. I guess there's nothing we can do, for now I guess, said Zuko. As part of the Southern Water Tribe royal family, Kanna had the privilege that no other women had. She was able to join Admiral Bato on the flagship's observation deck. As head of the division of healers, Kanna was privy to all of the planning and was even supposed to be on the front lines of any battle, as all healers were. However, all women were forbidden to fight. As if Kanna ever listened to that particular rule. Bato stood regally with his hands behind his back as the flagship neared the small continent known as Agni's Eye. Kanna knew full well of all the mysticism and lore surrounding the island, but Admiral Bato seemed to ignore it completely. Somehow, Bato was able to obtain a modern, up-to-date version of Fire Nation armor typical of a standard soldier, which he was currently wearing. 10 other waterbenders, disguised as a random assortment of Fire Nation citizens, some were in robes, others in Sung warrior uniforms or armor, were going to infiltrate the city with him. Secretly, Sokka was among them. The Water Prince was garbed in a heavy red and gold cloak, heavily hiding his features even from Bato. Half of his face was even covered with cloth for extra protection. If the hood somehow fell off of his head, only his sharp blue eye would be revealed. Sokka was safe, for now. Tonight and tomorrow, the Water Nation will finally emerge victorious in the war over the Fire Nation, Bato spoke to his team. We will take away the greatest weapon of the firebenders. They will be defenseless. Kanna's eyes widened. What do you mean? Bato wore a clever smirk. While studying under General Pakun in the Earth Kingdom, I came across an ancient library. While there, I discovered scrolls detailing the fall of the spirits of fire into the mortal realm. What are you going to do? Kanna asked, her eyes wide with horror. I am going to destroy their own means of destruction, Bato said, chuckling to himself. Those spirits will regret coming to the mortal world, our world. Do not tamper with the spirits, Bato. You'll get in over your head. Kanna warned. That is tricky and dangerous business. I'm warning you for your own good. I will not take advice from a sniveling woman who claims to have gone to the spirit world. I did not take you on this conquest to give me counsel, he said sternly. Kanna was forced to keep her mouth shut and bow. Yes, Bato, I will stay in my place, she said quietly. Sokka clenched his fists. Good, good. Bato turned to one of his regular soldiers, not part of the elite team. Commander, tell the Navy to prepare for battle. If my men and I are not back by noon tomorrow, commence the attack on the city. The full moon is on our side tonight. Zuko and Ty Lee sat together for a long time, not uttering a single word. Zuko finally looked up from his thoughtful reverie when he noticed the world was quiet and night had fallen. Most of the citizens were gone, asleep in their homes. Ty Lee, we should go, Zuko said to her. Come on, I'll walk you home. She nodded quietly, her eyes lowered and her hands wringing nervously in front of her. They walked through the city of gold for a long time before she said anything. Look, Zuko, I'm sorry about everything. What do you need to be sorry about? Zuko asked her, perplexed. Everything, my responsibilities are getting in the way of everything. I didn't want this to happen, I never planned on it. I don't know how I'll be able to choose. I don't know if we can be together. What are you saying? Of course we can, he protested. Who cares if you're a princess? I'm heir to the Fire Nation, aren't I? We should be fine together, we can both rule. That's just wishful thinking, Zuko. A hopeless dream, it'll never happen, she said sadly. Ty Lee, this isn't like you. The two stopped at a fork in the neat stone roads, caught passing by an empty alley. The moon was shining bright tonight, almost a perfect circle. They both took a moment to look up at the shining orb. And Ty Lee's feet were dragged out from under her. She cried out and reached for the boy. Ty Lee, Zuko shouted, reaching towards the girl as she was dragged into the dark alley. Zuko drew his broadswords and rushed after her. Things were eerily quiet in the shadows. He called for Ty Lee again, but there was no answer. His silver swords were shining. Suddenly, he spotted a movement to his right, and he turned his head just in time to see a shining blue globule of water illuminated by the moon. The sphere crashed into his side, ramming him into the wall of a building. Waterbenders, he shouted inside of his head. Two more seemed to appear from the darkness, dressed like Fire Nation citizens. What were they doing? Where was Ty Lee? Before he could figure out anything further, a tendril of water was lashed out at the boy. He rolled to the side, dodging the blow, but one of the other waterbenders shot a puddle on the ground. Zuko was just able to dodge ice spikes by pushing himself back off the ground with his hand. Without losing his momentum, the boy streaked toward the third soldier ready to strike him with an uppercut. The soldier tried shooting him with a bullet of water from his satchel, but the swordsman sidestepped and swung his sword at the man's unprotected shoulder. He left that soldier alone for a moment to get the one that was closest to him. He ran toward the man, who tried creeping a ray of ice in the direction of his feet, but Zuko jumped above the attack and hit him in the face with a double spinning kick. He was knocked unconscious immediately, but before Zuko could regain his balance, the first waterbender struck him in the air with a water bullet. The swordsman crashed against the ground, but it knocked him near the soldier with the cut shoulder. From the floor, Zuko wheeled his feet above his head, striking the soldier 2 or 3 times in the midsection. He went down. Before the first waterbender could hurl more water at him, Zuko threw one of his own broadswords. The man knocked the blade aside with a stream of water, which was what Zuko intended. His broadswords were not made for stabbing. Instead, Zuko's freed hand passed by his pocket and threw 3 knives with pinpoint accuracy, hitting him in the sleeves and pinning him against the stone wall. Prior to his recovery, Zuko ran at him with his remaining broadsword. The man cringed, expecting to be killed, but the younger fighter simply hit him in the face with the hilt of his weapon, knocking him unconscious. His work finished, Zuko bent down to pick up his sword and pluck his knives from the wall, causing the waterbender to crumple to the floor. All 3 soldiers were unconscious. What's going on here? A voice asked hurriedly, rushing into the alleyway. Zuko's eyes widened upon seeing him, topknot, sleeveless vest, blood-red shorts and all. Chan was here. Chan seemed just as surprised to see Zuko. What are you doing here? He asked distastefully. Zuko spotted a dark bruise which was still on his cheek, and he smirked, satisfied. I should ask the same of you, Zuko replied gruffly, sheathing his broadswords. Chan's own longsword was on his hip. Zuko remembered their duel in the tournament well, a battle Zuko had won. I live here, Chan responded in the same manner. They stared each other down for a good moment, but then Chan seemed to recall why he was there in the first place. What the hell happened here? Waterbenders attacked, Zuko said darkly. They've infiltrated the city. They took Ty Lee. Let me go. Ty Lee struggled against her bonds, but with her wrists and ankles both tied, she couldn't do a thing. The rope was cutting painfully into her skin, rubbing her wrists raw. "What do you want? Shut up, you little brat," Bado silenced her. Half a dozen of his soldiers were still with him, one or two of them disabled for the moment, because of the little princess. It took all of them to fight her off and hold her back. "You're the princess of the Golden City, take a guess." Ty Lee stopped struggling for a moment, and screwed her face up in concentration. I dunno." Bado slapped his forehead. "You're a suitable hostage, you idiot." "Oh," she exclaimed softly. "That sorta makes sense. You're kinda creepy though." Bado stared at her blankly. She'd be a good insurance plan, as long as his plan worked. "Your father will have to make a choice, the life of his daughter, or his city." "No," Ty Lee shouted, her face becoming angry. "I would die for my city." "Oh, but would your father make the right decision?" he asked, his eyes glinting. Everything was falling into place, this girl was just a boon. Behind him, masquerading as one of his hooded waterbenders, Sokka crept away from the group into the night. Zuko was able to notify the High Chief of the Golden City in time. In response, Zujin called in all the defenders of the metropolis. Many Sun warriors and soldiers in standard Fire Nation uniform were congregated in the central hall of Zujin's palace. Aang, Azula, and Zuko were quiet as he spoke. "This will be one of our greatest moments," Zujin began, speaking loudly. All eyes and ears were on him. "As many of you know, a massive water tribe fleet is on our waters. They will stop at nothing, except death, until we are out of their way. Fight hard, everyone. Fight with the fire in our hearts. Our strength will prevail. We will eradicate the water tribes from our fiery land. To victory." Some men and women had tears in their eyes. Some were tense and expecting many faces to disappear forever. However, everyone cheered at his words. Quietly, so no one else could hear him, Zujin spoke to Zuko. "Come with me. I have a special mission for you." Aang and Azula nodded at their friend and brother as he stood up to stand by Zujin and Jung Jung. "What is it?" Zuko asked him. Chan suddenly appeared at the High Chief's side. "I want the two of you to find my daughter and keep her safe." The sun was rising. It was a new day. "The quietness before battle is deafening," Zujin said privately to Aang, sitting on Appa, as they waited for their soldiers to finish preparations. The two were sitting in front of the Golden Palace, overlooking the shining sea of gold before them. They could not see the ocean. Aang felt constricted and tense. They would not immediately know when the water navy was coming. "I'm used to it," Aang said gruffly. Zujin sent him a questioning look. "I was there when my people were attacked. But I couldn't save them. Maybe things will be different this time." Aang didn't voice it, but he was thinking on a much larger scale than just this battle. Zujin nodded. "I hope so." Aang gripped Appa's reins. "Well, I better get going now. I'll see their numbers and I'll try to hold them back as long as I can." And, after double-checking to see if his sword was at his side, he soared into the sky on his bison's back, over the crater's rim and past the gigantic mountain. But there were already water tribe soldiers climbing up the mountain. The city was eerily silent as Zuko and Chan returned together back to where Ty Lee was kidnapped. Zuko did not like this turn of events, but he was trying to find Ty Lee, and he would do anything to complete his task, even work with his bitter rival. Chan, as usual, was annoying and full of himself, thinking he could recover Ty Lee alone. "She's my fiancé, man. I should be saving her," Chan said once. "What?" Zuko roared, turning on the other teenager. "Ty Lee has to marry you." "Yeah, what's the big deal?" Chan asked unflinchingly. Zuko took a deep, calming breath and turned away from him. "Nothing. Let's just keep looking." Azula was at the front of the palace, hating every moment she could not be out there fighting with Aang. His stupid logic said she would be safer in the city while he fought the soldiers on the mountain, alone, and try to prevent them from entering. She could not believe how stupid he was being. He left her behind to fight with all the other Golden City forces, if they ever infiltrated the natural walls of the volcano's rim. She was torn between dismissing him in his stupidity and ripping her hair out in worry. Why did he make her feel this way? Almost as if on cue, Aang seemed to materialize in the sunlight. First, he was a shadowed blob, but as he neared, she was able to identify the avatar on his bison. He landed right in front of her, but Zujin rushed over to the scene. "What happened?" Azula asked him sharply. "You're back early." He was panting and sweating. "There's too many of them." A cold weight dropped into her stomach. If the Avatar couldn't help them, who could? They have too many catapults, too much water that they're carrying with them, Aang continued. There are so many marching up to the mountain. I blew some of them off, but they kept coming back. They don't need the navy. They outnumber us already. And then, a massive block of ice sailed into the city, crashing into stone and obliterating a building. More followed from the catapults perched on the mountain. That meant that the portion of the city outside of the volcano must have been attacked already. They were being overrun. Soon, the troops would storm in through the main entrance. The Golden City couldn't risk shooting their own fireballs outside of the volcano. They might end up hitting the poorer townspeople outside. Do you have any ideas? Zujin asked hopelessly. Aang thought for a moment, but then something clicked. He seemed cautious, but excited. Are there any spirits nearby? Aang mentally cheered as Zujin nodded and told him of the most spiritual place in the city. He began to lead them to the back of the palace. Aang had a plan. He wondered what would await him there. Everything depended on what would happen once he got there. Was it a spirit oasis? Something else. He needed to talk to Ko. Or some other ancient spirit. It didn't matter. Are you going to ask the spirits for some powerful spirit bomb attack? Azula asked eagerly. Aang laughed. No, but some wisdom would be nice, he answered. She visibly deflated in response. Aang, Azula. Three heads turned to Zuko, who was running toward them and shouting their names. What are you doing? What's going on? Where is my daughter? Zujin immediately interjected. I don't know, Zuko said to him quickly. Chan gave up on the search. I don't know where he went, but there's no sign of her. You're giving up, too. What if she's in danger? Zujin asked aggressively. She's not, said Aang confidently. Since she was kidnapped, they probably want to use her as a hostage or something. They might want either gold or the city. Gold is fine. The city, not so much, said Zujin. We won't let that happen, but either way, they'll contact us first, Aang said. She'll be fine until then. There's something more important now. Zujin sighed. Ty Lee is very important to me. Well, you certainly gave her a warm welcome, Azula said sarcastically. I know, Zujin said sadly. Ty Lee has so much on her shoulders. She deserves so much more. Her responsibility extends past just the needs of the city. What do you mean? Zuko asked. This is it. I will explain when we get to the altar, Zujin said flatly. Zuko and Azula nodded. Aang almost fell over. Where is it? Azula asked. What is it? As soon as Azula asked her question, a grand, golden door became visible to them. It was inlaid with glittering rubies and sunstones, and etched runes dictating an ancient man surrounded by two dragons, blowing fire from their maws. 3 cylindrical tubes spouted from the door. It was a lock, and firebending was the key. Aang, Azula, and Zujin seemed to think of this with a shared mind. And, as one, they all moved to blow fire into the tubes. Slowly, the door began to grind open, and the sight they saw elicited 3 gasps. The first thing that dominated their view was a T-shaped structure, except that it was enormous. It was actually a grand, steep staircase with walkways on the top that led into 2 opposite tunnels. On the floor, at the base of the stairs, was a series of watery canals that coiled around the middle, then spread outwards. Standing in the middle, Aang realized that the water formed the shape of the sun, if it were to be viewed from above. This is the dragon altar, Zujin told them. And then it hit the airbender. This was the location of the last 2 dragons in his world. Are there really dragons here? Azula looked around eagerly, as if one of them were to pop out at her. Yes, the last 2, Zujin stated. The rest were killed at the beginning of the war, fighting with the firebenders on the front lines. Why are firebenders so close to the dragons? Azula asked. I saw murals of them all over town. Firebenders originally learned from the dragons, Azula, Aang said, remembering that tidbit of information. They admired their majesty and inner strength and made it their own, Zujin added. So where are they? Azula asked grudgingly. In their tunnels, obviously, Zuko stated. He turned to Zujin. So what were you saying about Ty Lee? He seemed slightly afraid to ask. The High Chief sighed. She has a terrible responsibility on her shoulders, one I would not like to see carried out. Aang held his breath. When she was born, she was terribly sick. We knew she wasn't going to live. It was coming. She was our youngest daughter of 7, and we were deeply saddened by the news. The fire sages told us to offer her body to Agni, the first dragon living in the sky and the sun. She was placed on top of this altar. Aang, Zuko, and Azula were silent. Then, to our astonishment, The two dragons burst from their lairs and flew in circles around her. Zuzhan said. We didn't know what was happening. We were afraid to go and retrieve the baby. And suddenly, they perched on the sides of the altar, and blew fire at my daughter. Zuko's eyes were wide. Azula was indifferent. Aang expected something like that. We thought they burned her to a crisp as punishment, but instead, the fire seemed to be life-giving. They rejuvenated her and gave her the strength to overcome her sickness. Now, Ty Lee literally lives with the spirit of fire inside of her. And that was what Aang needed to know. He moved to the center of the water sun and sat on the ground, pushing his fists together. Aang, what are you doing? Azula asked, staring at him oddly. I'm meditating. I need to be in the spirit world. I'll be right back. We don't have much time. He closed his eyes. When they opened again, they were glowing with the power of the Avatar spirit. That was quick, Zuko commented. We'll protect Aang, Azula said, half to Zuzhan and half to herself. We can't let anybody get to his physical body, or he won't be able to find his way back. The heavily robed man seemed very interested. Go find Chan, the High Chief said to Zuko. He should help, since he ran off earlier. With the Water Tribe forces in the city, you'll need all the help you can get. Zuko didn't seem too happy about it, but he acquiesced. Zuko quickly witnessed the destruction of the Golden City firsthand. The waterbenders stormed into the city, using all 4 of their water skins to rip down any opposition. And since they entered the city, more water was available to them. They were intimidating in their wolf-like armor. However, the Fire Nation soldiers rose up against them, wielding spears and swords in their element. Komodo rhinos clashed with buffalo yaks. They were passionate and true to their name. They each carried a bit of the spirit of Agni. Was Chan down there somewhere? Or was he hiding like a coward? Were the other major players of this game present at the Golden City? Were Bato and Sokka there? Aang's body was motionless and he was silent. Azula stared at the boy, his shaggy dark hair covering his head and most of his arrows, his glowing eyes, his clothes, so reminiscent of a firebender's. As she watched, she protected. And she was prepared for anything. With the sun on her back, she now felt that she could conquer any foe. You don't have to worry, Aang, she said to him quietly, clenching her fist. She seemed to forget Zuzhan was still there. I'll protect you. You really think so, don't you? Azula's head spun to the direction of the voice. She let out a small gasp of surprise and immediately took a controlled firebending stance. She should have expected this. I'm not surprised to see you, Sokka, she answered. I'll go find Zuko, Zuzhan said to Azula, rushing past Sokka unhindered to go get help. Aang was Sokka's target. Azula was just in the way. The firebender was the first to attack, shooting rapid fireballs from her pointed fingers. Azula wanted to dam the streams of water all around her and Aang. It would serve to be her disadvantage. And Sokka took full use of them, calling up a wall of water to block her attack. It circled around him and returned at her, but she spread her arms wide and evaporated the attack with a wall of fire. The red blockade stretched into the sky, where it dissipated with nothing left to burn. Sokka attacked now, running at her as he gathered water behind him, ready to send it in a rush at the girl. Azula could not dodge. Aang was behind her and the attack would hit him. So she simply rose to the challenge with a blast of fire aimed at the Water Prince, but the liquid swirled in front of him and blocked the blow. He sent it at her once, which was blocked, and then spun it at her again, which was also stopped with another wall of fire. Sokka was slightly short of breath. You filthy savage, you've found a master, haven't you? She simply smirked in reply. She punched, kicked, and blew flames at him, but with solid footing he slid water across the floor, blocking every one of her attacks. They were extremely close to each other now. She had the advantage of close combat. Fire wreathed her fist as she sent a solid punch at the waterbender. He blocked the brunt of the blow with a watery defense, but the force of it still pushed him back. Azula took a deep breath, feeling the power of the sun enhancing her strength. She shot a stream of fire from her right hand, but extended it and thinned it, turning it into a whip as she pulled it away from Sokka. She twisted and coiled it in the air, sending each concentrated lash at the waterbender. She had him on the run. She was winning. It felt glorious, she felt powerful. Sokka suddenly found time to stop, raising his arms and causing water to rush at the firebender from both sides. She surrounded herself in a dome of fire, protecting her from attack, but when she lowered it she saw ice spikes levitating on either side. They rushed in at her. Regular fire would not be enough to melt them in time. A simple shield wouldn't protect her from the piercing attacks. It was feeble to try and protect herself. But Azula wasn't the type to give up. She pointed her fists at the clusters of ice spikes and forced as much fire from them as she could. The heat from the flames she was expelling overwhelmed her, but she needed more, faster, before the spikes could reach. She pumped more heat and more energy into the flames. And, quite suddenly, the golden fire turned an electric blue. She was glowing brighter than any other fire in the dimming sunlight. Azula smirked again. The ice spikes were obliterated. She shot a torrent of the blue fire into the air, only exerting a little more energy than normal to maintain it, and dragged the fire down to the ground, right on top of Sokka. He threw himself onto his back, summoning a large amount of water to dispel the attack, causing a hiss of steam to rise from his form. Sokka was still able to stand. He wore a look of pure rage as he looked at the girl, his single blue eye narrowed to a slit. And then they both realized something. Night had fallen. The moon was releasing silver light above, full and bright. Now it was Sokka's turn to smirk. Water rose on all sides of Azula, storming out of the sun design, glowing ethereally with blue. She could not hope to combat Sokka's full power under the full moon. Before she could react, the whole torrent of water clashed with her and through her against the stone ground, unmoving. When the water and steam from her feeble defense cleared, Azula's head swimming, she saw Sokka standing victoriously over her, holding Aang by the collar of his shirt. He had won. As she was swimming in and out of consciousness, Sokka spoke. "You rise with the sun. I rise with the moon." Several hours later, well into the night, Azula awoke. The first thing she did, of course, was to search around, panicked. Where was Aang? Sokka had taken him, she had failed. The Avatar was taken right out from under her. She still wasn't strong enough. Several hours later, well into the night, Azula awoke. The first thing she did, of course, was to search around, panicked. Where was Aang? Sokka had taken him, she had failed. The Avatar was taken right out from under her. She still wasn't strong enough. Appa dropped down right at the entrance to the dragon altar with a crash, Zuko sitting on his head and Zujin at the saddle. "Azula," the boy called to his sister. She was on her knees, her hair cascading down her shoulders and dripping wet. She had the air of one who had been defeated. She didn't move at the sound of her voice. "What happened? Where is he?" "Sokka happened," she finally said. "He took Aang right out from under me." "Let's go," Zuko said, not moving from the reins. "We can still find them." "Sokka can't have gotten far." "Where could he have gone?" Zujin asked timidly. "The only place he'd be able to go, away from the city." Zuko looked to the north, past the dragon altar and out into the wilderness beyond. "He was forced into the volcanic fields. We can still find them," he repeated. When his sister made no movements, he shouted at her. "Azula, let's go. Don't you yell at me, brother," she hissed venomously. She twisted her body to stare at him. Zuko's eyes widened. The fire in her eyes and her frazzled hair gave her the appearance of a deranged person. It scared him. "Azula," he said more softly. "Come on. You can get your revenge on Sokka. We have to save Aang." Azula's moment of rage passed, and she seemed to calm herself. She clutched her golden headpiece in her hand and set her eyes determinedly. "Fine, let's go." And with the grace of a cat, she jumped on Appa's back. "High Chief Zujin, you stay here. You have to be with your people. They need you more than we do," Zuko said to the Golden City leader. The older man jumped from Appa's back nimbly. "You are right," Zujin replied. "May Agni's light shine on the both of you," he said. Without another word, Appa flew off into the ashen sky and the dangerous lands beyond. He had hope for them. Sokka shuffled along on the rocky landscape on high alert. The Avatar, whose body was still glowing, was draped along his back, unmoving. This made things difficult for the Water Prince. The land around him was merciless and unforgiving, with rivers of lava and geysers of hot air all around him. The smoke and ash in the air was burning his eyes and throat. He didn't know how much longer he could stand it in this place. He covered his mouth in fabric in an attempt to make breathing easier. He was prepared, though. He was always prepared. He knew exactly where he was going and what he was doing. The plan was to make it through the mountain range and volcanic fields over to the shore again, well away from the city. His grandmother had arranged for a ship to be docked against the island. From there, the two would rendezvous and make their way back to the Southern Water Tribe, now with the Avatar in his clutches. Sokka would finally end his self-imposed exile and restore his honor to his people. Honor was traditionally a Fire Nation thing, but Sokka was only human. He was shamed, and he had to make up for it. The only problem would be getting through the fields alive. The spirit world was still a strange place. It was exactly as he remembered, just a big swamp. A big, nasty, disgusting swamp with annoying, rude, and troublesome creatures. And, to top it all off, he was totally without his bending. Just great. Aang disregarded the fact that he was in his air nomad clothing again. It always seemed to happen to him in the realm of the immortals. It was strange, and he never really thought about it, but the last thing he wore was a simple Fire Nation uniform, for his firebending. He hated standing out these days. He supposed it came with constantly blending into wherever he was. To make matters worse, the annoying, stubborn white monkey was back again, wearing human clothes and prayer beads and humming to himself, deep in meditation, seated on his own strange altar under a wooden arch. Aang approached him, feeling a sense of déjà vu. "Hey, tell me where Ko is," Aang demanded. The monkey ignored him and hummed louder. "Hey, I need some help here." He was not feeling particularly patient today. "Go away," the monkey said flatly. "No," Aang answered in the same tone, folding his arms. The monkey grudgingly opened one eye and acknowledged Aang, but a glowing will-o'-the-wisp fluttered by calmly. "Follow that thing. It will show you what you need," the monkey spirit said, closing his eye again. When Aang didn't move, the creature spoke again. "Goodbye. I'm not an idiot," Aang said roughly. "Now tell me where Ko is." Now, the monkey opened both of his eyes. You didn't fall for that trick again. I suppose you're not as dumb as you look." He began to meditate again. The avatar seethed. "Now wait just a minute," he shouted, but as he pointed his finger at the monkey, he froze. "Wait, what do you mean by, again?" The monkey sighed. "This happened before, did it not?" "You mean, you remember? You know about my other life?" Aang asked, surprise heavy in his voice. Then, he became angry again. "But how come Karuk didn't know? I thought I was here all alone, but he was lying to me all along." "I do not have time for this," the monkey muttered to himself, closing his eyes and humming again. "Don't give me that crap," Aang said to him harshly. "You've got an eternity to meditate. You're a spirit, now I want an explanation." He crossed his arms and waited. "Come closer," the monkey said. Aang tilted his head at the strange request, but complied, stepping up on the monkey's altar. "Closer," the monkey said again. Aang bent down to the seated creature. Suddenly, he was hit very hard on the head with some sort of staff. "Hey, what was that for?" the avatar yelled, grimacing and holding a hand to the bump that was surely growing. "You are annoying," the monkey stated simply. "You assume too much and you are too loud and distracting." "I'm annoyed. The spirit world is no longer in balance," the monkey cut across his outburst. "Things that are outside my control are happening. My immortal life may very well end sooner than apocalypse. Or, indeed, the apocalypse may be upon us." "What's happening?" the monk asked, not expecting this bit of information. "Is this spirit world connected to my world?" "There is only one spirit world, so yes," the monkey stated. "Do not worry yourself about these troubles, they are far beyond your duties as avatar and you cannot do anything at the moment to help." "Then why did you mention it?" Aang deadpanned. The monkey rolled his eyes. "Because you were assuming things. You may, perhaps, learn about it another time." Then, the monkey closed his eyes and began to meditate again. "Why did Karuk lie to me?" Aang asked, sitting down and crossing his legs. For some reason, the end of the worlds didn't seem to bother him much. "You did not lie, you just didn't know the truth yet," the monkey said, keeping his eyes shut. "What do you mean, you?" Aang asked, narrowing his eyes. "You are the avatar, correct? It is all the same spirit. Identities matter not to me. Who are you, anyway?" Aang asked inquisitively. "You're a strange spirit." "That is a strange thing to say," said the monkey. "You have met many strange spirits." "Good point," Aang conceded. "I am the judge of mortals, Monkey King Enma, the wandering monk, the omnipotent, great King Enma, Yama, the laughing monk, and Sun Wukong, but you may call me Enma, for the sake of simplicity," the monkey stated with closed eyes. "That's a lot of names. Isn't that a little excessive?" Aang asked, raising an eyebrow. "You asked," Enma said simply. "I have many more names in many ancient tongues." "Interesting. So you probably know a lot," Aang said. "Indeed," said the monkey. "That's a relief. I'm glad I don't have to see Ko again." Enma continued humming. "Can you help me?" Aang asked him. I hope that telling you that much would scare you off, but it appears not, said Enma. We are currently in Ko's realm. It would be polite to visit. Well, you're crazy, you dumb baboon, Aang told him. Perhaps, said Enma, humming again to himself. Well, since you already know where I really came from, then that saves me from explaining myself, Aang said. I need to know who those spirits of fire are that gave Ty Lee a little bit of their life. They might be in danger. You are correct, Enma confirmed. Then who are they? What are their names? Aang asked eagerly. They are Ran and Shao, the first pair of dragons, after Agni himself, who also taught the art of firebending to mortals, Enma explained quickly. Ironically, they are also the last dragons, but that is unimportant. Okay, I thought so, Aang said. He began to get up and somehow return to the natural world, but he was stopped by Enma's further words. You're leaving, and I still had more to say. Strange how you leave when I finally want to say something else, the monkey mused. Aang didn't move, waiting for him to finish. Well, Aang urged him, hurry, I don't have much time left. Enma sighed and rolled his eyes. Ran and Shao are not the spirits of fire, they are the spirits of the two aspects that make up fire. What do you mean? Aang asked, straightening. Ran is life, and his mate, Shao, is destruction. Together, they weave an eternal dance that makes up the two aspects of firebending, Enma explained. They were the ones to teach the art to your race, after all. Enma hummed out a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment. The spirit of destruction is inside your friend. Shao is in danger. That waterbender plans to take away the destructive powers of firebending, so the ultimate weapon of his enemies is rendered useless. I think you know the result of what would happen, Enma finished. Aang clenched his fists. Okay, then I need to get out of here. I don't know how much time I have left. Aang turned again to leave. I am surprised, young Avatar, Enma spoke, freezing him in place again, that you are not at this moment asking how you might return home. The monkey opened up one eye again and observed him closely. That's not important right now, Aang said after a moment. All I need to do now is return to the natural world. How? Enma smirked. Friends are here to guide you back. And suddenly, a murky shape took form in the water and a black and white figure emerged from the trees. It was the painted lady and Bai. Hey, you too, Aang greeted the spirits with a smile. The woman spirit offered one back, while the forest spirit offered a low growl. Good luck, Aang, the river spirit said softly, enveloping him with water. He felt his consciousness leaving him as her face made him think of Katara. He was returning back to the natural world, the place where the water tribe ruled, and he was siding with his previous enemies. However, he did not find that he minded much. He needed to help them. They were his friends, and they needed him now. Finally, said Enma, returning back to his meditation without distractions. However, Bai morphed into his monster form again and blasted him with sonic rays. The painted lady laughed delicately. Gigantic balls of ice and floods of water crashed into the ornate buildings of the Golden City as the nighttime siege continued. The waterbending soldiers had entered the city long before and easily found sources for their bending once inside. Firebenders met them at every turn, protecting their home with the passion and skill they were known for. Zheng Zheng was at the forefront of the attack, fighting off hordes of waterbenders with enormous walls of fire that absorbed and dissipated every attack directed at him. Surrounding him completely was a raging inferno that remarkably did not harm any of the buildings around him, a testament to his astounding control over his element. However, it wasn't enough. The waterbenders had the advantage of night on their side. Elsewhere in the city, Bado, a group of his soldiers, and Ty Lee were out in the open, now that the waterbenders were ravaging the city. He was trying, unsuccessfully, to find the dragon altar, but there was no mention of it on any Golden City maps he scoured. A cold smirk lit up his face as he turned to Ty Lee, who was currently entertaining herself by attempting to wrap her own braid around her head with bound hands. All she succeeded in doing was twisting her head erratically. Princess, Bado called to her. What do you want now? She whined. You will show us where the dragon altar is, he ordered. What for? She asked inquisitively. Another idea occurred to Bado. Well, because I heard a rumor many years ago that some dragons still existed there. They've always been my favorite creatures and I dearly wanted to see them, he said venomously. Oh, okay, well in that case, let's go. The girl said excitedly. But, you're gonna have to untie my legs so I can show you the way. Don't count on it, Bado growled. High Chief Zuzhan looked over his city as it was laid siege with a mournful expression on his face. His last daughter was down there somewhere, and she was possibly in danger. He was constantly administering orders to his men, but he was forced to remain cooped up in the palace instead of go out onto the battlefield with his soldiers. The ground was rumbling. Ran and Xiao were angry and stirring, their sleep disturbed. He hoped that the ancient creatures weren't released this day. I can't see a thing through all this ash and smoke. Azula and Zuko's search for Aang and Sokka was not going well, as the volcanic fumes were starting to have effects on them, too. They were forced to cover their mouths and noses with their shirts. We have to keep looking, Azula said with conviction, as if trying to convince herself. Appa growled loudly. He, too, was in pain. But he also wanted to find Aang. As Azula was scanning the ground below, she was distracted by a bright, slightly blue light that shone overhead. Both she and her brother turned their eyes to the sky, seeing a streak of light pass and throw itself into a cave some distance away. That must have been Aang, Azula said at once. Sokka had long since closed the Avatar's eyes, as he felt that the glowing balls were staring at him. Now, he almost appeared to be sleeping, but he was bound tightly, just in case. The two had taken some form of shelter in an old, inactive vent in the side of the mountain, safe for now. From the poisonous fumes from outside, he did not know when his lungs would be clear enough to emerge again, and that made him angry. He punched the cave wall and was only rewarded with bruised knuckles. How come my plans never work? He roared, adding a kick for good measure. There was always something interfering, something totally out of his control, always sent to oppose him. My sister, she never failed. She's a fighter, yeah, but despite the trouble she causes, she's favored by father. Sokka snorted. She's a waterbending prodigy, I'm barely even a master. My father says she was born lucky. He says I was lucky to be born. Sokka halted in his tirade to the Avatar, frozen by the thoughts that entered in his head out of nowhere. Now where did that come from? His father, he never said that. So lost in his own mind, he didn't notice the Avatar sitting up behind him. Hey, Sokka, Aang yelled. The prince turned to him, seeing a sort of wry grin. As soon as the waterbender moved, a huge burst of wind was expelled from the younger boy's lungs. Sokka was thrown outside, skidding against the rocky ground. He stood quickly, putting a hand on his machete as the Avatar comically hopped out of the vent. This time, the boy blew fire from his mouth, and the waterbender rolled to the side to avoid getting hit. He almost rolled into a geyser of hot air. You won't be able to escape that easy, Sokka said sharply, narrowing his one remaining eye. As he said those words, he was forced to dodge a blast of fire from the sky. When he turned to look, the Avatar's firebending friend was seated on the back of the bison, which growled in greeting. You back for a rematch? Sokka called to her, once she landed on the ground before the bison. He wasn't quite prepared for this, he was forced to use his drinking water against her. Trust me, it's not going to be much of a rematch, Sokka, she answered, smirking. She thrust her whole body forward into the attack, unleashing a blast of orange fire from her knuckles. The concussive attack knocked him backward, colliding his head with a rock. He knew no more. Zuko was already by Aang's side, cutting away the rope that bound him. Once freed, Aang walked over to Sokka and lifted the prince's unconscious form onto his back. What are you doing? Azula demanded rather than asked. We're not leaving him here to die, Aang answered plainly. She crossed her arms in response and leapt back onto the bison. Zuko didn't argue. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Let's bring the guy who's constantly trying to kill us. A voice resounded in Zuko's head. Who said that? The swordsman asked Aang and Azula. Who said what? Aang responded. Never mind, Zuko said, giving a light shake of his head. Let's go back to the city. That way. Which way? That way. No, not left. Up those stairs. Well, if you could be more specific, Bato growled. The girl on the shoulders of one of his men was really starting to annoy him. He had to find and slay the dragon fast, before daybreak, when the firebenders would be able to retaliate with their full strength. Well, if my hands were free, I'd be able to point, Ty Lee argued. But no, I have to stay bound. Each step jarred Ty Lee as her captors ran. She, like all the others, was looking ahead with determination in their eyes. Quickly, they came upon the palace, and Ty Lee set her jaw. The palace? Why did you bring us here? Bato yelled, turning to the princess. The dragons are near the palace, dum-dum, Ty Lee returned. And suddenly, she began to shout. Hey, hey, someone help. She was silenced from saying anything further, but palace guards began appearing. The princess smirked. Her plan had worked. You stupid wretch, Bado seethed. You were leading us into a trap all along. She said with a wide smile. Did you think I was that stupid? But as the guards surrounded them, Bado lifted the girl with one hand and held his machete under her throat with the other. Make one more move and your precious princess will be killed, Bado said confidently to the guards. The high chief himself forced his way through the crowd. Tai Li, Zhu Jin shouted. Bado's machete prevented her from saying anything else, as the cold metal was pressed against her neck. You will lead me to the 2 dragons or the girl will die, the admiral threatened. Dad, don't. I'd gladly die for my people. Tai Li yelled. Zhu Jin was conflicted. Would he sacrifice his people, or his daughter? Come, Zhu Jin said finally, defeated. Bado smirked, guiding Tai Li along, flanked by his soldiers. Leave your men behind, Bado clarified as they moved. Zhu Jin motioned for his soldiers to stay, and the high chief guided them there himself. They came upon the ornate golden door that served as the entrance to the dragon altar, which could only be opened by firebending. Zhu Jin unsealed the doors and continued, presenting to them the glorious scene of the watery sun and the dragon steps, the scene of Bado's victory. The door was sealed behind them to keep anyone else out. Where are the dragons? Bado asked Zhu Jin. If this is another ambush. It is no ambush, Zhu Jin said quietly. The dragons will appear once you climb the steps and stand upon their altar. Good, your usefulness has been spent, Bado said, giving him a swift hit in the temple with the bone handle of his machete. The high chief promptly fell to the ground, unconscious. Bado turned to his small team of soldiers. You have all done well. Stay here and stand guard. He turned toward the imposing stairs, intending to make the climb himself. He dropped Tai Li at his feet, who landed with a muffled cry of pain. Every step Bado took symbolized his ascension, not only to the altar, but his absolute rise in power. He reveled in the glory. A loud, low groan rung out in the air, causing Bado's and everyone else's heads to turn to the noise. Bado was halfway up the steps, and he cursed. The avatar was here. The boy leapt from his bison's head before it hit the ground, drawing his sword and knocking away all of Bado's soldiers with a shockwave of air. Even Tai Li tumbled, but since she was already on the ground she didn't go far. He swung his black blade and cleanly cut through her binds, freeing the girl. She stretched her limbs. Finally, Tai Li groaned, flexing her sore muscles. By this time, Appa landed, and Zuko jumped from the saddle eagerly with his own swords drawn. Azula, stay up there. Aang shouted to the firebender. Watch him, don't let him be taken. She knew full well who he was. The girl rolled her eyes, but grudgingly accepted the offer. The Water Prince was unconscious through their whole journey back, and for some reason, Aang wanted to keep him. She did not agree, but he strictly told her to listen to him. She supposed it would deal a major blow to the enemy, the Water Nation. Sokka was currently hidden under a blanket. Aang ran to the base of the staircase and swung his sword in an overhead arc, releasing blades of air in the wake of his weapon. None of them reached far enough to hit Bado, who continued running. As Aang was about to follow, a pink blur sped by him and bounced up each stair with astounding skill and balance, determined to stop the waterbender herself. Aang followed, albeit at a slightly slower pace. He left his glider on Appa, and there was no time to go back and get it now. Bado was almost at the top, followed closely by Tai Li and then Aang. Bado, stop, a voice shouted hoarsely, managing to reach them even from their altitude. The waterbender turned and coldly regarded the new appearance. Lady Kanna, what a pleasant surprise, he said silkily. He formed a wall of water and held it directly below him on the staircase, preventing Tai Li from reaching him. She couldn't even jump over it. However, Aang could. He reached Tai Li's height in no time, and, giving her a quick glance, he pushed himself upward with a fierce wind, and changed his direction and propelled toward Bado with a burst of fire from his feet. He drew back his sword, ready to swing, but water coiled around him from behind and flung him backwards, straight through to the open air, where he fell. In midair, Aang frantically wheeled his arms, generating wind resistance that slowed his fall, landing on a cushion of air. He was safe, but back where he started. He looked up at Bado and Tai Li. Whatever you do to those dragons, I'll unleash on you tenfold. Kanna bellowed. Bado, unheeding her words, finally reached the top of the dragon altar. They waited. The waterbender spread his arms wide at the top, as if encompassing the entire world and the spirits in his grasp. Ran, Shao, he roared, come and meet your destiny. As if answering his call, two long, serpentine forms shot from the tunnels on either side of him, wearing ferocious faces, tremendous wings, and piercing yellow eyes. One was the color of the water and the sky, of azure and blue fire, and the other was ruby red, of crimson fire and blood, and the dawn sky, which was lighting up behind them. Together, they divulged all their majesty, flying, soaring, swimming through the air, the last of their kind. Life and destruction, Ran and Shao, the two sides of firebending, revealed in all their glory. They twisted and coiled around the stairs and Bado, conjuring great winds that ruffled both him and Tai Li. The princess and everyone below her gasped in awe. It was not often that the two true firebending masters came out of their lairs. Bado used the water from his wall and twisted it, condensing the water into one long lance of ice. He aimed carefully, following the path of the blue dragon, Shao. She circled, ever so slowly, observing the waterbender carefully with one of her serpentine eyes, as if resigned to her fate. He pulled back the lance, ready to throw, and he was tackled from behind by the form of Tai Li, who had no time to attack his kai points. The two rolled and brawled perilously close to the edge of the altar. But before she could disable him, he managed to attack her with a jet of water, forcing her over the edge. Tai Li, Zuko howled at the top of his lungs. Aang circled around the great staircase at the speed of wind, planning to do whatever he could to save her life, but saw her still, hanging on to the top of the altar with all the strength she could muster. And then, Bado threw his lance, aiming for the weakness in the blue scales, her underside. Her heart, the ice pierced the dragon, spouting shockingly black blood. Shao gave out a loud wail, echoing piercingly over the valley and throughout the city. She seemed to fall slowly, everyone was frozen, unable to react. Finally, she crashed against the ground, right at the base of the staircase, spilling the basins of water and their contents all over the place. Outside in the Golden City, the battle still raged. Fire soldiers were combating their enemies with weapons, but some who used firebending were still standing. Zheng Zheng was one of those people, coming face to face with half a dozen waterbenders. He calmly regarded them and shot a jet of fire from his fists, continually blasting and covering them all. But it seemed to do no damage, as if it were no more than a warm breeze. The cringing soldiers realized that their life was spared by some unseen force, and continued attacking. This was happening to firebenders all around the globe. Kanna sprang into action, displaying surprising strength and skill for a woman who was thought to be forbidden to fight. Water from the sun-shaped basins reached out for her, and she gladly pulled it in, surrounding herself in it and utilizing the octopus form to grab all of Bado's private soldiers and slam them against the ground. The dragon and her wings seemed to take up all the space in the holy area. Her mate, Ran, circled the sky frantically around Bado. Bado feared the woman's wrath. Using what remaining water he had, he covered his feet and slid down the whole staircase, calling up water from the destruction below which carried him over the dragon's unmoving form. Kanna was about to give chase, but Aang stopped her with a request. Please, we need you to heal the dragon for us, Aang pleaded. He soared over Shao's form himself and circled around the back of the altar, seeing Tai Li still hanging on for her life. Tai Li, let yourself fall, I'll catch you. The girl rapidly felt the strength leaving her fingers, which were pale white. She looked fearfully below her, seeing the speck on the ground that was Aang. It was such a far drop, but she didn't have much time left either way. She'd be forced to let go by her own body. And fall it did. The wind screamed past her as she descended, giving out a long, drawn-out cry. And somehow, the wind seemed to be getting stronger, ripping her hair straight up, and perhaps even slowing her fall. And she was surprised when she landed on something soft, causing her to bounce off of it. And she flew rather ungracefully into someone's arms, causing her and the other person to topple over painfully. She looked at the person who she was now crushing beneath her. Aang, she shouted joyfully, hugging him as tightly as she could. Aang was solemn as the air cushion he used to catch her dissipated, looking past the girl at the form of the fallen dragon. The distressed red dragon, Ran, finally made a new movement, shooting off into the city. Revenge was in its cry. He had failed again, and now, Tai Li would be the one to pay the price, by giving up her own borrowed life. Absolute fury of the worst kind gripped the Dragon Lord as he swooped down onto the city, his eyes burning, giving him a shade of only red. Bestial instincts took over completely, but the majestic creature somehow managed to differentiate between the Sun warriors, the ones who worshipped his kind, and the enemies. Rip, burn, kill. Ran, who commonly symbolized warmth and life, was unleashing complete destruction on the moon worshippers below, a terrible sight to behold, the very last sight of his prey as they died in anguish, ripped by his piercing claws or turned to ash in a storm of fire. Innocent civilians cried and hid their children from the gruesome sight, but hearts of sympathy reached out to the distressed dragon that had lost its mate. The direct descendant of Agni coiled and soared high above the city, and the mountains, flying free for the first time in decades. It did not revel in the freedom, more blood needed to be spilled. Rand set his serpentine eyes on the water navy fleet. All hope is lost, Ty Lee mumbled sadly, falling to her knees in front of the body of Shao. The sapphire-colored dragon was unmoving. Zuko, Azula, Kanna, and Ty Lee were all mournful and terrified of the fate of the firebenders, but Aang was worst of all. He had failed again. He knew what was coming next, and he couldn't stop it. "You have been touched by the spirits," Kanna said in awe, pointing at Ty Lee. "Some of her life exists in you." Ty Lee's face morphed into one that was dutiful, solemn, sad. "Yeah, you're right, huh?" And she stood up. Zuko moved as if to intervene, but Aang beat him to it. "No." All faces turned to the normally calm, level-headed Avatar in shock. "I can't let this happen, Ty Lee can't die. Aang, there's no other choice," Azula said sharply to him, but he could hear the pain in her voice. She had long since abandoned her post over the unconscious Sokka to join them. "Yes, there has to be," Aang said sincerely. "Kanna, you're our only hope. Heal her." "But she's already dead," the old woman said quietly, resting a hand on the dragon's soft underbelly. "No, quickly, just try it, damn you. Heal her." He knew this was coming and he couldn't stop it. His eyes were hot and his throat hurt as he shouted at the old waterbender, and without even realizing it, he let the tears fall. Coming here, to this world, it was all for naught. He thought he had the chance to change things, but was fate irreversible? Was you meant to die? Was Ty Lee meant to die? Aang collapsed to his knees and sobbed freely, feeling defeated, worthless, like a failure. The sight of him made Zuko angry, who clenched his fists. Azula looked at him softly and averted her eyes, unable to watch him break down. Ty Lee felt her own resolve wavering at the sight of his crumpled form. Only Kanna caught the glorious, but painful sight of the young boy suddenly looking forward, an otherworldly glow in his eyes and tattoos. The Avatar spirit had been awakened again. The bridge between the worlds slowly stood and straightened, and for once, fierce winds weren't whipping the space around him. In the same movement as his rise, he calmly brought his hands closer to him, and splayed out his fingers. The water around his knees began to rise. The boy threw his hands into the heavens, summoning up all of the water around them, freed from the basins and the rocks, lifted high into the air. Lingering droplets floated after the large mass, capturing the eyes of everyone present. And then, the great being before them spoke, his voice layered with the thousands of spirits within him. "Kanna, help me, help us." The mass of water began to glow. It was a pure white, like the Avatar spirit Cantainer's eyes and tattoos, shining bright enough to nearly blind them. Zuko, Azula, and Ty Lee shielded their eyes. Each shining droplet glittered like a star. The Avatar guided it to the dragon's wound, and as the healing began its long, difficult process, a delicate ringing was produced that was likened to music, though a soft and mournful kind. Kanna joined the Avatar in concentration, laying her hands in the water over the horrendous wound. Her own small spirit was dwarfed in comparison to the mighty beings next to her, but it made her almost completely at peace. With this kind of help, the task in front of her did not seem nearly as daunting. The holy light made it seem as if nothing could go wrong. "Look," Ty Lee gasped, unable to keep her eyes away from the wonderful sight, "she's breathing." And, indeed, Shao's form was rising and falling. She was alive. Bato surfed on a platform of water as it dragged him through the city, away from all the fighting and far from the dragon. He was focused only on leaving the city to safety, his mission accomplished. If his fleet was still floating, they would take the city in a matter of hours. And suddenly, he felt as if he crashed into a solid, invisible wall. The water halted, throwing the bender riding it into the ground. Bato groaned and pushed himself up. Only a waterbender could have done that to him. "You," a feminine voice shouted at the man. Bato whipped his head around and looked at the person who dared challenge him, standing in the middle of the road several feet away. It was definitely a woman, with tanned skin, thick, wavy mahogany hair, and cold blue eyes. You tried to kill my brother. Princess Katara, Bato exclaimed, stunned. What are you doing here? Watching my brother's back, she shot at him, swinging her arm. Ice needles shot at the Water Tribe warrior, who dodge-rolled. You tried to kill him, more than once. Well, too bad. Your brother has been dead for days, Bato said venomously. Killed by a bounty hunter he hired months ago. That was a setup, planned by Sokka himself. The Water Princess glared. You're a weakling and a fool, you know that. He's alive, and I'm going to kill you for him. Puddles from recent rains shot toward the male waterbender from both sides, freezing in midair to deadly icicles. He was able to condense moisture fast enough into a stream of water, which was punched at the girl faster than the eye could see. Anger in her features, the younger fighter dashed in the man's direction, drawing water from her pouch as she went. The rope of water twisted around the man's ankle and ripped it out from under him, throwing him to the ground. Bato snarled and picked up water from the ground, shooting more ice spikes at her. She sidestepped, turning it into a zigzag motion, running toward him again, gathering water on both sides of her. It coiled in the air and rushed at her opponent, nearly breaking him with the astounding weight. You know, Bato panted, it's dishonorable for a man to have a woman fight his battles for him, custom breaker. That's why he doesn't know about me, Katara smirked, continuing the onslaught. Rand stopped his uncontrollable rage, feeling the life of his mate return to him. He unleashed one final victory roar into the sky and disregarded the burning, melted fleet below him, and flew back. As it soared over the city of gold, the great dragon spotted more water people flinging their flimsy liquid into the air. Rand dove toward them. That's it, Bato. You've lost, Katara said darkly, straightening. She pushed her long hair out of her face. The man was growling, trying to shake himself free of the ice pillar she locked him in. He was disgraced, beaten by a woman who was never formally taught to fight. No, he yelled, anguished. She crossed her arms, looking away, and into the sky. There, she spotted a fearsome sight. Bato, she yelled, but she was too late, and was forced to dive out of the way. The Crimson Dragon swooped down on the middle-aged waterbender and plucked him off the top of the ice pillar, holding him in his great maw. The dragon tilted its head back, swallowing him. Katara winced, but remained hidden. There was nothing she could do. Besides, the monster probably deserved it. They were silent as the Avatar and the healer worked, still surrounded by the ethereal glow, healing the terrible wound of the blue dragon. They both had their eyes shut tightly, gathering their wellsprings of knowledge to the forefront of their minds, searching deep within. Zuko, Azula, and Ty Lee waited with held breaths. And finally, the Avatar's arms seemed to shudder, and the glowing and spiritual ringing died out. Aang managed to let the water down gently with the last of his power, but he immediately collapsed afterward. Zuko and Azula were there to catch him. He moaned. I haven't felt like this in a while, Aang muttered, grabbing his head. The only other time Azula saw him in the Avatar state, he didn't collapse like this, but he easily used much more power this time. She hugged him tightly, resting her eyes, glad that he was safe. You did it. Zuko was the first to shout in joy, punching a fist into the air, upon realizing the fate of the dragon. The dragon is alive and safe, we won. And he turned to Ty Lee and smiled just like her, hugging her tightly. You're alive, and, surprisingly, Azula willfully joined in, too, grinning from ear to ear. On Appa's back, Sokka popped up from under the blanket, still bound by the thick ropes. He seemed dazed and confused. What's going on here? He mumbled lightly, his unscarred eye half-lidded. Kanna shot her gazes at the other four children. We can explain, Azula said, laughing to herself. She was too happy to care about the old woman's reaction. The sun rose again over the grand city, a new day bringing healing and reconstruction. Townspeople set to work rebuilding their homes from the waterbenders, siege and even the dragon's attack, eradicating any lagging enemies from their city and cleaning out the bay of the wrecked ships. Zujin stood, looking over his city, his hands clasped behind his back and a smile on his face. His head was heavily bandaged from Bato's blow, but he, too, was happy. Aang, Azula, Zuko, and Ty Lee stepped up by his side. Well, we have to get going, soon, Aang started. I need to find an earthbending master. I know, Zujin stated. You need to complete your destiny. Thank you, Avatar, for saving my city and keeping the waterbenders away. We owe you a great debt. Don't worry about it, Aang dismissed him with a grin. His gaze was taken by Jung Jung, who was striding up the steps toward the group. He looked the same as ever. Master Jung Jung, Aang called in greeting. Azula bowed. Master Aang, Master Azula, he said shortly, bowing in return. Aang's eyes almost popped out of his head, and Azula gaped. Masters, Azula managed to choke out, shocked. But, no stuttering, the firebending teacher ordered. You have both progressed rapidly, far better than any other student I have seen. You are hard workers who show fierce determination and worth, as well as the potential to grow and learn. You have been deemed worthy of the title Master. Thank you, Aang said gratefully, and they both bowed together. Aang then looked toward the horizon. So, he said, turning to Zuko, Azula, and Ty Lee. Are you guys with me? He asked hopefully. Our next destination is the Earth Kingdom, and after the dangers you guys saw here, well. Don't you dare finish that sentence, Azula said through clenched teeth. Are you that unobservant and stupid? Do you even need to ask? What do you mean? Aang asked her. Zuko stepped by her side in support and laughed. Wow, Aang, I never expected you to be this dense, he said. Of course we're coming with you, we're in this, till the end. I thought you knew that from the beginning. Zujin and Jung Jung smirked. Aang turned to the only remaining member. Ty Lee. She fidgeted with her fingers nervously, avoiding looking into his eyes. I'm sorry, Aang, and Zuko, Azula, she said quietly. I think that my place is with my people, now. As she spoke, she gradually sounded surer of herself. It took me a while to realize it, and you guys helped, but, I'm ready to accept my position as princess of the city. I'd give anything to them. I finally understand. She clenched her fist. Sorry, but I'm staying here. Aang smiled gently. That's good, Ty Lee. I'm happy for you. Zuko clasped both of her hands. Are you sure? She nodded. Well, I can't force you to make a different decision, can I? He sighed. So, I guess that's it between us, huh? She nodded sadly. Yeah, it was never true love between us, was it? He asked. No, but she smiled. I'm not going to get in the way of that other girl on your mind, she said deviously. At his shocked expression, she giggled. I know about her, Zuko. I can see it in your aura. And I don't mind. I hope you're happy with her, whoever she is. My, Zuko thought to himself, setting his jaw. He didn't realize it, but, did she have that much of a lasting effect on him, the few days they were together? He became concerned for Ty Lee again. But what about Chan? I hope things get better for you. Oh, don't worry about that, she said, snorting. Daddy gave me the freedom to choose who I want to marry myself. Who? He asked, genuinely interested. Not Chan, and she laughed again. It was infectious, causing all the others to join in. She wrapped her arms around Zuko in a tight hug, as if giving her last goodbye. A moment later, Aang and Azula put their arms around the two, and Sabashi coiled around their heads. Jung Jung broke the moment of happiness. What are you going to do about your young captive? He asked, as Sokka was led over to them and Appa, bound in rope. Aang sighed upon seeing his former friend. We'll take him with us, just like his grandmother wanted, Aang said emotionlessly. Sokka didn't react, he had already known this. He was there when Kanna decided to leave him with the Avatar, hoping they'd be a good influence on him, while she ran away to the Earth Kingdom to find some contacts. He had not spoken since that moment, boiling in well-concealed anger for everyone around him, treating him like a common animal. Aang planned for this to happen this time around, but he did not expect Kanna's ready rejection of her grandson. He wondered how it would affect the waterbender. Aang was worried for his former friend, and he subconsciously gripped the hilt of his black sword tightly. He hated doing this to Sokka. As he looked to the south, toward the Earth Kingdom, Aang wondered how much his journey would change from his previous one, wondering what awaited them in the land of the Earthbenders. The newest turn of events was pushing him and his friends ever onward to their destinies. His next mission, finding Toph. Katara was currently residing in a seaside cave not far from the Golden City, staring over the ocean as she contemplated her next move. Would she follow her traitorous grandmother? Or would she continue to trail her brother, now that he was in the arms of the enemy? She knew she couldn't face them all by herself, she needed someone new to help her in her pursuit. And then she remembered, she was a princess, and she had the support of the entire Water Nation behind her. Nobody stole her brother and got away with it.